Badder than. Anyway we see them, we a bang pan another one. Bust up 4 5 Nanko 1 Remington. Any boy this ballot on him in a Kellington. Bad man, you know where vibes can done. Vibes can done, we kill a sound boy for fun. Big bad man from outer England. Bassline drop, I tell you who bassline.
Nobody better than we. Nobody better than we.
Badder than, bad from me born. Where you get your mother from? Thing where me get, coulda come from Afghanistan. They no want see this cross, make me have it on me hand. But other man, you know me vibes can done. Lyrics them a fire like a bullet from a gun. Big badder man from outer England. When me lyrics start fire, watch a song viral.
Nobody better than we. Nobody better than we. Nobody better than we.
Yo, walk with the rapper pam pam. From a guy this day program, shot a slam. Them say them a bad man, me a fi hawk. Which one? When we a fire shot, pull pin and fling bomb. Them dead, me a fi trample them like kings. Dogs pull up on your foot and none of them no sing song. Balaclava pan face, matic in a hand. We not have time for waste with the rapper pam pam. Shot a slam, we better than.
Nobody better than we. Nobody better than we. Nobody better than we.
Badder than.
Badder than. Yo.
Let me check what we got here. We got something weird going on. All right. So, guess what? I'm pretty much I think on a completely new setup, so I'm still getting used to it. I streamed one time before when I got this PC, and the stream went fine. It's a brand new Intel, and where we left off was I think I did a really long stream. I think we did some games. I think I played some WoW, and then we had our late night philosophical debates like always. But at the very end of the stream, before I ended that stream, then we started talking about new computers and new computer builds and stuff. And honestly, I should have started the stream with that. But by the end of the stream, everybody was already here. And so remind me later to get that discussion started a little bit sooner so that we can cover all of that stuff. So how does everything look? How does the camera look? Should I put it... How's exposure? I like it to be a little high. Like right now I'm just using Sony's, auto exposure, but I'm thinking about maybe reaching over and putting it like +1. Let me see if I can. Really quick. There we go. Just like one notch, 0.03. I put it up. Oh, snap! Aperture said poo poo pee pee with a subscribe. Thank you, Aperture, for the subscribe. That's awesome, dude. What are you up to, my man? What's happening? Hey, thank you for the sub. That sub hype. Hype. I just did a little bit like a plus just to make the camera a little brighter. I was doing some video conferences earlier on Voodoo, and I was like, oh man, I need to like mess with my camera a little bit. I think it's fine, but those lights in the back are kind of like, the back lights are a little bit bright. But trying to catch up. Nice. Wait, let me turn this chat off so that it doesn't spam. Also, Psynaps didn't do the crazy alert. I don't know why. I think maybe I don't spend enough time on giving Psynaps love, and then Psynaps gets mad at me, I think. But the chat, all the 3D chat stuff's working. It just didn't do the big explosion, which is my personal favorite. And I don't know why. But yo, Psynaps, yo. Yeah, like it detected the chat. It's like the API detected. It's like aperture, sub tier, all the stuff did its thing within the. Well, I'll play with that later. I wasn't even gonna launch Psynaps today, but I did. But check this out. I have something on the screen. Let me see if I can show it. Let me see where this looks like. And let me do a capture window. Let's see if OBS wants to capture Cinema 4D. Will it do it? I've never actually tried to capture Cinema 4D before. I don't know if it'll do it. Doesn't seem like it's doing it. Give me a second. It's the old sub animation room. It's like Unity is running, but Unity didn't like do its little. Okay, now I'm gonna have to look at it. But first, let me get my monitor up so we can look at this cool thing I've been working on. Haven't really been working on it, just I was doing some tracking in Cinema 4D the other day, and I have a really cool little just like thing I'm going to show before I go into the games. But looks like game capture doesn't. Yo, Marcelo is here. Hey, Marcelo's in there. Marcelo said he couldn't sleep, so He's here hanging out. But I'm trying to show Cinema 4D and OBS game capture, but it doesn't look like OBS is a window that, or that Cinema 4D is a window that OBS can capture. Sometimes it happens. Hopefully it's able to capture games tonight. Because if window capture doesn't work, then what if I allow transparency? Let's try that. No, I don't really see anything. If I have to capture the whole window, then I have to turn Discord notifications off. Let me do that. I usually turn those off anyway, because we don't want the chats to pop up. So I can do that. That's the monitor, but wait, let me try, let me see if it'll pick up like my new monitor. So I got a new monitor. Let's see if this works. That, I have to scale it down a little bit because it's 1440. So that's what I'm testing tonight. So last stream I tested the new i9, the new Intel, whatever it is, 14900K, I think. Intel stupid numbering system. It's like 14900. Actually, I'm not going to complain about Intel's numbering, because if they switch it and they go to a different kind of number, which I think they are, then that's going to be even worse, honestly. So maybe they should just stick with their weird 14900. That is what it is, right? Let me pull up the task manager. Let's see. Yeah, 14900K. And look at what it looks like. I think this is cool because it has all the cores, but you know what? Look at this. This is this new, P cores and E cores. The P cores are here on the top, and you can see Intel. Intel will like dynamically select what gets on the P cores and what hits the E cores. Oh wait, I gotta fix that. My light just changed. Okay, so the E cores are on the bottom, and you can see they're like doing something. I don't know what, maybe OBS, maybe Cinema 4D or Chrome or something. But something is eating up these P cores. These are the performance cores. These are the ones that will overclock to like, 6 gigahertz. If it wants to, it'll go up that high. So I guess it's not going that high because it's just chilling out or something. But the crazy thing is, if I start opening windows and stuff on the PC, the P cores and the gigahertz will just go crazy. It'll like, and my computer will make all this noise. It'll be like, the fans will start going all fast. I'm like, whoa, slow down there, cowboy. I'm just checking my email. I just want to check my Gmail, to see if I got any emails, see if I got any new, I have to answer all the new customers and everything, right? And the computer just goes crazy. So it's a little bit overboard. Intel, I don't know what they're doing with their P cores. It's kind of weird. But you kind of get to see the overall picture, I think, with their new mini PCs. Because then the P cores and the E cores make sense. Because maybe you want a low power PC. Like we like to build backpacks and we like to do outdoor streaming and stuff like that. And maybe if you want to build an outdoor PC, it's going to be running on battery. And so then you appreciate the power savings. I think power users and gamers don't care about P cores and E cores and energy saving and stuff. When you're gaming, it's like you're owning the noobs. You're going to use some electricity to smack the noobs, right? If it costs a little bit more electricity, you'll pay the electricity because you're going to hammer the noobs in the game, right? So I know that's not an energy conscious attitude, but also when you're in the games, you know how emotional it could get in there, and your emotions may take over and may cause you to want to use a little more power on smacking the noobs. It's just like, if they would let you have a nuclear generator, you might use it because you know what I mean. So So who cares with the P cores and E cores with an Intel 14900K? No one cares. So why is it even there? We still don't really understand why they're doing that. And I think people who review P cores apertures on Aperture, you're having fun on Friday night. I could tell you sound a little rowdy tonight. I think somebody's having fun. Good, I am too. That's why I'm live. That's why I even went live in the first place. But yeah, what do you think of this? There's the little P cores there doing their weird thing. And here's the thing. Here's a problem with P cores. They're smart, okay? They work dynamically. They work kind of on the fly. Anything that's smart is stupid. You know what I mean? When it comes to computers and it comes to software and hardware interfaces, it's smart, which means it chooses what to dump all its juice on. And that makes it stupid because it doesn't always make the right choice. Sometimes you want the P cores to kick in and they don't. Sometimes the P cores are kicked in, you don't need them. Like right now, what am I doing? What, I need a P core for OBS? Maybe, because my OBS is pretty overpowered. So yeah, maybe it needs some P cores. I agree. But check this out. Here's the other stuff. There's only 64 gigs of RAM, which in 2024 is pretty standard. I think 64 gigs is the new, like, I don't know. Everything came with like 16 gigs maybe in the past, and now who runs anything lower than 64? I feel like I'm not utilizing my computer with 64. It feels a little anemic in a way, but it's not. It runs everything. Like 64 is fine. So I'm not held back. I'll put 128 in there if it needs it. No problem. The DDR5 is not that expensive. Everybody's like, oh, DDR5, it's really expensive. And I'm like, for as fast as that memory is, no, it's not that expensive. I should have put 128 in there in the first place, but I don't need 128, so I'm not going to put it if I don't need it. What I do need is storage, and that's why we have all these drives. So there's an SSD old school. Oh, these are terrible, by the way. Let me just give a shout out to SanDisk really quick. These SanDisks are probably the worst SSDs I've ever seen in my life. Like they're like, and I've had so many of them because they're cheap, and I've used them. I use them in computer servers. I have them in all my computers, and I thought it was okay. I was like, oh, these cheap SSDs, these are fine. They're just SSDs. It's okay. But when you really like put them to the test and stress them out, they just don't do very well. And I don't know why. I mean, they have the same technology, reportedly they have the same tech as like, the Samsungs and stuff, but I think pay a little bit more and just get a Samsung or something. Anyway, nobody buys SSDs anyway, unless you need to fill up some SATA, you need to take up some SATA slots, you can. Now here's a spinning disk. This is a 4 terabyte spinning disk, Western Digital. I think it's like a Western Digital, not a green, but maybe a blue, I think. Also, terrible performance, but for a spinning disk, this is perfect for files. Just send videos to it, send downloads, just, stuff that you don't want to put on your nice NVMEs or SSDs. You need a spinning disk. This one's fine. That's why that one's in there. I use it so much. I'm surprised it even works. I hammer this hard drive, and it's slow as molasses. Now we're getting out of the slow stuff that I hate and into the fast stuff that I like. My C drive is Aperture says so there's like a router for your CPU cycles, a hardware NAT that determines where your calculations go. I would say there are one or more of those. But this C drive is the NVMe, the new one, not the Gen 6. What is it? What is the newest gen? Is it Gen 5 or is it Gen 6? I think the Gen 6 are the new ones. It's the one that goes up to like 7,500 megabits a second or something like that. It's Gen 5. Yeah, this one is it's the Western Digital Black 850X. So, you know, for those that are interested, you can go check. So it's not even the most expensive one. These ones were cheap. They're not even $100. They were like, these are like 60 or 70 bucks or something, which is more expensive than cheap or free. But for the performance, that's 1 gig of lightning fast NVMe there. Yo, Conditions, what's up? Welcome to the stream. There's another fast one here, F. This one is a Western Digital Black 770. These ones are even cheaper, but they're also really fast. These ones are like 5,500 megabits a second or something, right? So a spinning disk hard drive is like between 150 and 250 megabits per second. SSDs are like between 300 and 500 megabits per second. These NVMEs are in the thousands, 5,000, 7,000. They are fast. And if you do like a benchmark on them, they do live up to the benchmark. I'm just going over these, my task manager here, it's a little show and tell on this new one. But here's an old SSD. These are the older Gen 970 Evo. These are still great SSDs. They're still very fast, faster than SSDs. They will load your operating system and your games very fast. But that's one I had in my old computer, which is back there. And I put it in here because it's still got my files on it. Prometheus and a bunch of stuff is on that one. Ethernet, look at this. Network nerds. I got a Mellanox Connect X3. God knows how old those are, but it's a 10 gigabyte adapter, and it's a cheap 10 gigabit adapter. I just put them in all the computers. This motherboard came with 2.5 gig Ethernet, so I put the Mellanox in there, and that just flips it to 10 gig. I have the PCI slots for it, so I thought, why not? Put 10, it's cheap 10 gig in there. Yeah, we're gonna play some WoW tonight. Conditions. I'm actually 3K Resto Druid on Darkspear. So you want to talk about old school WoW? You want to go back in time? Old school Darkspear. I'm still on Darkspear healing 3K Resto Druid on Darkspear right now. Yeah, Pog. Yeah, exactly. But here's something exciting. I have 2 GPUs. One is the Intel Graphics 770, which that would be Intel's newest, CPU, GPU. What is it? What do they call it? I don't know. Hardware, whatever. Whatever Intel calls their on-chip GPU architecture. And then we've got the NVIDIA RTX, and there's a 4070 in here. And this is for streaming. This is a stream GPU. Not so much a gaming or a 3D rendering. I think maybe the 4080 and the 4090 is gonna crunch a lot more 3D and probably a lot more gaming. But they're not gonna stream any better than the 4070 will. So I would put the 4070s. I would shoot for the 4070s if you guys are gonna get a 4000. Save your bones, get a 4070 because the 5000 series is right around the corner, and you're gonna want one of those. You're gonna be like, oh shit, I spent all of my life savings on a 4090, and now the 5000 series is out, and then now you're gonna have to go to the bank and ask your mom for more money for a 5090 now. Don't do that. Just get a 4070 and be a man. Okay. So you don't have to ask your mom for money. That's my advice. So there's a task manager. What do you guys think? Got any questions about that one? We'll talk about it more. We were talking about the P cores and the E cores. Look at it. If you can tell me what the hell it's doing right there, I would like to know. I think I already know it's just doing some P core stuff. But check out Cinema. So I'm flying a drone, right? And I just like casually like flying my drone. And I was like, you know what? Because I go to the park, with the kids. I take the kids to the park. So like right now I'm at the park. Well, I mean, not right now. Right now I'm sitting in my chair. But in the footage, I'm flying from the park. And I just did a little, tour of the neighborhood. And now I'm coming back in. I'm going to do a shot. And coming down nice and slow. Of course, I'm being a noob here because I'm moving the camera all around. That's what your urge is. Like when you're flying a drone, your urge is to look all around because everything looks so cool. So you're just like, look left, look right, look up and down. But when you do that, it makes the footage looks terrible. So you're supposed to keep it steady. And I did for the most part, but I made some little micro adjustments here. And then I fly right over like that. And there I am standing down there under those trees, hanging out with the kids. That's me in my red pants. Those are like, what do they call them? Anyway, there's some red pajama pants. But look how nice that track is. It's not too bad. And then I put this square there just to test to make sure that the track was okay. Make sure I flattened it out so that it matches. It looks like it matches pretty good. And then if I render it, this is all a test, by the way. So if my computer like blows up while I try to render this, I would deserve it because Cinema 4D will take all the CPU. All those P cores and E cores will go to like 100 when I try to render. But let me see what I have as the settings here. Oh, I'm just using the standard render engine. It'll be fine. I'm not using any crazy GPU based rendering, so it'll work. So if I click just to like a preview, then there's the square and it just kind of like, it just renders without any, you can't tell. It's basically like the way I designed this was it's got the footage as a background and it's also got the footage as a sky object. So I make the footage itself the sky and I can illuminate the sky and make it brighter or darker. Let me just like try jacking it up just to see what it looks like. When I put it really high, okay, so it just kind of blows out the exposure. Let me lower it a little bit. Yeah, so I can kind of play with this value to find the perfect illumination if I wanted to. But I think what it's doing is it's getting some greens and browns from the environment, and it's not even using like an HDRI 360 degree sky. What is this music I'm playing, by the way? I have a bunch of new music on here, so you might hear some weird stuff. I'm just gonna play all this new music, and whatever comes out, and I'll change it if it gets too bad. Just let me know. But it's not even like a proper 360 thing. It's just using the footage itself as the sky illumination. It's done completely manually. It's not automatic or anything at all. I just threw that in there and it seems to work. And then the other thing that is important are the shadows. So I tried to do the shadows. I think I can do better, but I have one light object here. And if I go away from the camera, you can see I do have a light. If you can even tell, you can kind of see it there. And I position the light so that it shines on the square, on the cube. And it should push a shadow kind of like this. We got the golden hour shadows going across that field right there. So I put the light down low so that it would push a shadow down. And it's really not that aggressive. It's quite subtle. So I think if you really wanted to make it perfect, you gotta go in there and like mess with the shadows and stuff. Like if I increase the shadow, see now it's black. Oh, now it's too black, so. Using Cinema 4D's standard render engine, it's probably not going to cut it. We're going to have to go to like Redshift or to my favorite, Arnold. What do people use for Cinema 4D? People also like Octane. Octane is expensive though. It's really not that expensive for what you get. But I never bought Octane. I should have bought it a long time ago and maybe secured a license for it when it was cheaper, but I don't know what Octane's licensing is like, and I never jumped on that train. I do, however, use Arnold, which in some cases might be even better. It is better if you're doing CPU rendering. If you're doing a render farm, I think Arnold is a lot more render farm friendly. So I don't know how to do this in Arnold though. That'll be like a study for me to figure that out. But with the built-in render engine, it's super easy. I can even flip it to the physical engine and see what it does. Yeah. One thing that's gotten a lot better in Cinema 4D, I noticed in the new versions, is denoising. So noise has been such like a problem for 3D rendering. And you have to denoise. And maybe Cinema 4D has been particularly bad. I think some other rendering engines handle noise a lot better. But you get this very physically accurate rendering. It's not bad. There's nothing wrong with Cinema 4D. It's actually very, very good. But it takes a long time to render a noiseless 3D until now. Now you just hit the denoiser, you can do a fast render, and then just let the denoiser clear up all the noise for you. So you can save hours and hours and hours of render time. Now there's a limit to how much you can use the denoiser. Okay, you can't just cut corners for free. Like, if you can fuck it up, like if you denoise too much or you don't spend enough time rendering, then you get all this weird blubbery flicker, you know, like there's these chunks of light and dark patches that look super, super bad because they just need more time to render. But with this kind of stuff, like when you're doing the tracking and you're just gonna like do a quick 3D into an actual scene, like into a drone footage or into regular camera footage, you don't need like long rendering. It just renders almost instantly, to be honest. I could do this in 4K and it would probably just take a few minutes to bang out all the frames. But I think that looks so cool. What should we put in there? Like, should we put our World of Warcraft characters in there? Should we put our Minecraft characters in there? You know, for the kids, I could put their Roblox characters in there. I did that one time, and just for a home video, you know, kids playing in the backyard, I put their Roblox characters back there with them, and that freaked them out first time they saw that. And so, you know, if you're doing a family video and you're just going to the park with family or something, you could put something in there they like. And if they like video games, it could be a 3D video game thing, which is pretty cool. Could put like a giant. Could you imagine Prometheus as a giant standing right in the middle of the park and the drones just circling it? That's something I would do. I would do something like that. But I love tracking, and here's good news and bad news. Good news is tracking obviously is getting a lot more sophisticated, and you even have real-time tracking like in iPhones and Samsungs. You have these mobile apps, especially the iPhones, because they use lasers. You know, they've got the LiDAR. They've had LiDAR for a long time since, you know, how many versions of iPhones have had LiDAR? Like all of them, as far as I can remember. I don't use iPhones, so I don't remember back that far, but I know that the LiDAR is like probably one of the defining features of an iPhone itself. It's got amazing laser, and it always has. So, now with that, you get all of this AR and all these cool apps that are doing real-time tracking, and then you also have like Apple's new Vision Pro, which Marcelo, he was here earlier. He's probably tabbed out, you know, doing whatever he's doing on Friday night, but he probably has his Vision Pros on right now, and he got one of those, and they're amazing. Obviously, the most sophisticated LiDAR laser AR tracking platform in the world, I would think, is probably the new Vision Pro by far, I would imagine. Until like Samsung or somebody else, some Chinese company comes and ninjas the idea, you know, I'm sure that's right around the corner. There's going to be something just as good or better, you know, right around the corner. But that point I'm trying to make is that is not this. Like, that is real time and it's really fast and stuff. This kind of tracking is slow. It's like pixel based, one frame after the other, and then it has to solve the camera and stuff. Like, this is like the old way. Which one's better? I don't know. I think it depends on what you're doing. I think if you're doing cinema and you're making videos and you're doing like 4K, you know, 8K videos and stuff, then you probably have to use a tracking system like this, right? I don't think the Apple toys are gonna be able to do it, but maybe they can. I would like to see that. I love tracking. I would love to save some time on this workflow. But with this workflow, I mean, you get the points. I mean, you're creating a 3D world. So we can now take this into After Effects or some other editor and then do like a whole bunch of stuff with it. What should I do? I don't know. This is the kind of stuff that we used to stream all the time on Twitch, you know, but we would actually be making something, not Park Day videos, but it would be like World of Warcraft footage and 3D names. You know, when somebody subscribed, we would render the name in 3D and stuff. It'd be stuff like that, not stuff like this, but this is also pretty fun. So that's all I wanted to show. It's not really much, but some 3D stuff. We could talk more about it too, if people are remembering the old 3D days. You know what, from this far back, when I render it, that cube looks totally like something at the park. You know, obviously the closer you get it, will start looking stupid because it's just a cube. There's no texture on it. It's just a 3D cube, and the color is just coming from whatever fake lighting that that the sky sees. And the sky is just the same footage, just a sky object. So it'll illuminate anything. I can make the background go away. How do I make the background go away? Oh yeah, there it is. So now it's just, you know, that's just like the plane is projecting the footage that's underneath it, and that's kind of like a ghetto shadow catcher. So there's like a proper way to do shadow catching, but I can never get it to work as well. Like when I do it this way and then I take it into After Effects like that, it seems to always work better than using like the crappy shadow catchers that are out there. But it also depends on the render engine. I think if you were using Redshift or Arnold, then you could go in and take like the ambient occlusion layers and some of the shadow layers, and it would be more proper. But using the standard render engine, the shadow catcher never works right. So I do the poor man's shadow catcher there, I think is what that is. But it works. That's just the plane, and then the cube is just the cube. Absolutely no textures or anything on the cube. It's just a plain cube. It's gray. You know. So let's check out. Let me close that. I don't have anything cool really to show. Well, maybe there's one. I'll show you one more thing that I thought was kind of cool. There was a render I did last night. Like it was late at night. I was going to bed, and I had a 360 degree. What do they call it? Like orthomosaic. 360 horizontal, 180 vertical, and you can like, these are like images like Google Maps would have. You can even upload these to Google Maps, and then it'll like, you can look at the world and all the way around. But the drone makes these. The DJI drones just kind of have it built in. You just press one button, it'll start taking pictures all the way around, and then it'll stitch it into one big picture. So what is this? It's almost nothing. It's literally just like the raw image with just a sphere sitting there. But what makes this one special is this one is using the Arnold render engine. And so I saved it just because I thought it looked like some weird abstract thing. You know, I was really just playing with the lighting. I was trying to do this study on Arnold and sky objects and like, you know, sky environmental lighting to see if Arnold could do the same thing that I was doing with the standard render engine. And I haven't got it to do exactly what I want it to do yet, but it is getting there. But just as an example, look at this. Just to see what this scene is. It's literally nothing. It's two planes, one like 90 degrees and one flat. And then it's just that image projected onto those things. And then a sphere just kind of sitting there, right there in the middle. And the sphere also doesn't have any special texture to it. It's just reflective. And so it's reflecting its environment. And that's it. That's all it is. And that's how I was testing. And then the settings I was used to test are, here's Arnold with some very modest render settings. I mean, it renders almost instantly, and it's outputting at 4K. And that's what this image is right here. It's just a doodle. I think I might have even named it Doodle somewhere. But that sphere looks super cool. The drone picture's like, that's also cool and whatever, but this sphere is like tripping me out, man. It's pretty cool. This farm was pretty cool too. We went to this farm for Halloween. Not on Halloween, but like before Halloween, just to check out like their pumpkin patch and stuff. And then they had some like weird mazes and stuff. So the drone thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, it's the only other 3D. Pretty lame because I haven't been doing much 3D stuff. I don't do much 3D stuff anymore, but I gotta get in there. You gotta go into Cinema 4D and practice. You gotta move around, practice the navigation. That's what's tough. Like in Blender, I still have not mastered the navigation. When I go into Blender, I'm like completely lost. But in Cinema 4D, I can play Cinema 4D like I play video games. Like I know the navigation. I can travel around in 3D, in the 3D space, and get the work done. Click on stuff and make things look how I want them to look for the most part. I got pretty good with Cinema 4D, but I'm no master. That's for sure. It would be very difficult to master this program. There's just so much you can do. Like, you can do like about anything, I think, in here if you're good enough with it. And it's not easy, but it's not supposed to be easy. That's the point. All right, let's switch over to some games then. I had to do a quick Cinema 4D. Maybe we'll come back and play some more Cinema 4D later if we have some ideas. I would like to make something. I would like to make something in Cinema 4D. Well, Aperture said earlier, the one that's starting to compete with 10 gig networks. Wait a minute. Let me see here. Hold on here. Shit, I just saw that message, but we were talking earlier about the MVMEs, and I think the MVMEs are going to be way faster than 10 gig networks. So an MVME can saturate a 10 gig network no problem, right? Because 10 gig is like 1,000-ish megabits a second. It's not 10,000. We're not talking. There's megabits, megabytes. It's 1,000 megabytes, right? Megabits. Why am I getting that? Why am I getting dyslexic on the bits bytes all of a sudden? But if you look at the transfer speeds, the MVMEs are faster than a 10 gig network. So here's the deal. A spinning disk hard drive can saturate a 1 gig network connection. And spinning disk hard drives are slow. They're like 150 to 300 megabit a second. Megabytes a second. Capital MB. So you'll get like 100 to 115 megabyte per second on a 1 gig Ethernet. So you can saturate that with a spinning disk hard drive. 10 gig. You can't even saturate a 10 gig network connection with an SSD. But with an NVMe, you can go up to like 25, 50 gig, maybe even approaching 100 gig Ethernet. So that's the deal, guys, on network speeds and drive speeds. That's one of the reasons that I needed a 10 gig, at least a 10 gig network from this computer to the rest of my network and to the file servers and the NAS and stuff like that. All of that is 10 gig. All of my server connections are, basically what I've done is I've built my network to recapitulate a lot of the hardware that you might see in a data center, because I use the data centers to provide stream services, right? For all of the streamers that are doing desktop streaming and IRL streaming, use my servers and data centers to stream to enhance their stream and to earn more revenue and to all that stuff. So I have all of those servers on the data center. I can just play with their 10 gig and 25 gig and 100 gig and all that, whatever they've whatever they have. And they have all that. You can pay for whatever network you want. So, but here's how I think of it. Why do I want to pay the data center and give them money? Why not invest in my own hardware in my own lab, right? So we use the data centers and we use those services as much as we need, but for testing and development, I think the biggest development, the biggest achievements, the most productivity that I've had has been internally on my own 10 gig networks. And obviously you need all 10 gigs, to dev. So it's not just about having like super fast network. I don't know if 10 gig is super fast. It's probably super fast to the average network. Most people don't have more than a gig network. Even most prosumers and developers and don't have 10 gig. Only geeks have 10 gig because you have to actively go out and find the 10 gig parts and you have to buy them and order them. You have to look on eBay, for 10 gig equipment and stuff to build your 10 gig network, because 10 gig is not built into standard consumer devices. Like if you get internet from Comcast or Cox or the major internet service providers, 10 gigabit does not exist on any of those consumer facing products. You even barely see 2.5 gig in the consumer market right now. So if you do go and buy a new Netgear Wi-Fi router on Amazon, or a set of Orbeez or something, I don't even know if the Orbeez have 2.5. I assume they do, but that kind of stuff. TP links, some consumer shit that you might, that's like number one on Amazon routers. Even they barely are starting to have like 2.5 gig. They don't have 10 gig. You got to go to China for 10 gig stuff. Pretty sure. AliExpress. There are some things on Amazon. You can get 10 gig stuff on Amazon, and there is MikroTik. I do have a couple of, actually I have quite a few MikroTiks in my garage. All 10 gig MikroTik stuff. But you're seeing more than just MikroTik come out with 10 gig now. You'll see it like in Unify switches and stuff. But those are so expensive. Oh, who would buy a 10 gig Unify switch? I know a lot of people are getting 10 gig Unify switches and network devices, but please no, not for me. Like, you could literally buy like 2 or 3 really good 10 gig switches for the price of one mediocre Unify switch. I do like Unify Wi-Fi though. I will stick with the Unify Wi-Fi. Some people say that some of the other Wi-Fi can sometimes perform a little better. I don't believe it, but I've heard some people talk about like the Netgears or like some of the Orbeez showing a faster speed on their iPhone. But I don't think that's true. First of all, I don't think that's true. And then also, the Unify stuff, it just is so scalable. It's so easy to manage and so user-friendly to manage. And then its scalability makes it unmatched. So there's a million Orbeez is not going to compare to, I think, solid Unify, especially for streaming too. So any of you guys, if you're ever struggling with Wi-Fi, come talk to Papa Psynaps, because I can actually improve the quality of your life when it comes to Wi-Fi. Because I was in a dark place for most of my life when it came to Wi-Fi and Ethernet. It was a dark world until I discovered the Unity Wi-Fi. All of a sudden, my world got a lot brighter. Like, I was actually, for the first time in my life, happy with Wi-Fi. After I got but you gotta get a bunch of Unifies. You can't, if you get one, you're gonna still be sad. You might be a little bit happier with one Unify. But the road to Wi-Fi happiness, and don't get me wrong, Wi-Fi still sucks. This is not like Wi-Fi can actually make you happy. No, Wi-Fi still sucks. Even Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7, it's getting better, but it's getting better. But anyway, you got to get a bunch of them. Like, if you get a whole bunch of those Unify little saucer pucks and you spread them out all over your house, they work so amazingly. That's what you're supposed to do, and that's why Unify are assholes, because you have to literally buy like 3 or 4 or 5 of them before it really gets really good, because they're very short range, which is good for interference, and it's good for roaming. So they're excellent at reducing interference, and they're excellent at roaming, but that's because they're deaf. They're so deaf. And it makes them good at that one thing. It makes them high density because they're so deaf. And I was frustrated at first. I was like, sorry, I'm going on a rant here, by the way, but I was super frustrated with Unify Wi-Fi at first, because I was like, what is this crap? They're deaf, which means you can't go very far before they lose signal. At least the nanos are pretty deaf. Some of the other ones are not as deaf. You know, they're not all deaf, but their main high density ones are deaf as deaf can be. But that's why they're high density. See, I call it deaf. They're radio deaf, which means they have short range, which is also good for interference. They reduce interference. And I was like, fuck this, that sucks. And they market it as high density, which means you can pack in a lot of users into a very small space and have them all using Wi-Fi all at the same time. And the hardware can handle that, you know, so they're high density but low range. And then if you take that concept and you scale it out, well, you put an access point in every room practically, so that each user kind of has their own, or each room at least has its own. And as users travel through the rooms, they easily roam to the access point. Then all of a sudden it becomes awesome. And it's like, finally, after like discovering that, I was finally happy with Wi-Fi the first time in my life. So there's my Wi-Fi story, coming from a true nerd. Only a true nerd would have a Wi-Fi story like that. It's pretty hardcore, I would say. Let's check out some World of Warcraft. Let me see if I can, let me see if it's gonna play. Fingers crossed. Yo, Faye, yo, what's up? You haven't seen me in years? Well, I haven't seen you in years. I was just gonna try and launch WoW. Let's see if it'll, I have a new monitor. It's like new resolution, new HDR, new everything. So I'm like testing it out. Yeah. It popped up right away. So my stream is 1080. But my monitor is set to 1440p. which is like in between 1080 and 4K. I really held back on the 4K. Like, I was gonna get a nice 4K, and I was like, whoa, hold on. I don't know if I know anybody who's like happy with a 4K monitor, so I'm gonna go with a 1440p, and just get a really good 1440p monitor for streaming and gaming, because I didn't know if I'd be shooting myself in the foot with 4K. I always hear people bitching about their 4K monitors, they're having a hard time streaming and gaming and stuff, and I'm like, I never have any of those problems, so I didn't want to have any of those problems, so I got the 1440, and it's so much better. Oh, it's so much better. So we will definitely, get some 4K, but I don't think we even need like 4K. Like, what can you do with a 4K that you can't do with 1440p right now? Right now, I'm not talking about tomorrow, I'm talking about today. So, and then, hey, look, I'll have like a 4K monitor and a few 1440p monitors. That'll be cool. The next gen GPUs come out, should be fine. So I'm okay with that. Oh yeah, you got the auto-generated sub background? Fateless? Yes, I remember. And I save them all too. I've got them somewhere on my drives. You know what? I opened up Cinema 4D tonight, actually, earlier in the stream. Before I launched WoW, I popped open Cinema 4D just to like show some tracking, and I did some tracking of drone footage. It wasn't game footage. I was just like flying the drone around the park when I was playing with the kids and stuff at the park. And I was like, you know what? Let's try and track this drone footage and see how that goes. Anyway, it went pretty good. And I'm also testing this new PC. It's a new i9. So I wanted to use my old Cinema 4D workflow on the new hardware, just to like see if it seemed like super fast. And it's definitely fast. Would it be as fast as like the new AMD CPU? I don't think so. I think Intel, even the new i9s, are still behind AMD when it comes to CPU power. Intel is winning though when it comes to gaming FPS. So like if you watch, like Linus Tech Tips or who are some of the other ones, there's a whole bunch of them, right? A whole bunch of YouTubers that will go in depth and review the hardware and do some benchmarks, and they'll test games and FPS and game performance and CPU performance and everything. And you'll see Intel kind of leading the way when it comes to FPS. But when it comes to like Cinema 4D style rendering, where like you need every core and you use the full power of the CPU, then AMD is still crushing. Like a 2 or 3 year old AMD is still beating Intel's CPU that just came out last quarter of 2023. So the CPU that I have right now came out in like November or something. It's only a couple of months old, and I thought that it would be the fastest, but 2-year-old AMDs are still beating the CPU. But not when it comes to game FPS. The single core clock speeds are the fastest on the new Intels. And I kind of wanted to check that out. We also looked at the very beginning of the stream, we also looked at P-core and E-core of the CPU, just to see how it does this weird stuff with the P-cores. Like, you can look at it in the task manager and see what it's doing. Like, what the fuck is it even doing? Here, I'll pull up the task manager right now. See, there it is. It's doing that. Oh wait, you can't see it. Let me switch to this view. Okay. So you see this? Those top ones are the P-cores. And you can see it's like, it's not doing it now because I alt-tabbed out of the game. But, and look at the speed. The clock speed is like over 5 gigahertz. And I'm underclocking it. I actually turned down the power of the Intel and turned down the clock. And it'll still just like be chilling out at 5 gigahertz. But when it goes into the game, then those single cores take up all the power, and it'll go up almost all the way up to 6 gigahertz. It won't go that high because I underclock it. I only let it get up to like 5.5 or 5.7 gigahertz-ish. The reason I did that is because it was getting too hot. It'd go straight to 100C and just flatline there. It'd just go to 100C and just throttle itself and stay at exactly 100C. I'd be checking my email at 100C. Like, these new Intels are nuts. I'm like, what the fuck? It's not like your old school PC builds. It's different. These new Intels are weird, to be honest. They just run at 100C, just like by default. They come that way stock. Like Intel's like, we're not worried that it runs at 100C. Like we don't care what cooler you buy. It'll just throttle itself when it hits 100C and just stay there. You know, it doesn't matter what kind of water cooling you have. I have a 360 what's it called? A 360 water cooling, AIO water cooler. And so that's 3 120 millimeter fans. You know, it's the long boy. And it still will flatline at 100 degrees C even with the big water cooler, which is like, which blows my mind, you know. It's like, how much more water cooling do I have to do to get it down?
All prices here are reasonable.
Here's something to check out. Look at this. 3K Mythic. You want to do some 3K Mythics tonight? Let's do it right now. Let's do it right now. I have not been able to time much this week. This week is really hard. Last time I streamed, we were in a pretty hard week. We were in a push week, and I just like failed every single mythic that I did on stream. It was embarrassing, to be honest. Tonight's probably gonna be the same way, I think. But off stream, I was able to push through it. I kept trying and trying. Like on the stream, I was like, okay, guys, I'm not giving up. I'm gonna keep going in. It was like, let's see, which one was it? Which one was the hard one? Not Throne. Throne was actually hard. I couldn't get past Throne for a while. Everbloom. So I had a really tough time in Everbloom this one week. But I didn't stop running it. I should have just ran anything else other than Everbloom. But my personality is like, if I can't do it, I don't give up. I just keep trying. So I kept trying and trying, kept failing and failing and failing over and over. And then finally off stream, I nailed it and I was like, okay, whew, I'm done with Everbloom. I got the points I needed, so I just moved on. But tonight's going to be like similar, I think, because there's some hard ones I've been having a hard time getting past, but I'm going to try it again. But Fately says, so the app you made to create sub backgrounds is long gone? No, I didn't say that. No, not at all. I was just in the app tonight. That's what I was talking about earlier in the stream. I was playing with the same app that I used to do sub backgrounds, but I wasn't doing game footage. I was doing drone footage. I was doing tracking and stuff. So no, I still have it, but a lot of my resources, they're not long gone, but they are compressed. Like they're put away. A lot of my old 3D stuff is put away because I'm not really, I'm not doing it. Now I'm focused on streaming now, on stream technology, helping streamers get live, and then helping streamers have the best quality streams in the world based on technology I created and technology that I write in code and platforms that I have created, that I provide out for all kinds of streamers, not just Twitch streamers, but broadcasters as well, professional broadcast teams and companies that do some broadcasts and stuff, like big companies. We talk to guys at Apple, Blizzard, for example, the Blizzard music team, the guys that make music for Blizzard games like World of Warcraft and Overwatch and stuff. They will use my stream technology sometimes to stream internally at Blizzard. They need to send a feed from one office to the other feed in like super high quality. And so that's what I do all right now, and I haven't had much time to do rendering and stuff like that. And it's a lot of fun. It's I love it so much. I love working in the streaming industry. And Twitch streamers use my tech as well, and some of my tech is most popular in the IRL space, where if you see people streaming outdoors, I invented a technology and a workflow that lets streamers run their alerts and run their overlays outdoors and never get disconnected, so they can stay live outdoors and still get like sub trains and hype trains and alerts and all that kind of stuff. So if you've ever seen an IRL stream that has that stuff, that's this guy's original invention. And that blew up, and a lot of people using that, and that's kind of what happened. That's why I didn't stream as much, because it got difficult, because that blew up. And I felt like I couldn't stream myself coding that. Because what was happening was other people were trying to copy the technology. They were like, hey, that's cool. I think I can do that too. And then they were trying to copy the tech. And so I felt like I couldn't stream it, because when I was streaming it, there was just like, you know, I don't know how to put it in nice words other than to say these, you know, there's a bunch of leeches out there copying. And it wasn't nice. Like when I do art, and we're doing 3D art, and we're doing World of Warcraft 3D and stuff, and other editors want to like try to copy my style and stuff. To be honest, I'm flattered. You know, other editors will be like, hey, how did you do that? And then they'll try to do it in their own videos. But it'll never be like when I did it, because artists, we all have our own kind of style. You know, like you can use my methods. Like I can teach you Cinema 4D, and I can be like, okay, this is how you do 3D tracking, and this is how you set up lights, and I'll teach you how to do it, encourage you to do it. And then you go on and do it. And I don't feel like somebody copied me when I do that. I feel like I'm just teaching. But when it came to the stream tech and having like an original invention, then it wasn't like that. I was providing as a service, and I wasn't giving it like as a free tutorial, but people were taking it like it was a free tutorial. They would take, you know, I feel like it was a yoink. And I was like, hey, I don't like the way that feels. You know, that feels different when it comes to code and it comes to like intellectual property and stuff. And so I didn't want to stream it, and so I started streaming a little bit less, because I was spending so much time working on that technology, because so many people were relying on me. Like people's livelihoods were relying on me to develop that stream tech, because their whole streams and their whole communities and stuff were running completely on my tech. And if my tech didn't work, they couldn't stream. Like it was getting to that point, and it still is most certainly today, even more so today that way. But by today, I'm really good at it. So I can be here streaming myself, and all of my platforms are just working because they just work. Like I don't have to do anything. Like, you know, I just have to make sure that I maintain them, and then I add new technology to them. You know, when I'm not live, I'm working on new technology and stuff like that. So you're lead software engineer at your company, or it's one of the first to do touch events on mobile devices when it was newish, like 12 years ago. Your words aren't lost on me. Yeah, nice. Of course. Yeah. If you did software engineering, then I think you certainly understand some of that stuff, and how dev is like much different than, you know, like art and stuff like that. But we do some really serious dev. And I'm not like a classically trained developer. You know, I've never taken a class in dev or programming at all. You know, YouTube is my classroom. If I need to know something, I just go and you know, look up what other devs are talking about, or I'll just figure it out myself. So that's how I am. But that's how I am anyway. You know, I just because remember, I was a teacher too. You know, I'm a PhD and I taught at college. You know, as a professor, and I'm a lifelong learner and a lifelong teacher. And one of the things I learned about teaching and learning is that this is not the Matrix. You don't plug your head into the Matrix. Remember Neo, the first time when he jacked in, you know, in Matrix 1, where they plugged him in, he's like, you know, he's laid down in the chair and they plug him in. And then he's just like laying there, and then all of a sudden like shit starts happening. And he's like, I know Kung Fu. You know, just like that. They put in the little Kung Fu tape and he's like, I know Kung Fu. Like, that's not what learning is like. That's our fantasy of learning. Like one day I believe it could be that way. We could just download it directly into our brain. But no, we learn. Your Kung Fu master doesn't just download Kung Fu to you. You know, all they do is they guide you through the process. You learn yourself. You go and you go out there and you learn everything. And that includes everything that we learn and stuff. No teacher just downloads it to your brain. And so what you realize is that you don't even need a teacher at all to begin with. You know, so you don't need a college course or to take a formal course. A course can be it can be a nice structure to learning. Like if you're completely fucking clueless, you know, and you need like beginner something. Okay, so a teacher can give you the technique, can show you how to hold a tennis racket, how to hold a golf club, you know, because if you go and hold a golf club like a baseball bat, you can golf, but it's not going to be as good as if you hold it correctly. You do your luck and then you learn that way. This feels funny to do the golf grip. It feels really fucking funny the first time you do it, but after you learn, then you find out you get the power in that grip, you know. And if a teacher didn't tell you that one thing, you might have never kind of figured it out on your own, and not as good. So teachers are necessary. Teachers are supplementary, let's say, but they're not necessary. A PhD and professor? Yeah, that's what I did before the streaming, before all the 3D art and stuff like that. I did a PhD in biomedical sciences with a specialization in neuroscience. I'm supposed to be, what I was being trained to do was to be a tenured faculty professor, because that's what my goal was. That's what I did my training in. But guess what happened? While I was doing that, and I was going up the ladder in my career and career progression, the closer I got to tenure, the less I wanted it. And I discovered that I could teach so many more people online. And I thought it was more important to be here, to be doing this, than to be in the lab chasing papers. And I thought, because in science, you know, in academia, when you publish a paper or when you apply for funding, you have to talk about impact. The impact of your research is important. If you ask for money, it's going to have impact. Impact means how many lives are you going to save by researching this drug or by researching this gene? You know, if it's a biology, you know, and you're researching genetics. We did a lot of neurogenetics. So it's like, okay, so you write this big grant and you write this paper about how a gene is important for health, how this understanding this gene is going to help us develop drugs to save lives. That's impact. And I was doing all that, and I was getting funding, and we were getting a lot of funding, and we were publishing a lot of papers, and we understood what impact was in academia and science. But then I saw the impact of live streaming to the masses, the impact of videos for education, for learning. I could teach myself coding just watching other people do it, like on YouTube and stuff. And that, to me, was impact. It was a bigger impact than I'd ever seen, even with all the stuff we were doing in biology. Yeah, we were making drugs and we were writing the playbook on neurogenetics and, you know, and stuff like this. But you could not feel the lives you were saving, nor did you ever know maybe you will save some lives one day. it was too far away. But the impact of teaching and live was so much more acute. It was so much more present, you know. And it wasn't like we're betting on if a drug will work maybe one day in the future or just maybe not. We're just like spending lots and lots of government money, throwing away lots of pipette tips, and chopping off a lot of poor little mouse heads. I was feeling, as the higher and higher up I got, I felt the impact less and less and less, and only 1 or 2 students per semester were really interested. There was only a few geeks like me, you know, but on the internet, hundreds, thousands of people that want to learn, not just 1 or 2. We're talking about hundreds or thousands. That's impact. So that's a little story about impact and why someone would choose a more impactful career over, you know, like a scientific and academic career. I would like to circle back though, because I think, you know, academia and science, I think they need me. I think they need, you know, they need help. So I want to help. I want to go back and take everything that I've learned and take what I've learned about technology and bring it back to academia and science. I think that would be a cool, like, I think that would be a cool circle back to do. But sorry about the ads, guys. If you're getting ads, like, it's pretty broken. I would say Twitch is very, very broken when it comes to ads. Please, I can't really apologize for Twitch. All I can do is like just let you know that I hate the ads, and they're pretty fucked. They're like super mega fucked. Streamers tell me they like the ads. I really don't believe them though. I think they're just saying that because they're afraid Twitch is gonna like retaliate on them or something. Ads suck, Twitch. I would say just knock it off, honestly. Like all ads. Here, I got one for you. This happened today. I was thinking about ads just today. My son, the little baby one, I have a few of them. One is a little baby. And he is like, I don't know, like 14 months. 14 months? No, maybe 16. I don't know. He is some number of months. He's older than 1 year old, but less than 2 years old. So a tiny baby. It's like a toddler. Not a tiny baby. Less than 1 years old is probably like a tiny baby. But more than 1 years old is probably just a toddler. So he's a little tiny baby toddler, and he doesn't really speak, but he has many words and phrases that he can say. And they're very funny and cute, some of the things he says. Well, we let him watch the tablet sometimes because there's some nice shows on YouTube and stuff that are for kids that have music, you know, numbers and ABCs and stuff. So, you know, there's some funny, cute songs that are very easy and very simple that are just for kids. And so we'll let him watch those, and he loves those. And, you know, and then some of them go along with like the books he reads and stuff too. So like you read the book and then you can watch the YouTube video that has songs and stuff. But so I'll get to the point. The point is YouTube will play ads on kids' videos. Kids' videos do very well on YouTube. They get lots of views because kids watch them over and over and over again. So of course they stuff ads in there. And he will bring the tablet to me, you know, when we'll let him, you know, play a few songs, and he'll pick up the tablet and he'll bring it to me and he'll give me the tablet and he'll say, "Oh no," when an ad comes on. And it's like it's broken. He wants me to fix it because he wants me to press that little skip ad button to skip the ad. And so it kind of made me think a little bit. I thought I hated ads just because maybe I'm just a hater or something, and I try to look in the mirror and just imagine it's just me that hates ads. But when I watch my son as a kid, he doesn't know yet. I haven't taught him that ads are bad. He doesn't even know what ads are. He just thinks his show is broken when an ad comes on. He's like, it's broken. He comes to me all sad. He wants me to fix it. And then I do by skipping the ad. And he has taught me something. It's not just me. Ads are broken. They're not supposed to be in a video feed. They're not supposed to be in a live stream. We need to remove all ads from happening. There can't be a disruption when you're watching a show or a live stream. You cannot have an ad just happen in the middle of the stream. You know, that's broken, and it's something that we need to fix. And it shouldn't take, you know, a doctor like me or a little baby like my son to remind us that ads are not okay, you know, for live streams and for in the middle of videos. You can't have them in the middle. I would say, like, put them at the end, at the beginning. As long as, I think ads could play at the start of the stream, not when the viewer starts watching, not that. At the start of when the streamer starts the stream, you can play ads for like maybe the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But then after that, no more ads, not once through the entire program should there be an ad. So what do you think about that? Vote for Psynaps for president? Should I do 2024? Is it too late to sign up for 2024 or no? Is there like some cutoff of when you can run for president for 2024? I don't know. Ads turn me away instantly. They're broken. Now, Twitch will say stuff, you know, YouTube and Twitch and other companies will say stuff like, we can't run the business without ads, or how the monetization and all that works. That's no excuse to me. That's like an excuse like a child would come up with, you know, oh, we can't do it because that's how our budget works. Well, now I'm going to be Papa Psynaps. I'm going to be Daddy Psynaps, and I'm going to tell you that doesn't mean you can, that just because you need ads to play that doesn't mean you can just go and play ads. No, figure it out. Figure out a different way and do that. And then like a little kid will be like, but that's how it works. Like we can't, our platform won't work without the ads. And then Daddy says, if you want to run your platform, you fucking figure it out. That's how you do it. What do you got to do? Do you got to like change the platform a little bit? Then that's what you do. So that's my stance on it. I'm kind of extreme, but listen, every time an ad plays on my stream, it breaks my heart. Every single time. So, and you know why? I think because my content is, I think it's good. Like we're actually having a conversation. We're engaged in a conversation. Streamers who don't care about ads, that's because their content is, I don't want to judge other people's content, but that means it's crap. Okay. If you can take an ad in your stream and it doesn't disrupt your stream, that means you don't have any exciting content on your stream, because you could just play ads on your stream. Think about that, streamers. Okay, I'm being extreme. I'm not saying you have a bad stream and that you're a bad creator, because there's plenty of creators that have way more viewers than I do. They have 1,000, 10,000, maybe even 30,000 concurrent viewers, and they like ads. They'll run ads. And so I'm telling them, this is like an existential streamer idea. If your stream can have an ad in the middle and it's okay and it doesn't disrupt your content, that means your content is not that great. But that's different for my content. See, a single ad can disrupt my content, which means like we have a conversation, like we have an engaging content. There's something here to disrupt, and I hate it. And I would definitely, just like viruses, one thing I hate in this world is viruses. I want to kill them. I want to eliminate them all. That's a real threat though. Like viruses actually like kill people and hurt people. Like I want to kill them, you know, in self-defense. I don't need self-defense against ads. It's not the same thing. But if I could eliminate one thing in this world to make it better, it would be ads. And I would just tell people, you don't need ads. I don't need ads. I run a stream company, and I don't need a single ad. I don't pay for ads. I don't buy ads. Advertisers don't pay me. There's no advertising necessary. I provide a service that makes people lots and lots of money, and no ads are involved. So I think everybody can do that. The bigger streamers are speaking to everyone and no one. Yeah, I can't do that. Like, I mean, if somebody, there's some big streamers that I like to watch to see what they're doing. Like I was watching Canute tonight preparing the MMA thing. You know, a lot of those guys are using my stream services, so I'll just like, you know, if I'm just checking to make sure everybody's stream is doing well and make sure all of their streams look amazing and incredible, you know, I'll click on the stream and check it out, and sometimes I'll stick around and watch. And sometimes when those guys are streaming, you know, there's stuff going on. You're actually watching something. They're not having a direct conversation with anybody. So like, okay, that makes sense. Maybe there's some downtime. Maybe you're just waiting around. So you could throw an ad in there. I get it. It's a long burn. It's more of a long burn. I think ads wouldn't, I'm just joining a group. Can DPS, heal, or tank. What was that music I was just playing? So the album that I just played was Clams Casino 2020. That was a trippy fucking album, man. That was pretty weird. What is this? Bossa and instrumentals? Bossa Nova? Bossa Nova instrumental. Let's try this. What's a Bossa Nova instrumental? Got a couple of new albums to check out here. Do you think you'd bring back the subname animation? That was so cool. Yes. I did have one. I do have a new system. Well, it's the rendering for subscribers. I would like to do that. So if I come back to streaming regularly, I would like to do that. What made that special was that we would create the backgrounds together on the stream live, right? So we'd go in the game, we'd do it to capture. If we were playing, you know, I just remember some of the old games that we used to play, like everybody was playing PUBG, so we'd go into PUBG and we'd do like we'd capture a thing with the fucking the box, you know, the crate that would come down. You know, we'd do a 3D with that, and then we do you know, that would be 1 month. And then we would work on, wait, let me see what they want. Do they want me to do healer? So yeah, and so we're actually playing the games and we'd like make the thing. So I for me to do that again, I need to be editing content, playing games, I think. So let's think about that. Like, what would be an easy way to like go back into making that? every single month. And then also I had like a lot of subscribers too. I mean, you know, this was before sub gifting and stuff, and I think I had hundreds of subscribers. So that paid the rendering bills, that paid the electricity bill, you know, to do that, to be live all day long, you know, and that was good. Did you know that I, you know, in terms of like what would you call it, like earning money, like in terms of like money making, I guess you could just say like total revenue, I guess. I made more streaming than I did in science, but I didn't leave science just to make more money. No, I liked science. Like science paid. Like there was good health insurance and all that stuff in academia, but it wasn't a money thing. I just happened to make more streaming, so it was a very easy transition to transition out of science into streaming, because like I didn't feel like when I was in science, it was like month to month was tough. It was like I didn't have more than 2 months rent at any given time. It was like, it was fucking on the line on science. But then when I started doing streaming and I was putting in more hours, getting more subs and you know, donations and stuff like that, it was a relief. You know, finally it's like I could do the content and be relaxed and not struggle so much with you know, with just, you know, worried. You know, as a scientist, it was like, fuck, you know, we were doing really important work and stuff, but it was so stressful with the money part. So yeah, anyway, we got to get back to that. I think that was like a whole process, and it was also like a huge achievement too, I think, as a streamer and a Twitch streamer. No one else ever did that ever. And remember that Adobe, I streamed on the Adobe channel, and there was lots of artists that came to Twitch to stream their art. And so artists that, you know, I felt were far more talented than me, you know, at least in terms of their style. There, you know, some of the artists were Photoshop artists, or there was a lot of sketch artists. I was doing 3D and editing, and so not very many people were doing that, if anybody, on the Adobe channel. But out of all of the artists and all the creative streamers out there, no one ever produced as much custom viewer art as I did. We did thousands and thousands and thousands of custom art for the subscribers and for the viewers, and we definitely made history with that one. So you're right, that was a good one. I definitely want to do something like that. So my guild just invited me. It's 14. So I do have a new sub alert. It didn't work today earlier when I got a sub. I just have to, like, I don't know if something is like not activated on it or something. I have to check. But now the 3D alerts that I do are in Unity. So I programmed Unity to interface with my Prometheus chatbot so that when events in Twitch happen, like subscribes or donations or just like common things, it will render your name in 3D, but in real time. So that was kind of something that I always wanted to do. Oh, Meowdy. Is that JCC in the chat? Or am I mixing up everybody's names? Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. Yeah, I'm remembering. I can learn. I'm old, so learning is like hard. Learning is more like I need to like really like bang it in there. But I think there's still some learning brain cells in there somewhere. Hi, Twitch. Oh, look, and JCC's also a troll saying hi to Twitch from inside the game. I know. Listen, I've been streaming for a long time, and I've been playing games for a long time. I've been an internet user for a long time. I could smell trolls from a mile away, and I'm getting a little sense. You know that little tingle in the back here? You know, like Spider-Man has like the Spidey sense. Like he just knows that something's going on.
We must follow.
I have the sense. But anyway, this music I'm playing, this is like some it's like some Sesame Street music or something. But I like it. I'm gonna let it ride. I don't know if I like the flute though, but I picked an album called Bossa Instrumental, which is like Bossa Nova. It's just funny to play on a stream, honestly, but it's chill as fuck. Oh, Phaelus, you're a troll. No, that's not how trolling works. You can't just say I'm a troll. Now look see what JCC's doing? That right there is a troll. See, he's like, hey, Twitch, look at me. Like I'm in the game. Like who knows what I'm going to put in the chat because we're live everywhere. Like that right there, that gets the my troll sense going. But I love it though. I love it. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying trolls are bad. I actually respect trolls. I respect trolls. See, I think that trolling is an art, actually, that not very many people have mastered. Okay, yes, there are a million trolls out there on Twitch. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the real art, the deeper art of trolling is actually something you master that very few people can actually master really well. Okay, calling the streamer fat or ugly, that's not trolling. That's just like you're just a little kid or something, you know. That's not even trolling.
5,
there's trolls. See, there's
4,
master trolls out
3,
there.
2,
It's like makeup.
1.
It's like the best makeup is, you know, you don't even know that you're wearing it. It's like the best trolls. You don't even know you're getting trolled until the finale. You know, there's like layers of trolling. Now, I'm not saying that I'm an expert troll. I'm just saying I've witnessed trolls out there, and I can sense it, which I think might mean I'm probably a little bit of a troll inside. I think to truly know a troll, you have to be one, you know, like a hacker. There's like white hats and black hats. I'm like the white hat. Oh, look. Hey, look, there's a little red one
Watch your
chasing me.
step.
Oh, no. Oh, shoot. I hate those things. Damn it. I don't know if I can stream and heal at the same time. Let's find out. Usually I don't heal
Watch
as
your
good
step.
whenever I'm streaming, but I need to practice. This is good practice. Looks like JC is tanking. I'm healing. I'll just apologize.
Watch your step.
To my tank. If it were just a pug or whatever, I wouldn't even apologize. I'd be like, whatever happens, happens, buddy. But if it's my guildmates, I'll just, you know, be polite and apologize. For my
AOE
healing ahead of
incoming.
time, just in case. Just in case
Watch
something
your-
bad happens. I think this is a low key, so I shouldn't be that bad. Wait, what level is this? 14 key? Oh,
AOE
yeah.
incoming.
Yeah, we're good. I could probably just change spec to DPS and just off heal.
3, 2,
Just kidding, I
Watch
wouldn't,
your-
but that would be cool. So whenever I queue,
AOE
kind of funny
incoming.
story is, whenever I queue 5-man, like just regular 5-mans, like just, I don't know, heroic 5-mans that you queue, or also time walking. I'll queue as a healer, but then I'll spec DPS. I'll spec Boomkin. And what that does is you don't even really need to heal those 5-mans. They're so easy that I just off heal if needed, and I just DPS. And the
Charging.
5-mans go so fast. That's the way to do it. Oh, I know that guy just kind of hit me, but Like when you go into like time walking, just have fun. You don't even have to spec right. Spec whatever you want. Everyone can spec DPS. The tank could probably spec DPS. Who knows? You could just do 5 DPS. And just Fayless, yeah. Fayless, I'm glad you got to come and hang out. Thanks for coming by. And I'm gonna think about what you said. You got me thinking about the backgrounds and stuff, and you're right about what you said. So I'm gonna think about that and see if I can find the solution to make it happen. I know there's a solution there. Just gotta make it happen. And I want to make some. I want to make another one. It would be my honor to make another one for you and for everybody, but especially for those who remember those good times. Oops. I didn't get mana, but I don't need mana. I don't need mana.
Spread.
Mana is for people who
Help
need
so.
mana. Ah!
Shockwave.
Where did my teammate go?
Two, one.
My guildmate got deleted
Shockwave.
earlier. I don't know why. Probably something I did. I don't know. Ooh, this is my favorite part. It's where we get to get the orbs. And go fast.
Watch your feet.
Come on, guys. Let's go. Which side you're gonna get? I'll get this side. Ah!
Spread. Shockwave.
Oh shoot, I faced it the wrong way. That was my fault. I was going to
Three,
move. I was
two,
gonna heal everybody first,
one.
then move, but I should have moved first and then healed everybody. Oh well. We're good. The trick on that fight is to
Help so.
everybody face the other way so that he doesn't do his smash towards the pole. Cause see now we have a hard time running over there. We can actually die. We can actually wipe because of the way that gold stuff goes over there. What the heck? How did you die? I don't understand. You do that. You got yeeted?
Always been a hero to dragonkind.
I don't know.
I just have to keep telling myself this wasn't really him. Okay, let's.
I'm gonna get a little bit of mana.
We just need to.
Just a little bit. Just a little drink. So I don't go dry.
Watch your step.
I don't want to go dry.
Three.
This guy's hard. This guy's actually hard on
one.
like you know, like 20, 23, 24.
Watch your
This
step.
thing's like a boss. Like I literally have to like get a cup of coffee, pop fucking everything 10 times to get through this guy on the hierarchies. That guy's an asshole. Now this part's a real doozy. Sometimes I'll just go all the way through, like on the first try, and then sometimes I'll just never get through. Just won't make it until somebody else does. It looks like everybody else is having that same problem because there's so many fucking orbs right here. We're all stuck right there. Did Blizzard make this harder? Like, I have some fucking AI or something on these guys, or what? Because, geez. See that little juke I did? Is it open yet? Ah! Oh, this is bad. No! Okay, I made it. Whew. I got flustered there a little bit. Got a little flustered. Oops, I clicked the portal after it was open.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Breath incoming.
I'll try to do some more DPS. I
AoE
forget.
incoming.
I forget to DPS. My
Watch your
DPS is
step.
bad because I actually try to heal all the time.
2, 1.
Affects my DPS.
Breath
But you don't
incoming.
have to always heal. I think in the hierarchies, I don't have a choice. Like I have to. Oh,
Watch
the Gold
your
Queen is
step.
here. What's up? Gold Queen in the house. I'm doing some mythics with my guild. I was gonna do some really hard mythics, and then I was like, "There's no way I'm gonna be able to do hard mythics and stream at the same time because I suck at both streaming and mythics." So if I do both of them at the same time, that would just be a disaster. So I was like, I asked my guild mates. I was like, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Do you want to do some mythics?" And they had a 14 key, which I think is probably what I should be doing if I'm live. I'll do some hard mythics later on because I can't resist. Like I have to progress. I have like a competitive itch to want to progress all the time. So at some point I'll do some. But how are you doing? What's new? I've got a couple of new things. I have a new monitor. That's what I'm testing. I have also a new computer, which I tested last time, but I'm still testing it. So I haven't really streamed too much on this new computer. I'm really just doing things still for the first time on it. But I got an HDR. Oh, you got promoted at work? See LinkedIn? Yeah. Show me. Post me your thing. I know I have you on there, but I would like to click it and see what happened. You got promoted. Wow, this must be exciting.
3.
What is it?
2, 1.
What's it going to be? Congratulations. Promotion is always good. And if you're showing it off on LinkedIn, then it must be really good. So congratulations on that before I even know what it is. And what was the other thing I was testing? Oh, I got an HDR monitor because we're people want to do HDR streaming. I talked to
Dispel.
YouTube's head. According to his LinkedIn, he's the head infrastructure manager for all of YouTube's live streaming.
3.
That's the guy I
2,
talked to today. That
1.
was amazing because I look up to YouTube so much in terms of their technology and how advanced their technology is. So I couldn't believe I even had a meeting with this guy, but we were talking about the future of streaming, and and HDR is one of those things that YouTube has supported first before anybody else. And now all of my stream systems also support HDR streaming. But nobody's really streaming HDR except for, enthusiasts and some niche, broadcast applications. Of course, editors and artists are going to want HDR to explore, more color spaces for live streaming. If you have a live streaming application as a creator, so we're going to see more of that. I think I probably shouldn't be saying that on Twitch because Twitch just copies everything I say. I don't know if Twitch still has the Psynaps department at Twitch, but
3.
basically there was an entire department at Twitch just dedicated to watching all of my streams and just copying all of my ideas. So I need to not say those things. But anyway, I wanted to tell you, not necessarily everyone else, about the cool new future tech that's happening.
Watch your step.
So of course, that's why I ended up having to get a HDR monitor,
Crowd control.
which I didn't have before. I just had a nice SDR gaming monitor. I've always ran like 144 hertz, 160 hertz gaming monitors. So I'm a little behind
Watch
the
your
times in
step.
terms of the monitors. Everyone probably has a better monitor than me. But now I have a nice monitor. My monitor's pretty good now. So I'm happy about that. Oh! Kung Fu just disappeared. Let's res
2,
him.
1.
We got a BR for you, my friend. No problem. I like to BR. I'm a BR machine. I'm a druid. I got the BRs. It's fine. I BR you. No problem. Fast BR. Every time. What is this? What's going on here? There's a little point right here where you can step away and steal a little bit of mana. I think I might have missed it there. I think it might have been right then that I missed it, but I don't need mana, but sometimes if it's getting really crazy in here, we need them. I'll need to like take a sneak a quick drink in there.
Whirlwind.
Okay, here comes the boss. Gotta make sure you don't get punched by his whirlwind. Because he's a big meanie. He screams and whirlwinds. What a bully. He's a big orc bully. Orcs are gonna orc, you know? That's what they do.
Shockwave.
They're gonna make a bunch of noise, and they're gonna do a bunch of shockwaves. Oh look! Getting a little ooh, but that's because I'm healing like crazy.
3,
And I'm in the whirlwind.
1.
Watch out. Watch out. I'm gonna pop a couple of my little... I got a couple of little Groove Guardians on reserve here. Let's pop them out. Bring them out. Say hello. Give us some heals. You know the little Groove Guardians? They look like they're dancing.
Shockwave.
I'm gonna show you a little something I do. So okay, so now we got through that. Now I can read the chat, but you were a software development trainer who also did some data coaching. Ooh, let's see if I can do there. Wee. Ooh, that was close. And you also did some data analysis coaching, and now you're a data analyst trainer. Also occasionally does software dev over at the parent company. So it looks like they like what you do, and they want you to do more of that. I said thank you for giving me something to heal. It's like, no, that's good. I like healing. I genuinely enjoy healing. It doesn't mean I want everybody to stand in the fire. That's not what I like about healing. I don't want to I don't want you to like light a fire under my ass and make me suffer. That's not the fun part of healing. It's just fun healing. Like, do what you do. I'll heal you. It's like, tank the shit out of it. DPS the shit out of it. I will try my best to heal it. And then we all win in the end. That's why I started healing in the first place, was because I wanted to progress. And I think it was actually PvP. I think I became a healer because that would have killed me in a high epic. I was standing in the wrong place there. That would have killed me in like a 22 or something. But... And I have died to that guy before, too, unfortunately. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So I started being a healer because I felt like everybody just wanted a DPS. And the people who were healing either didn't want to heal, or they weren't good at healing, or they only wanted to heal sometimes. So there was, at some point, a problem with healing for me in PvP. So I said, you know what, fuck this, fuck everyone, I'm gonna heal, and I'm just gonna heal, and I'm just gonna go in there and learn how to heal, be a healer, so we can just progress and stop putting up with the bullshit. The healers don't want to heal, everybody wants DPS, whatever the problem was, I'm gonna fix it. So
breath incoming.
So that's what I did. Oh yeah, how do you see who the breath guy is? That guy? Sometimes it's hard to see.
2, 1.
Morchi. I'm like, oh no, where he is? I got flustered. Where is he?
Shockwave.
But or she? Did I say he? Where is he?
Watch your step.
I don't know if Morchi has like what Morchi prefers. I'll just say she. I'll just risk it and say she for now. Okay. Take a big risk. Big risk, big 2024 risk, he or she, who knows? It's gotta. Whoa. Whoa. Why am I still being chased here? Being so
Breath
slow on
incoming.
that, we would have died in a higher mythic there too, so that was a fuck up on my part. Those things gotta be cleaned up for the higher mythic.
3, 2,
See, I should have popped my tree
1.
earlier.
Shockwave.
But we're good. We're fine.
Watch your step.
I just know, like, in the higher mythics, that's like my challenge is like.
Shockwave.
You really gotta tighten everything up. Anything that's a little slow or a little loose, you know, you'll pretty much die in the higher mythics. You know, you gotta just tighten up. So I think that's why I like high mythics too, because you're challenging yourself. You know, it's like golf. It's like you can golf in a tournament and you're golfing against other people, but your biggest opponent is yourself in terms of your own consistency. You know, how are you going to deal with, you know, RNG when it manifests? You know, what's your reaction going to be, and how fast can you react to it and stuff? And it's not just, you know, the RNG in the game; it's the RNG of people. That's another thing that's fun about 5-mans is you can learn the fights. You can learn every phase. You can memorize the abilities. You can memorize everything, and you can time it all out perfectly. But one thing you cannot account for is how everybody else is going to react. And if they're going to be consistent that day, are they having a good day or a bad day? Do they suck or are they amazing? You know, are they playing with their dick while they're raiding, or, you know, at the same time, or are they waiting until after? You don't know. They could just spontaneously just whip it out and start punching it. And as a healer, I have to basically make up for all the weird shit that happens to everybody in the group, along with the weird shit that happens to me. Does that make sense? So it's a pretty big responsibility, I would say. But I used to heal vanilla. Yeah. I don't know if I'm always going to heal, but you know what I think is my next evolution of World of Warcraft is just like go full tanking. Just tank the high mythics. I think tanking is. Some people are afraid to heal, you know, because they think it's a big responsibility. That's how I feel about tanking. I feel like tanking is like
1.
might even be a level above
incoming.
healing. What do you think about that, JCC? Do you think? Because I think tanks have to. The thing about healing, like healing is a big responsibility because you basically can't fuck up. If you fuck up, everybody dies. But it's the same with tanking. If the tank fucks up, everybody dies. Sometimes you can lose a DPS and still get through it. I think. Yeah, you think healing is stressful? Even for lower keys. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think it's style. I think that means what that means is it comes down to style. It's like, you know, everybody likes a different thing. I like the stress of healing, kind of. For me, it's not stress, it's stimulating. But tanking, I fear sometimes because I don't always know like the right paths. But I think that's the only thing that I have a problem with. Once I learn the paths, and I know them by now, like as a healer, like I've already been through all the paths, so I should know them by now, right? Like I feel like I can tank anything, 'cause since I've healed everything, I should be able to tank everything as well. But, oh, are we doing orbs? Who's doing orbs? Somebody else usually does orbs. I can do it too. I don't know if it matters, but
Breath incoming.
I can stand in orb. I'll stand in orb if somebody else is.
1.
I think it's
Dispel.
not optimal for the healer to stand in the orb. I think because I might have to move like to heal, but I can do it. I mean, I can
Breath
stand in the
incoming.
fucking orb. It's not a problem. But what I found is like usually like a hunter or somebody who's like always the hunters usually do it.
Dispel.
Or I've
Breath
seen
incoming.
Max do it. I don't think there's any reason why a druid shouldn't do it. I don't know. But that question about the comp, what is
Breath
it?
incoming.
Oh, the certification. I'm not sure on that one, to be honest, because I've never been in the workforce
Dispel.
where. Oh shit! Oops, I kind of stepped out. I've never been like in the workforce where certifications are necessary.
Watch your step.
Like for my business, like I choose not to do any certifications. Like YouTube is my certification. Certifications are fake
Breath
to me.
incoming.
That's the bottom line, and that's not true for like the professional world. In the professional world, certifications can be the difference between getting a raise or getting hired or
Watch your step.
getting a job. And some partners might expect you to have certain certifications. So I'm definitely not the person to ask about that, because what I believe is that certifications
Breath
are really
incoming.
meaningless. You don't need a certification to be an expert at anything. And also, oh no, here's the real reason. That's not even the reason. The reason really is that
Watch your step.
a certification doesn't make you good at anything. It just means you got a certification. It doesn't mean you're gonna be like, you know, reliable or anything like that. So to me, they're just kind of like, they're just like this weird little traditional thing the professional world does. So somebody got 2K? Who got 2K? Who gets the grats? Who got 2K? Oh, one of our guildies? Larry? Grats, Larry. I just wanted to say grats to Larry. I enjoyed healing that. There was oh, ads. Aw. There's like I can't not rant on ads. You know, like I even ranted earlier in the stream about ads. I really wish that Twitch would stop putting ads on my stream. And you know, it's funny in a way because I build streaming platforms, so I know how much streaming costs, and I know that it's kind of expensive. Twitch Turbo, yeah. Useless is here. Welcome back. You got Turbo. And that's another thing. That's another thing is like Twitch wants you to pay, you know, pay for Turbo. It's like all the pain could go away if you just, you know, buy Turbo. But what I'm thinking is just don't do ads. Figure out a way to drive revenue without ads. Like instead of being an asshole and a moron, why not take that as an opportunity to be smart and innovative? So that's my attitude, you know, and that's a big responsibility. Just like I choose to be a healer, although it's stressful for a lot of people. I choose to try to be smarter. I don't think anybody's that smart. I think humans are fucking idiots as it is, you know. Not pointing any fingers to anybody. I'm just pointing a finger at myself and just how I see humans. I think humans are kind of dumb, but I try to take like a higher road and a higher responsibility, which is a lot higher and more stressful, is a lot harder, to try to be smarter and try to be more innovative. Let's solve streaming platforms without ads. And it's like, no one will listen to me when I say that. They just like, oh, Psynaps, he doesn't like ads. He's funny. Watch him complain about ads. Watch him on his stream. He'll rant about ads for hours. So just Psynaps, just being Psynaps, you know. And I don't think anybody like really understands that they need to stop, like for reals. Like we need to figure out how to just not have them at all. No more advertising for companies. You don't get to buy ad spaces on Twitch anymore. Companies, too bad. So that's kind of what I think. How do you say your name? Chungzi? Chungzi. I want to say it right. I just don't know how to say it. The first one? Chungzi. Okay, I can say that. You know, when I worked in academia, my entire lab was Chinese. Like, my advisor was Chinese, and then she graduated from I forget which Chinese university, one of the bigger universities in China, and then she came to be a professor in the U.S. and she was very good. She was very, very good. And she brought a lot of people into the lab, you know, postdocs and stuff from China, you know, that she recruited from, I guess, like her old labs and stuff. And some of them barely spoke English. So I had to learn. I mean, I wasn't like learning Chinese, but I had to learn how to say everybody's name right, at least. You know, that helped a lot. But obviously I could use a little more help in the language department, I think. Oh, this is like some super chill bossa nova. Let's see what else there is. I think we had some bossa nova. What is this? I see some chill out vibes. I haven't looked at this album at all, so I don't know what's going to be in there, but let's see what happens. Could be like, you know what I could use right now is maybe, this is like some new age electronic, but maybe some like, I don't know. Yeah, Gold Queen, you're right. You're a little more specific when you say advertising great, but interruption marketing, right? It's the interruptions. That's the problem. So, okay, maybe we can still allow people to advertise and stuff, just not the interruption thing. And I even was bold. I said something very bold I don't think I've said before, unless I have said it and I just forgot. But earlier I had an idea and I said a statement that, again, could probably be challenged, I'm sure, pretty easily. But I said, if like sudden random ads, the way Twitch does them, if they don't interrupt your stream, then maybe your content is not that good. So that's a very generalized statement. But what I mean is, if for all the streamers out there that are like, oh, I like ads, like, you know, I don't mind them, ads are fine. I'm like, well, if you can just play an ad in your stream and it doesn't disrupt anybody, then what is your stream? But now that I think about it, yes, there are streams where you can put an ad in there. Maybe it's a long burn stream and, you know, it's just going on and there's no discussion, there's no interaction with the chat, so ads might not be as disruptive. But for me, like, if we're in the middle of like a fucking philosophical discussion, or if I'm like addressing the chat, something that somebody in the chat said, something that you said, and then I want to talk to you about it, then the ads are insanely disruptive. Or is it just that my content is absolutely amazing and any ad would be disruptive to my stream because my content is, you know, is just incredible. I don't know if I'm probably just crazy, you know. If somebody said, you know what, Psynaps, you're just nuts, like, just go home. Well, I'm already home, and who knows, maybe I am nuts. I won't argue with you. I'll be like, yeah, sure, yeah, I could see that. You want to hear about products? Yeah. Me, you know, I'm sick of products, but I want to hear about products, but I don't think ads allow us to hear about products, if that makes sense. Because, for example, marketing will lie to us so much for the purpose of getting us to try to convert us to buy a product. So I kind of feel like advertising, we never really get to know the product. We might say like, hey, that looks kind of cool, and then maybe we follow up on it and go learn what it's really about. But I find that the marketing is a lot to dig through. It's like a lot of work and a lot of responsibility, and it takes a lot of time just to get through the thick manipulation marketing. And I know a lot of guys in marketing. I know guys that love marketing and they're good at it. And I'm in business. I'm an entrepreneur, so it's weird. It's hard for me to have this kind of discussion or this attitude with fellow entrepreneurs because marketing is such a large part of running a business and providing a service because you're trying to sell it. And how can you sell it if you don't market it? Well, if you're Psynaps, you don't have to market. It just sells itself because all of the platforms and products that I make, I don't advertise. My business just works with no advertising and no marketing whatsoever. So it's interesting that no one can really come to me and say that marketing and advertising is important to me because I run a company and live off of a company that does not advertise and that does not market. My marketing is word of mouth. I've made something that is so important to people and that people rely on so much that I never have to tell them to use it. They just use it themselves and they go by word of mouth. Now, that said, you can have a business like that and very few people achieve it. I think I've achieved something very, very special that not very many people can do. Maybe by skill, maybe by luck. And it's foolish in a way because what if I did market? Then would it explode? Would it be like crazy if I were to go out and market? Marketers will tell you yes because they want me to pay them so that they can splash their marketing juice on my shit. Right. But what I don't like about marketing, word of mouth is the best marketing. There's no doubt about it. Like word of mouth, you can't buy that. And that's leading up to the point I'm trying to make where a lot of the products people are trying to sell us, they're trying to force it down our throat. They're trying to get us to buy it. What they'll do is they'll say things, do things, and paint the products in a way that is non-representative of the product if they think you'll buy it when they do that. Let's try to figure out an example. What's a good example? I mean, NVIDIA's marketing is kind of like that, where they'll always tell you that the GPUs do more than they really do, have more FPS than they really do. And all the YouTubers will call them out. They'll be like, yo, look at NVIDIA's newest marketing campaign. It's a bunch of bullshit. The geeks will go in there and be like, it does none of the things that they say it does, not even close, But we know NVIDIA, they always do that. Every single generation of GPUs, they've got these crazy ass benchmarks. And we're like, oh, NVIDIA, just being NVIDIA, don't listen to them. That's just what they do. It's just marketing, and we just excuse it. No, they should be stopped from doing that. It's illegal, but somehow they get away with it, right? False marketing is illegal. So marketers, they go to the limit of the law. It's like they don't ask the question. Here it is. They don't ask the question, is it misleading or not? They ask the question, is it against the law or not? If they can get away with it, they will mislead you. And it requires you to be smart. But what did we talk about people being smart earlier? Generally, people are not that smart. So it's taking advantage. Smart marketers are fucking less smart consumers. And good guy Psynaps doesn't like the way that feels. Good guy Psynaps says, that's no good. No bueno. No. No bueno. Please. Por favor. Asshole Psynaps would be like, sure, like, bleed them for money, but I can't do that. I cannot feel good about doing that. Like, what makes me feel good is knowing that I can live off of a company that doesn't market. There's nothing feels better than that. So you're never gonna convince me that fucking over people with false marketing is smart, because I'm going to be like, oh yeah, well, I found something that's even smarter. How about not fucking over people with marketing and still having a good business? Yeah, it's like, how can you can't beat that. So that's why I'm always at odds with marketing and ads and stuff. It's because when you live in a world like I live in a world, where it's not necessary and it's just fooling people and it's just taking advantage of morons, for example, I hate it and I want to fix it. It's like a problem. It needs to be fixed. It's like if your toilet's running and you don't want it to run, you go and you fix it. You know, you hear the sound. You know what a running toilet sounds like? It's like, psst, you know, because you got to go and tighten the thing and fix it. You hear the psst, you're like, oh, something's wrong. I'll go fix that. And that's what how marketing and advertising is for me. It's like, oh, something's wrong. Like, it's broken. Like, let's go and try and fix that. You know, it's like a squeaky wheel. It's like, hey, you gonna fix that squeaking wheel, or are you just gonna listen to it squeak all day long? You know, that's like advertising. It's like, gonna fix it. It's gonna leave it the way it is. Just let it keep running like that. But anyway, I'll stop ranting because you know me. I could probably rant on that for like 8 hours straight. Twitch is a perfect place for word of mouth. And they throw interruption ads on us. No, Twitch is like so good at what they do, yet so bad. It's like Twitch is like this weird anomaly. You know, Twitch is like a random thing that happened that doesn't need to exist, but we would miss it if it wasn't here. Twitch is like a very strange thing. Streamers talking about the things they do every day. Right, that's organic. Yeah, products really try to trick us into buying them. Have you heard of this phenomenon? I think I was watching on Netflix about Costco one time, the Costco effect. Have you heard about this? It's kind of like a marketing strategy, and I'm not going to be able to describe it too well because I think it's been a long time. But if you study marketing and business and stuff, you probably know all the terms and the nomenclature and stuff. But Costco will kind of strategically pick products and encourage you, and they'll move the location of the products in their store because they want to encourage buyers to walk around. And as you're walking around the store, you're like, oh, that looks amazing. And what happens is the Costco effect essentially is that you put more things into your basket than you came for. You might have come for Costco's excellent what do they have? They have their what's the brand that they carry that I forget the names, but I do Costco. Our family does Costco because my kids, we have to buy the big packs and stuff, you know, so I kind of got stuck in the Costco thing. But Kirkland, so you go for their good, nice Kirkland something, you know, maybe there's a handful of things you actually need and you think you might save some money if you go and buy them at Costco, and you go there for them, but then you leave with more things than, you know, you went for, so you spend more money, and, you know, that's the marketing strategy. And then all stores do that too, where they put little goodies up front. So you're like, oh, there's a tasty jerky or gum or whatever, and you put it in your bag, and they're small bags, so, you know, you're paying a little premium for, you know, the smaller packages or whatever. It's just like a million of those little things that marketing does to basically. Now what I think about is, yo, Taliesin, what's up? No, let me show you my druid. Let me just finish this rant on the marketing because you know, we were talking about that, but check out my druid, dude. Marketing is, if you think about what it is at the end of the day, it's manipulation. It's to control our behavior. It's to steer our behavior in a way that benefits, you know, the seller or the company or the marketer or the whatever. It doesn't benefit us. Or marketers would like to lead us to believe that they're benefiting us so that we'll buy more of their stuff, right? So it's like a really weird kind of manipulation. It does not turn me on to manipulate people. I'm really, really good at manipulating people because look at me. Look at my face and listen to my voice. I'm like fucking liquid manipulation. I can make you do things. I can tell you things and then you'll do them. You know, I almost accidentally started a cult one time on my Twitch stream. people were like, yo, Psynaps, you should start a cult. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'll do whatever you guys want. And then everybody started getting all culty. I was like, whoa, like, are you fucking serious? And people started like, anyway. So I'm like, cult master Psynaps, where I'm really good at, manipulating people and stuff like that. But it doesn't turn me on. It really doesn't. It turns a lot of people on. They like manipulating other people. And they try to get good at it. Some of them do. But it just does not float my boat. I think what's even funner, what does turn me on, is to get people motivated in a real organic way. That gets me pumped up. To get people hyped up and excited and happy about something and dedicated for something and ready to work on something. And, feeling good about what you're doing. Ownership in your own control, control over yourself. Like, I don't want to have to trick someone into doing something. The ultimate turn on and reward is to get someone to do something because they really want to do it, and to have multiple people that have the idea, the similar interests, and you can do something and achieve goals together. That's a team. That's teamwork. It's being part of a team, like, football team, business team, work team, personal team, like a partnership, like a marriage or a relationship even, and it doesn't need to involve tricking anyone. It can happen organically. That's the hard way to do it. That's what I consider the right way to do it. So when you think like that, now look at marketing. It's like, then it just seems like a scam for a guy like me who thinks that way. So, yeah, Costco break it down into micro objectives. Their aim isn't dollar per person, is to get X into basket. Very similar how Tim Ferriss writes. His book contents are dire, but the chapter titles lead to the next micro choice of reading, next bit. Oh, cool. Well, that sounds interesting. As a strategy for a writer and a reader. That's fascinating. So I've got to get going. English voice. Cherry Pip. Cherry Pip to you, Gold Queen. I'm glad you got to hang out and witness yet another Psynaps rant. You have witnessed the Psynaps rant. How many rants can you take? How many are too much? Maybe I need to do some marketing, so that you're excited for the next rant. Somehow throw some little marketing things in there. No, not me. I don't give a fuck. I'm like, hey, look, let's have a good conversation. If you hate me, that's okay. You'll get over it. We'll be friends again. People that watch my stream like 5-10 years ago come back and be like, hey, I remember you did some edits. Just if I get to be too much, just take a break for 10 years. I'll be here in 10 years from now, and you can come check back in on me. I'll be streaming occasionally then, I'm sure. I did promise people one time that I would stream forever. And I feel like when I'm not live that I'm breaking that promise. So I'm live now, so I feel like I'm making good on the promise when I'm live. But when I'm not live, I feel like I'm breaking the promise. And by stream forever, I mean like, I might be 80 years old. I mean, hopefully I live that long. Nobody knows how long they're gonna live. But I had this idea in my mind whenever I was streaming full time that why wouldn't I just stream from now forever? Like all of us, like all of you guys that have played games, like you guys are lifelong gamers, right? You can't imagine a world in which you put down video games like for good. I mean, you can reduce the amount of games you play, and you can do other stuff too, in addition to being a gamer. But you never give it up completely. You might give up a game like World of Warcraft. Well, actually, no one really gives up WoW, but people just take breaks from WoW pretty much. But let's say you did have the willpower to give it up. You're probably just going to go play something else like Call of Duty or something. Fuckers quitting WoW to go play Call of Duty, lol. Same with streaming. It's like, could you ever, like, I never thought, like, I don't think I could ever quit. Like, what would I do instead? I don't think I could ever stop. So the point about that is, I'll be here in another 10 years. You'll be able to find me. I might be even cooler, or I might be even more rantier. I already ran like an old man. What if I actually was an old man? What's going to happen then? I'm curious. Stay tuned to the Psynaps stream to find out. And also subscribe and follow. And donate and Patreon. I actually think I still have a Patreon. I used to have a lot of I had my Patreon going back in the day when that was a thing. I actually had that thing going. I need to start my OnlyFans, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean. Shit, I didn't even start my OnlyFans yet. Fuck. I'm behind. I'm not really too interested in starting an OnlyFans. What I'm more interested in... Wait. Yeah. I didn't start one, but I would like to build one. So I'm not the kind of guy who's like, oh, I'm going to go try to make it big on OnlyFans. I'll fucking make my own platform of OnlyFans. Like, that's like the level that I'm at. It's like fuck giving them money and giving your community, all your community's money to OnlyFans. Just build one. Psynaps on blue. Nice. Yeah. Cause like, I don't know. You're probably thinking, okay, an old man streaming, there's not very many old people. There's that one granny that streams World of Warcraft. That is kind of funny. I saw her on the WoW page today. I have not watched her stream yet, but saw this old lady stream WoW. I was like, what's up? That's crazy. And there's been some like older guys. So old streamers is not the meta, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the joy of, you know, having a stream and doing a production. You know, some of the old guys that I've met, the older guys, I'm not going to call them old, but it is a term of respect and honor. You know, the old man doesn't have to be disrespectful. Like, you're old and useless. It's not that. It's like the old man is wise and has established family and wealth. You know, it's an honor to be the old man. But so that being said, the old men streaming, or old women, the old people, I think it's going to be a thing. It's not a thing right now because older people, they didn't start streaming. Like that wasn't going on when they were like younger. You know what I mean, it's not like part of their generation. But my generation and generations after me and new generations, I think, streaming is more like ubiquitous. So I just imagine that we're all just gonna stay streaming even if we're fucking old as fuck. We're gonna be live and old. Or is that just crazy talk? Stop talking about being old, but it's true. Like, look forward. Come on. You can time travel a little bit in your mind, can't you? Do you ever try to like run time forward? Look into the future a little bit? You know, they say we can't see the future, but can't we? Just a little. I can see somebody get parasocial with grandpa or grandma. Oh God. Yeah, fuck it. I say fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, I don't think anybody really thinks about it, but if we're thinking about it, I'll say just do it. Getting ads again. Mother. Twitch, like continuously. Like every fucking 5 minutes, Twitch is like, we're playing an ad, 30 seconds till the ad's over. Come on, let me shut that shit off. Come on. And then you know what? And then the CEO, nice fellow by the way, speaking of old people, he comes on and he starts saying stuff like, oh, Twitch doesn't make much money. And I'm thinking to myself, look, that's your problem. You know, nobody wants to be CEO of Twitch, but he did, bless his heart. And he got it. And then looks at the books and then sees that Twitch isn't making any money and is looking at ways to cut costs and increase profits. For a company that doesn't make any money, but spends a whole shit ton of money, like a shit ton of money. And I'm a CEO of a streaming company too. Not as big as Twitch, so I'm not trying to compare. But I am technically the CEO of multiple streaming companies. And I know stuff costs and stuff like that. And I do want to pick it up a notch. You know, I had a professor that told me something. I don't remember a lot of the things the professors told me because professors say a lot of stuff, but I do remember this one thing. And this guy he was a tough professor. People were afraid of him, but he was fair. He wasn't like the kind of guy that gave everybody D's because he thought he was being tough. No, he was really tough. He had high expectations for the students. And the first day of class, he was a hard ass. He was like a ex-military combat medic or combat research. I don't know. He did something super cool in the military, and he kind of brought a little bit of that with him to the classroom. And he's like, class. He's like, and he's a short guy too, short and bald, you know, short and bald like a little drill sergeant. And he says, class, when you expect this much from your students and from people, you get this much. And he says, I expect this much, you know, and he puts his hand up there, and everybody already knows because this guy has a reputation for being tough. So we know when he said that he's not bullshitting us. He's gonna be tough. And I wanted to take this guy because I thought, you know, after I leave college and after I have lots of fun and drink lots of beer, do lots of keg stands, you know, and you know, make out a lot with girls and stuff. After I do all that, I want to come out with, you know, a good education too. And so I want to take the tough guy and, you know, get to be friends with him and see how he does it. So I went to that class, and you know what? I loved it. I was motivated. It wasn't hard. He was a hard ass. He expected this much, and he expected more than the other professors. But we wanted to rise to that level. Like, he motivated us to try harder. He expected more and made us, somehow inspired us to try harder. Not just me, but other students too. And all the chicken shits never even took the class in the first place. They were afraid of him to begin with. So the chicken shits, you know, he weeded out the students before the class even started, you know, by having a tough ass reputation. So that's what I want to propose to Twitch and to the other CEOs. You may have a billion-dollar company, but that doesn't mean you're off the hook, because it's a bigger company, a lot more to do. No, I think it's the opposite. In fact, I think you're even more on the hook. You're responsible for even more people and responsible for the flow of even more revenue and stuff. And so the little excuses that, you know, you are getting good at giving investors and giving, you know, stakeholders and stuff, like, that's just, to me, I see a lot of kicking the can down the road. What do I expect? I expect a lot more than from a company that's innovating streaming, a company that has changed the world with the delivery of live video for the better, I would say. It was experimented with building communities at large scale that we've never seen before in history. The superpower of influence. I think all of those things are good. So having excuses about advertisers and stuff like that is like childish in a way. It's very small in comparison. And then to say, oh, but we need those things, that's where do you think all of this came from? Where do you think the innovation and the influence and the community building and this beautiful thing, where do you think it comes from? I'll tell you where it comes from. Me. I made all of this. And so did all of the other streamers that are here that did this. You do it with or without advertisers. You don't need them. But what you do need is us and me. So there's my story. Figure it out. All right. And figure it out. If you need help figuring it out, I'll help you. I'm here all day during the day. I'm here in the afternoons, into the evenings. I work about 16 hours a day, every day, building my own streaming companies. Twitch needs help figuring out how to fix the platform, I'm happy to help them because it's meaningful. It's something important. That help that I give would be to help so many people. You know, a huge impact. I'll help them do it. There's not going to be any excuses about that's how it works. It's too hard to change. Where's the revenue going to come from? Blah, blah, blah. Keep kicking the can. Keep making excuses like a child would make. And let's innovate. Let's change it. The world. Reminds me of this old Swedish movie. Can do something in Swedish where two boys go and grab an old guy from the nursing home and calls him their grandpa. What? What the fuck? What did they do to that poor old man? Hey, I respect my elders. If they can find it in their heart to respect me back. I think respect goes both ways, but my default is respect. My default is not trust. You know how like you can either trust someone or not trust someone. My default is not trust. You earn trust. Respect is the same way, like where you need to earn it. You need to earn real respect. That does take time and it does take effort and it does, you do have to pass the test to earn real respect. But my default is respectful. I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. I want to say, here's a token of respect. Let me see what you do with this token. I'll give you a little bit. You know, it's like I'll lend you a quarter. And if I give you a quarter and then you just ask me for $1, you know, I'll be like, no, you have to pay me back the quarter first, and then maybe then I'll give you $1 after that. That's kind of respect. It's like I'll give you some, but you have to pay it back. If you don't pay it back, you don't get any more. And I think it's a fine. That default has worked out fine for me. Some people don't do that. Some people are like, they'll treat you like shit and disrespect you until you earn their respect. And then maybe they'll treat you with respect, you know, and then they think that's the good way to do it. But if you pull that shit on me, then you could probably just fuck off. Gotta give a little to get a little. It's a little give or take. It's okay. Trust is the same way too. It's like, but trust, you give a little bit. You can't give too much or people will take advantage of that. You know the saying like, give somebody an inch and they'll take a mile. Unfortunately, people do that. Not everybody does that, but coming from a nice guy, being a nice guy doesn't pay off like you think it should. You do kind of got to be a hard ass a little bit at some point. Say nice guys finish last, except when they don't. But unfortunately, in some cases, it's true. It's unfortunate. Yo, Jockman is here. Yo, Jockman. I remember Jockman. Jockman's been a long time friend of mine and of the stream, right? How are you? What's new? What's going on? I'm just chilling out. I played a mythic, but I don't know what goes on. Like, I am one weird fucking streamer, I think. Like, I think I'm a weird dude, Jockman. Because, here's why. Because I can stream for a long time, and when I stream, I get really distracted and I just like start talking about like random shit. And I have a hard time getting done what I'm trying to do on the stream because I get distracted by all of my friends in the chat. Is that weird? I feel weird. It's probably not weird. It's probably pretty normal. I just think I'm weird. But actually, I probably am weird. But I don't know. I think I'm normal. So if you honestly wanted to look me in the eye and say, yo, Psynaps, are you a weird dude? I'll be like, nah, I'm perfectly normal. And the funny thing about thinking that you're normal is that's what crazy people think. They don't know they're crazy. Not all crazy people. Some crazy people know they're crazy. But there's a subgroup of crazy people that have no idea they're actually crazy. They think they're normal and they think everybody else is crazy. So how do you know then if you're crazy or weird? How can you truly know? Of course your friends will tell you, they'll troll you. Your friends will be like, "Oh, bro, yeah, you're fucking weird and crazy." You know, cuz you know, they're going to troll you. So you can't trust anything they say. Your mom is always going to tell you, "Oh, you're normal. You're smart and normal and you're, you know, whatever." You know, your family members are probably going to tell you so. Your siblings are probably going to tell you you're crazy. They'll be like, "Oh, fuck off. You're crazy, you asshole." You know, cuz you know, just normal sibling. So how do you know if you're crazy or not? Because if you think you're normal, but crazy people always think they're normal, that means you could be crazy. But what if you are normal and you think you're normal and not crazy? Then normal people would also think that. But how do you know for sure? Do you ask like a psychologist? Would they know? You guys can tell me if you think I'm crazy or weird. Whatever conclusion you make, I won't hate you for it. If you told me I was crazy, I would say, sure, I agree. I can't argue with that. If you told me, no, Psynaps, unfortunately, you're not that cool. You're not crazy. You're pretty normal and boring. I'd be like, yeah, that's true. Probably true too. I can't argue with that. So pretty much no matter what you tell me, I'm just going to agree with you. Jockman, you feel weird? Yeah, I think everybody's weird in some way, right? Because the term crazy and weird, they're completely relative anyway. It's like even the psychiatric what is it called? The Psychiatric and Diagnostic Manual, you know, the DSM, which defines psychopathology, you know, not to use the word crazy because that's not, if we're talking about the DSM and we're talking about psychopathology, or we can't use the word crazy. That term is not in there. But let's say, you know, something, you know, diagnosable or something that might be defined or covered in such a manual in psychiatry. Those definitions change over time based on social norms. So what I'm trying to say is, in the history of psychiatry, in the history of being crazy, for example, what's considered crazy or pathological changes over time, with trends, with social trends and social expectations. That was a little gem I picked up in the history of psychiatry. Very fascinating. I didn't know that. One little example that kind of is kind of an alarming example is homosexuality, for example, was defined in the DSM at some point. It was considered a psychopathology, you know, but we don't think of it that way, you know, today. You know, people who are homosexual are not, you know, crazy. They're just homosexual, you know, and that's, people have been heterosexual and homosexual and other sexual for all of time, you know, but as far as we know, right? But it's only been considered a pathology during a certain amount of time, and then that changed, and then we think of it differently, and so that's just one of many examples of how, you know, our what we consider to be abnormal is really just kind of what we agree on today as abnormal, and then that can change tomorrow. It was different yesterday, it's different today, and maybe different tomorrow. That being said, it's a bit relative to what the trends are, right? I remember one scientist proposed that ADHD, you know, certain types of hyperactivity. I don't even know if if they even call it ADHD anymore. But when that was like a big thing, and it was like, it's overprescribed, ADHD was being overdiagnosed with young people and stuff like that. Some people that were studying it felt like it was not so much a problem as it was like an evolution in the way we think and the way our attention works. I don't know how that worked out for that particular person proposing that particular hypothesis. I don't know if that gained any traction. I doubt that it did, because I haven't heard anything like that since. But maybe like fragmented attention span is actually like a higher kind of cognition or something. I like the idea though. I like that idea. I like these alternative ideas. I like thinking outside the box. You gotta think critically.
I have just the thing, Wanderer. May your feet
So my advice is be a critical thinker, but there's a limit to critical thinking. Like, critical thinking is good, but you can take it too far. What's a good example? Conspiracy theories, I think, are a good example. Where people who have this kind of like conspiracy theory tendency kind of gravitate towards like alternative explanations and conspiracies for why things are the way they are, right? We probably could come up with some specific examples maybe. But that person has their wings on. I have that too. I want to put my wings on just because I'm just standing here. So let's say you're doing conspiracy theories and you're thinking outside the box, and you're thinking of like alternative explanations for common everyday scenarios and things that are going on in the world. That could be good. That could be critical thinking outside the box. It's a good cognitive exercise to be able to do that, not just take any explanation for why something is the way it is, but maybe think that, it could also be explained by something else, And a good detective, I think, and a good scientist will be thinking critically like that and trying to explain things by, alternative explanations. But here's the difference between a detective and a scientist and just your general crazy conspiracy theory thinker is you don't believe in the conspiracy theories. The crazy guys do that. You have to test the theories. You have to examine them and disprove the conspiracy theories. If you can't do that in a systematic and a thoughtful, systematic way, then you're just a crazy conspiracy theorist. So that's where the limit is. So you have to be a critical thinker, I think, in the world. And if somebody comes up to you with a crazy conspiracy theory, you'd be like, "Oh, that's good." Like flat Earth. We won't go into that, but we'll just say like, that's kind of like a extreme one. I'm pretty sure that most educated people understand the Earth to be round-ish, right? And not flat. That's like contemporary canon, if you will. So when the flat Earth thing came around, I was like, "Oh, look at this. That's interesting. I want to know more." Not because I am a flat earther or I want to subscribe to the flat earthing, whatever it is. I honestly don't really know too much about the movement other than, it gets a lot of attention for being a little bit absurd. But I thought to myself, maybe these are some academics perhaps, maybe some physicists who are thinking about Earth on a different plane, one in which the Earth could be thought of as flat. So I thought it was like an academic thing. I thought it was like, we're mathematically explaining space and time differently in one way. The Earth can be, thought of as being flat. I was like, I want to learn more and I want to know how that works, and I want to open my mind a little bit to an explanation on a different plane or a different dimension or whatever mathematically was going on. I thought it was a thought exercise. Come to find out, there's some fuckers just thought it was just straight up flat because you could just see You know, you look to the horizon, like their explanations for it were like a bunch of stupid stuff. I was like, where's all the math? Where's all the physics? Where's all the cool stuff? I want to challenge the man. I would say, like, look, the earth is round. Like, fuck that. Of course we think it's round because it looks round, but seeing its things are not always how they appear. I wanted somebody to like really convince me, and they didn't have anything. So the point of that is thinking outside the box, good. Believing, you know, in the conspiracies, bad. You know, so just do that. So when you're out there in the world, just think, what would Psynaps say about this craziness? How would Psynaps take these crazy ideas and make sense of them? It's very simple, in fact. It's like crazy ideas, good. You know, cognitive awareness, self-awareness, you know, science, good. Thinking outside the box, creativity, good. Even a little bit weird creativity, eccentric ideas, good. But just believing in shit without having good evidence or being able to communicate and articulate your ideas, bad. Misinterpreting ideas, fantasies from facts, or at least from, you know, what we believe to be our facts, bad. You know, don't do that unless you come with a big case. If you want to prove that the earth is not round, it's going to be hard for you because people already believe that it is. You know, but I do think if you want to, you got some work. You got your work cut out for you. That's okay. Your work, you know, taking a big theory, trying to disprove a theory, good. But not backing it up with facts and being able to convince reasonable people and articulate to reasonable people, bad. So really simple logic here. I think everybody can do it. I think you can get really good at that. I think these are like tips for being smarter, to be honest. Like if you want to be smarter, these are some small things you can do to boost your smarts. Should I write a book on how to be smarter? Nah. Writing a book? Good. On how to be smarter? I don't know. Maybe it'll help. Maybe it'll help some dumb people out there. If I wrote a book on how to be smart. I don't think it would help everybody, but maybe some people maybe. Oh, but here's a funny thing. Okay. So if I wrote a book about how to be smarter, but it would only really help dumber people. I'm already dumb as it is, so if you're any dumber than me, that's pretty bad. But dumb people don't really read smart books. Therefore, writing a book on being smarter for dumb people wouldn't have any effect. Or did I just like logic myself there to death? Now, late night thoughts with Psynaps. Cool. One of my add-ons put some pretty cool little icons on there. Nameplate. I think I have a nameplate add-on. I wonder which one it is. Let's run a mythic. It's time. It's time to progress. Let's look for 24s. Let's go straight into a 24. Let's go. Oh, it's too late for 24s. It looks like. Oh, there's they're OCE. OCE is going to give me big ping time. The thing is, I could probably have a 1 millisecond ping time and I'd still be bad. So if you give me like a 150 millisecond ping time, that's going to be like 100 times better. 24 Waycrest. I think Waycrest is pretty hard this week, right? Let me see what I need. I've got a list of stuff I need. I definitely do need Waycrest, but I remember going into a Waycrest 24 and I felt like it was pretty hot. So if I'm going to do that, I feel like I need to warm up first. And if I need to warm up first, let's just cue it right now and go in. It's going to be a nightmare. 23 Darkheart Thicket. Darkheart Thicket's been pretty hard. Oh, they invited me. This is not gonna go well for them. Don't tell them, Kay. All right, let's do this. Oh, something that I should have checked, and usually I do check. Hey, I just saw on my YouTube that Anoop, I don't know how to say your name. I hope I'm saying it right. I mean, I'm probably not, but I want to say it right, I should say. But anyway, Anoop, if you're still in there, I'm playing World of Warcraft. And it doesn't give me a timestamp, so I have no idea, like, when you said that message. I should be paying more attention to my chat, of course. But which one am I doing finally? Mainer, right? So that's gonna be which one is it?
It's a great way to visit a dungeon.
Waycrest.
Don't forget to repair your
It's gonna be this one, of course. Oh yeah, that's right. Because if we go over here, you can hear the spooky music right here by the portal. I remember.
Many feels for a friend. It seems like you.
Wish me luck, because I probably am going to be distracted looking at everything else other than the game like I am right now, while I'm healing at 24, which I'm probably barely going to be able to heal due to my item level. I should be able to heal these fine as long as everybody's doing their part. I feel like if I'm gonna carry, I'm not gonna be the one carrying too much in a 24. I'll probably be the one getting carried a little bit. But looking at everybody's Raider IO, everybody's 3K except for the Hunter. But I mean, the Demon Hunter. But he's the tank, and he's a Demon Hunter, so it's okay. I'm sure he could tank this with a much lower IO. And it's not like it's the IO that makes you good. I think you can grind up a high IO and be bad like me. But at least the IO says that, you know, you've done some work. You know, it's kind of like a college degree. It's like you at least got a degree. That means you did something. You were there for some amount of classes at least, but it doesn't say how much you really learned, right? So I think you people can totally be badasses in here with a lower IO, but it's gonna be a lot more work on me. So I notice when I go into these and people have low IOs, it usually doesn't go well. Usually there's a lack of something, a lack of DPS, just a lack of numbers, and that's what I lack too, is HPS. You know, if I'm not on point, not only do I need the gear for it in the IO, but I've also got to perform too. So I've got to push numbers, and the numbers only happen, you know, when you're very, very focused. And everything is going to try to pull you away from your zone, like all the RNG, like the mechanics. What am I talking about? Like, what do we got this week? We got Incorporeal and Spiteful. All of this shit is just gonna, like, you know, it's gonna lower the DPS, it's gonna lower the HPS. The players themselves, you know, who knows what they're doing? Like, they're smoking bowls right now. Like, one of these guys at least, probably
4,
singing bong rips
3,
right now.
2,
You know, he's gonna be
1.
like packing a bowl while we're right in the middle of a pool or something. And I'm gonna have to make up for that bullshit. So let's see how it goes. It doesn't have to be that way. Everybody might be ready to time this motherfucker. And in that case, it should be smooth sailing. Let's see what happens. Let's see if I don't wipe in like the first 30 seconds of this. Oh, something's happening. Psynaps is pressed to some heal buttons. Oh, that's good. That's good. Uh-oh. Things are happening. If I say uh-oh,
Shockwave.
that means uh-oh. And also, like, if anybody is actually watching me heal,
Shockwave.
bless your heart, and you see that I could be doing something, you know, and it's just bugging the shit out of you because I'm not like, I don't know, dispelling or like some little thing,
Shockwave.
call me out on it. I don't mind. Actually, yeah, no, please do tell me, because usually what people do is they just like to watch me suffer and just they don't say anything. They just want to watch me
Shockwave.
suffer. Usually, that's par for the course. But if you want to do me solid and be like, yo, Psynaps, hey, why don't you, you know, pop some more of your little trance or whatever. Why don't you change your
Shockwave.
whole spec? Or, hey, Psynaps, why don't you just log off? Any advice is
Shockwave.
always welcome for me.
3, 2, 1.
Shockwave.
But you know what?
Shockwave.
We're still alive, haven't wiped, and nobody's even died yet. Oh, right when I say that, somebody's going to die.
Shockwave.
Oh, I know it, I know it. Oh, oh.
Shockwave.
Okay. It happens every time. Like I'll say something about dying. Like,
Shockwave.
hey, we haven't died yet, guys. Everything's perfect. Then somebody just dies right there.
Shockwave.
It's like I have a way of jinxing it.
3, 2,
Shockwave.
1.
Oh, dude, that bye-bye person so wants to
Shockwave.
die. I can only bring them up from like near death so many times before all my coolies are just completely out.
Shockwave. Shockwave.
I think DBM is really letting us know about their shockwaves. It seems. It's nice. Why is my health going down? so low?
Shockwave.
I'm gonna hide. I'm scared. Okay, I'm coming out. See what I did there? I got scared. What did I do? Did I panic? No, I just ran like a little bitch and hid.
3,
Those
2,
are skills.
1.
Oh yeah, my tree came out. Look at it. See my tree. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just take a quick drink. You know, one of the nice things I think about Druid is oh shoot, it broke my drink because I got one of those guys. Druids can do this little thing where you can go invis and then you can do a quick drink. So mana is kind of weird for druids.
3,
but
2,
at least we get that.
1.
Oh shit. At least we get that ability to do that. Oh, there's some really big hills that went out right there. That was a pump. I was playing the other day and fuck, Spiteful on me again. I need a fucking drink. I can't have a Spiteful every single time. Okay, now I can drink. But somebody told me the other day, they're like, don't put life bloom on yourself.
5,
You have 2 life
4,
blooms.
3,
It doesn't proc the
1.
the efflorescence thing
3,
as much if you
2,
put it on yourself.
1.
Oops, and I just put it on myself by habit. See, that's my problem. I want to put it on myself because I feel like
Mind
I
control.
might be a little more squishy compared to some other people. But I need to break that habit, so it's kind of like just a little thing. So I'm put on somebody else. And I never really thought about it until somebody told me, so that's why I think it's good to like communicate, you know, tell people when you see it.
Keep
Don't just let
moving.
them keep suffering and doing the same shit over, you know. Give them a little boost.
Spread.
This is tough right here. Like this little part right here is wiped. Many of groups. Oh,
2,
one guy died.
1.
Yeah, he couldn't take it. Let me see. Let me get through this first before I res him back.
Spread.
I'm gonna res him up. Fuck, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna pop some defensive. Let's see if I can get these guys up. I think it's like the little debuff where
Spread.
you gotta keep moving. tree's out.
Heal
Get
to
him.
full.
Get him. Oh, that guy's totally gonna die. Let's see if I can get him back up. Oh, I got him, yeah. I put on Life Bloom on him. Life Bloom like increases mastery.
3,
So
2, 1.
Heal to full.
I get a little mastery thing there. Let's see if I can do this guy too. Yeah, I got him. Sweet. I'm getting a little bit low on mana, so if this boss fight goes on for too long, it's going to become a little bit of a DPS race at this point because I'm just not going to be able to maintain
Mind control.
mana. But I'm already almost oom, and these guys are like 50%. So this is like, I think, where the heat is going to come in. I'm going to try to be a little bit more efficient with mana, but I'm also not going to hesitate to heal when people need it.
Three, 2, 1.
Keep moving.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. My
Spread.
tree's out. Let's go. Oh, the tank is getting low. I'm going to put some buffs on him. Oh, fuck. Whew, that was so close. I'm still
Spread.
going to die. Fuck, here it is. The end is near. Nope, I live. Don't die on me, team. I can't believe we got through that. I'm completely human right now.
Heal
This
to
is
full.
crazy. Oh no, it's on me. Oh, I don't have enough heals. I don't have enough mana to pump through it. No, all the mana's gone. And I did it somehow. What the
2,
fuck?
1.
Okay. You get a little excited there, but I literally had 0 mana. And somehow I got through that. Like, I feel like somebody healed me or something. But hey, this is a good group. It's a good group, and I pumped as much heals as I could.
Watch your step.
Alright, let's see if we can keep that momentum.
Watch your step.
Alright, he wants to pull
Watch
way
your
back
step.
here. That's cool.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
So far, so good. I mean, this is not terrible so far. But sometimes, like, there's definitely a second heat to these mythics, where the group will do great on the first, couple of bosses. Things will look good. Momentum is fine. Timing is good.
2, 1.
Overall deaths are fine.
Watch your
There's no
step.
deaths. And it can fall apart at any time. Like, I'll see groups just completely fall apart halfway through. For what reason? I don't know. How is Waycrest gonna be? Is it gonna be like tough on the second leg? I think it usually is. So we just have to hope that everybody kind of stays focused. I'll try to stay focused. Guaranteed I'll get distracted at some point. Fuck up. Oh! What the hell hit me right there? I should have been LOS, I think that's maybe where I fucked up, because that's supposed to be LOS right there. I'm not sure. I don't even know what hit me. But
3,
whatever hit me, I got
2,
deleted instantly.
1.
Maybe I had a little bit of aggro because I had heals on the tank. I had hots, so I needed to dump my aggro there. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Oh, I'm gonna hit again. I'm try to put some defenses up. I'm actually gonna go for some stuns. See how that goes. Got a lot of nasty stuff on me.
3, 2, 1.
And I think one of the worst feelings is when you don't know what happened. whoa, how did I die? And you don't fully understand it right away, that's not a good sign. Like, usually you should know why you died. And when you don't, that's typically not a good sign. And that still happens in here. Sometimes I just have no fucking idea what happened. I just put a lot of stuff on the tank. Tank is fully hotted. Well, almost fully hotted. Now he's fully hotted. Remember, stand in the green circle. It increases your DPS.
3.
Tips for all the
2,
DPS and tanks
1.
out there. Stand in the green circle. It does wonders for the group. It really does too. Like it's like the green circle is literally OP, and if you don't stand in it, you're just a huge fucking waste. And when I say stand in it, I mean get your ass to it and fucking stand in it. Like, if you're just sitting around and you see a green circle out there and you're not standing in it, you move your ass and get in it. It's that good.
Three, two, one.
I think I kicked the guy that time. I wanted DPS, but as soon as I went earlier, I'm a little bit like hesitant to like, oh shit, why am I getting hit so hard? I'm a little bit hesitant to like dump a lot of mana into DPS. So that's a problem. That's something I'm working on. I need to work on that a little bit. My DPS, but on the lower keys, I can DPS the whole time. Like I hardly ever have to like heal in lower ones. In higher ones, it's like I'm healing like the whole time, you know. And so that's something else I would love to work with, like a high mythic druid, like somebody who has more experience than I do. I like to work with them on that because I'm supposed to be DPSing more at higher keys. According to some people, I just don't know how that works. Like to me, I feel like I'm healing more on higher keys. So where do you find that balance here? Slow that thing, please. One of my abilities has this weird splashing sound sometimes. I don't know what it is. Let's get this guy hotted up. Oh, see, I need to be LOS. They almost hit me again. Dude. I need to learn my lesson, but I also want to get that tank fully hotted up, you know? What do you think about where I put my team? What do they call this? The party frame. I put it right there so I can click it real fast.
Watch
I got
your
that
step.
from PvP, but I still do it in 5-mans. I wonder if anybody else does that.
3, 2, 1.
Oops.
Watch your step.
I popped my tree prematurely.
Watch your step.
These guys need a little more heals. See? I think these players are good, but they can't lose focus. If they lose focus and I have to heal too much, that's not good. What I notice is that when I play with players who are like really on point and ready to play, like real gamers,
1.
I don't have to heal
Watch
that
your
much.
step.
Like they don't take that much damage. They just don't stand in shit. They use defensive cooldowns. They're actually using all their abilities. They're spec'd right. They've got their gear tuned for mythics. It's, you know, and under those conditions, maybe those are the conditions where I DPS more because I don't have to heal as much for those conditions.
Watch your step.
But that's not always the case with pugs. With pugs, you don't know what you're gonna get. Like, people will be doing great halfway through, then they get zoned out, you know, they're like sucking on their bongs. Nothing wrong with bongs, by the way. Like, hey, let's go. But you know, it's like they're like sucking on that thing, right?
2,
And they just kind of lose steam, and then I have to start healing more. That can happen.
3, 2, 1.
All right, let's see who gets thorns. All right, I'm gonna heal him. I'm gonna heal the guy with thorns. Thorns can eat people up. You gotta watch out there. You gotta get that shit down fast, because it will punish the whole group. It'll punish me trying to heal him sometimes. I don't know whether to just like focus on healing them or actually give some DPS. I'll just heal. Oh shit. Oh fuck, I hate this. I hate this part right here. Oh, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Oh, the tank just died. What?
3,
Bro.
2, 1.
Oh, he's gonna reset. Okay, thank God. Dude, that was brutal. He's gonna go pull some more mobs. Oops, fuck. Why'd I press that? This piano, though, is pretty chill for raiding for 5-mans. I do appreciate that.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
So what are we doing? We're gonna try this boss instead, or why did he go
Watch
from
your
that boss to
step.
this boss? Like, shouldn't we just like try the same boss, just like so it's fresh in our mind? Do you know what I mean? Because now this is a different boss with completely different like. You know, it's like
Shockwave.
I kind of like to just like stick with the same thing over and over for consistency. Like that's how I feel like I get it.
2,
done.
1.
But maybe there's a good reason to kind of like switch it up a little bit.
Chillax.
I don't know.
Watch your step.
All right, let's see what we got here. We got some ads coming out. Okie dokie. We can do some ads.
Watch your step.
Ooh, the tank is taking a little beating right now. Let's pull out my tree.
Shockwave.
Oh, here comes Shockwave. Oh, shit. Watch out.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, shit. Someone's getting
Chillax.
hit by stuff. They need to stop
Watch
that.
your step.
Oh, that guy got hit by that. Might be able to put some roots on that guy.
Watch your step.
I'm actually gonna get everybody healed up for this
Watch your feet.
part. Oh, I think that somebody gave me a lay on
Shockwave.
hands or something. That was cool. This green stuff is literally all over the place over here.
Chillax. Watch your step.
Usually people save lust for the second boss. Oh, because they were asking in chat like who to lust on, I think. Oh, okay, so that's why we're doing this boss. Okay, now it makes sense. That makes sense. Good. I need some advice from the tank because I didn't get it until you said lust, and maybe that's why, I guess.
Watch your step.
Oh shit! Why did that hurt so much? This guy's almost
Shockwave.
dead. Ah!
3, 2, 1.
If I get hit by that, I'll
Relax.
probably get smoked.
Watch your step.
Okay, how are we doing on this guy? I'm gonna give him a little DPS maybe, because I do have mana. Unlike a lot of, unlike the last boss. I don't know if you saw me do the last boss. I went completely I was
What's your
for a
step?
long time. I still don't know how we lived, but I managed to keep myself and everybody alive completely
Shockwave.
Oh shit. Ah.
3, 2,
I think it helps if you just
1.
like kind of scream like out loud as you run. I think it makes you run
Relax.
faster.
Watch your step.
Okay, I just put a lot of stuff on the tank, so the tank is like super happy. And it took a long time, I'm afraid. It took a while to get through that, but can't tell if we're gonna make time. I don't think we're going too slow. I think that's actually a good group. But I think like any good group on a 24, it's gonna still be tough to time. Because I come in here, like everybody will be like 3,100 IO, you know, and everybody's still
2,
sucking balls
1.
in here, you know, in these 24s, trying to time them. So the IO itself doesn't matter. It starts, the comp starts to matter, you know. The small metas and stuff I think become important. And even if everybody's geared, you know, if you're not doing everything perfect, it's not going to work. I'm gonna sneak a quick drink. I do the old shadow meld drink technique. I have to, especially this week with the stupid shadow guys. Those guys are assholes. Can't get no mana. Ah, where'd everybody go? My team left me. They're there. They're going back to this boss. Oh, this guy's hard, man.
5, 4,
This dude
3,
is not a joke.
2.
And then when the little ads come out and the fire starts coming out, how do you even deal with that?
3, 2,
I don't even
1.
know how people deal with that shit. Somebody's definitely on those incorporates though. Somebody's got those guys locked down. I can't even silence them. Somebody else just hits me right away. Oh shit. That guy's getting hit kind of hard. Oh, I can't get behind on those. Whew. Alright. Defensives. Just pray that I live. It does not look like I'm gonna live. Nope. I didn't. Fuck, man. Pop defensives and everything right there. I gave myself 2 defensives actually.
2, 1.
I had a shield and I had my bark skin. Fuck, this guy's nasty. We're out of BRs though, and 2 DPS are down. I'm really gonna have to focus on that fire part. GG, yeah. Yep, I think that was it. That's how they come and go. We had a perfect group. Everything was perfect. And then that one phase of that boss fucked it all up.
3, 2,
Damn.
1.
That fire. It's too much. It's too much. The tank has to balance between tank stacks and downtime of the thorns, because if the tank brings the boss to the fire while someone's in the thorns, it's over for the thorn player. Right. Right. Well, that was a good try. Good try. I thought they did. I thought like everything was fine except for that. So that might be something I have to go back and just be like, okay, how do I carry the group through that one little thing? Because you know, and it's not always like the first time we went through it. I think, did we get through it the first time, or was that what wiped us the last time too. Sometimes we'll get through it, you know, and then, but in this case, this week, it's going to hit multiple times. So, you know, we're all going to have to be able to get through that. Everybody's going to have to save their defensives just right, because I'm going to have to heal through that. But if everybody's just standing there taking damage and they're not helping me out, you want to help your healer out. I know, because I've been a healer. Whenever I tank or whenever I DPS, my instinct is to heal myself and to use defensives, because I don't assume that the healer is going to heal me. That's the whole reason I became a healer in the first place, is because I was getting healers that I didn't think were doing their job very well. And so I felt like I needed to be a healer. So when I play other classes, I'm always afraid that the healer's not going to be able to do it. So I try to heal and do defensives as much as I can. So maybe that's a good reason everybody should at some point try healing, so that you understand the healer's perspective and not just blame the healer for everything that goes wrong. Like sometimes I'll be in a group, I'll be in a mythic, and okay, I'm not perfect. Like I'm not like, you know, the most skilled player in the world. Like I'm aware of what I'm aware of, and then I'm not aware of everything else, you know? So, I'll get this group and it'll be a bad group and everybody's mad and everybody sucks, especially the tank. And then before the tank logs out, or before the tank leaves group, they'll like blame the healer. Like somehow they'll be like, oh, the healer, you know, it sucks, or the healer's falling behind, or something like that. Just like say something and call out the healer and then dip. And I'm thinking to myself, fuck, like, number one, who still blames the healer? Number one, okay, never blame the healer, because you need to be able to play like there's no healer, okay? Like, if you really want to like be good, you don't need a healer. So that's like one attitude to have. So you never blame the healer, even if the healer's bad. Don't call out the healer because you suck. That's number one. Number two is, what some tanks don't understand is that a group can be bad, or a healer can seem bad when the rest of the group is really bad. Like if the DPS are like standing and shit, or they're not using defensives, or if the tank is, you know, missing. You know, tanking is actually hard. It's actually very skilled. I've seen some tanks do it really, really well, and then some tanks just don't do anything, and they're really hard to heal. You know, there'll be guys at the same item level. The tank's HP is going down to 0 and back up. It's bouncing around like, holy shit, how's this guy alive? And then, you know, then there'll be good tanks that are really good with their cooldown management. Their health bar doesn't hardly even move at all. It's just like holy shit. They're like, how are they so good? That's what I see, like, from the healer's perspective. So the point I'm trying to make is, like, everybody has to be on their game to get this done. It's not just like one guy. And I've been in some groups that are so bad that it's like, there's no way I can carry these guys. And then after like struggling with this bad group, then they'll blame me at the end. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We were struggling the whole time. Like, you all suck. I can't carry you. I'm sorry. Like, you're all like super bad. I don't know which one's worse. Honestly, it's not me. Like, I'm not the worst guy in the group. It's like, I was trying to carry these bads. And then it'd be like, oh, the healer sucks. And then ninja log. So that's a sign, I think. Anytime you see somebody blame the healer, that guy needs to look in the mirror. Unless the healer's really bad. That can happen, of course. But maybe the healer's like, you know, on the bong or something. And then, okay, then yeah. But nothing wrong with the bong. I just mean they're doing more bong than they are WoW. You know how it is. All right, so let's see what else they got there. Dude, Waycrest 24 is fucking stupid this week with that boss. It's just that guy, I think. Maybe I need to like, oh, that 23, it's probably the same group. It is. I think it's the same guys. Should I go on that 23 just for practice? What do you think or do you think I should ditch those guys? 23 is also going to be hard too. That one's not going to be easy either, but I do need a 23. I could do that one, but I'm afraid it might be the same guys, same tank. It's going to have the same problem, possibly. what I've been doing lately to try to get points is if I go into a group that it's not successful, I'll try to queue dodge them. Just get a new group and try to reroll. But there's really nothing else here. I might have to practice another weight crest. Let's do it. I'll do it if they'll take me, if they think I'm good enough. And or I might just like wait a few minutes too to see if there's some new groups that pop up. What I do need to do is I need to fix Psynaps really quick, just in case Psynaps needs to come out. For some reason earlier, let me see. Yeah, so how do I test really quick while we're just chilling out? Two things I need to do. Turn that on. I just fixed my lights. All my lights turned off when everybody went to sleep. Because I have all my lights plugged into like the smart home stuff. So like at bedtime and everybody's crashing out, all the lights go down. But there's nothing stopping the lights from going down if I'm live. You could totally program the smart home to do that kind of shit automatically. You could be like, if I'm live, plug your Twitch into your smart home so that it knows. But oh shit, it changed one of the buttons I pressed changed my scene. Let me go back to full booby cam mode. That's not like, that's not like sexist or something, right? If I say booby cam, saying booby is not. You have to check. You never know, like, who's offended by what. Some people might argue and be like, oh, well, you should know. But there's actually no way to know who gets offended by what. Some people think the word booby is fun. Some people think it's cute. Some people think it's sexist. Some people think it's inappropriate. Babies like boobies. If you say baby in the sentence, baby and booby, then it's okay. Maybe there's context. I don't know. But if I say booby cam, it's the camera that sees my boobies the best. Is that okay to say? I have to check. Maybe Yo, Manicus says, oh my God, you're alive? Oh yeah, I survived. Yeah, I lived. And so did you. Congratulations. Wow, now you're here. We're both here. We both lived. We should celebrate that. I've been subscribed to you on YouTube, but you're kind of dead there. No more new videos. Yeah, well, I did upload a drone video, but yes, I think dead is definitely would describe the fact I haven't uploaded a video in like 4 years or something. So you're definitely not wrong there. But I did upload that. Check out the drone video if you want to see Psynaps playing with his drone. Those are really fun. I had lots of fun with my drone. We live in a world where anyone can have boobies and it's supposed to be accepted. So you're good, I'm sure. Why did I read that in like Batman voice? Interesting. Lava. You really bring out something different in me, it seems. You should jump on SOD, bro. Oh yeah, I know. Everybody's been talking about that. I know, but why am I not on SOD? I don't know. I don't know why I'm not. I think I just didn't, I did classic, but somehow I failed to go into SOD. But I didn't do much classic though. My kids do classic though. Does that count? Like my son, Future Rank 1. I don't know if you remember Future Rank 1, but dude, he's all about classic. Like he doesn't like he doesn't want retail. Like he's like 100% classic all the time. It's kind of funny. I was like, what's SOD? And he's like, oh, what do you mean? What's SOD? And he started telling me everything. Like, he knows fucking everything about World of Warcraft. It's kind of funny. Lava says, I don't know what that means. Same here. We're like the same. We're exactly the same. But I'm glad to see you live. Miss the strums. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you checked in. I know it's late. That's weird. You know, I think my viewers, like you guys, like my viewers and my friends, and I'm used to doing like the late night streams. So my stream actually won't really do much until like, 4 or 5 a.m. And I'm like tired and I have to go to sleep, because like I don't have the same schedule as I used to have before. But I still do the late night. Like I do dev, I do, I run a couple of companies, and most of the work I do is later, because it's quiet. My family goes to sleep, and I'm able to kind of find a slightly different focus at different times of the day. During like the daytime, like my family is like very energetic. It can be kind of noisy. My house is not huge, so everybody is seems noisy at least. And doing a lot of family stuff and whatever. Doing a lot of calls, a lot of business calls and stuff scheduled during the daytime. But then at night, when things start kind of cooling off and like chilling out a little bit, I'm able to kind of find a different gear that I can work in, which is kind of nice. So I've kept the late night schedule a little bit. I don't think I have any other schedule. I don't think I'm physically capable of any other schedule, to be honest. But that also means like most of my stream is late night too. You ate bad McDonald's? Oh no. What? Like you have an upset tummy or something from bad McDonald's? That's fucked up, man. I've been making EDM music. Yes! Love EDM music. Do you remember, I don't know if I told you, Lava, or not, or maybe you already knew, but I started working with Dead Mouse. If you like EDM, you probably know Dead Mouse. You know Joel. Did you know that him and I have been working together for a couple of years? But you're learning how to bend HRT waves and other neat stuff. Yeah, so when you've been having much fun learning these massive sound DAWs, that's good. I want to know more about that because I love music and I love EDM. And a lot of the stuff that I've been working on lately is to help musicians. Like, not only do I run, multiple stream companies, some of them are for musicians and got kind of stimulated during the pandemic for musicians, but I also work with other companies who are very focused on music. And yeah, you can send me music anytime you want. Like people have always sent me music. Like I've known a couple of there's been people that are part of the community and stuff that have been really important parts of like the community and have been really supportive of the stream and stuff over the years. And sometimes people will send me money. I'm not money. I mean music, money. But you remember Cream Sauce? Cream Sauce. He passed away, but he would send me like 24-bit waves of his stuff sometimes because he knows I love like raw audio. Both of us like really loved like listening to raw audio and just had an appreciation for, even if you can't really hear the difference between, like MP3, like a really good MP3 or like FLAC or stuff like that. Sometimes you can't really hear it that much unless your ear is really, really good and you have good earphones. But it's more of like the respect for like raw audio in its like purest form, and so sometimes he would send me like we actually shared a Dropbox, so he would just like put shit in a Dropbox we shared. He just like put his waves in there and just upload, so that was kind of cool. Those are good memories of Cream Sauce. I still have a lot of his waves too. But yeah, Cream Sauce, he passed away. Yeah, he passed. I forget which year he passed away. Maybe it was quite a few years ago. It was pretty far back. I think it was quite a while back, because I was still streaming a lot whenever it happened. And so we all got together and stuff. So it's gotta been at least like 7+ years, I bet. But yeah, learning to master and stuff. It's a lot of fun. I'm not an expert at it, but I love the art. I appreciate the art and I respect it. But I started working with Joel because he saw my streaming platform and he wanted to become an equity partner in the company like instantly because he, you know, Joel Deadmau5, he's very advanced. He's very like ahead of his time. He's always 5 years ahead of everybody else. You know, he was doing NFTs 5 years before anybody was. You know, he was doing virtual concerts before anybody was even thinking about that stuff. So he is like on the speed of light, you know, sometimes when it comes to tech. And he had been going around looking for stream technology and streaming platforms that could meet his higher standards for video and audio quality. And he couldn't find it. There was nobody out there doing the level of quality, high quality streaming that I was doing. Just like by default, you know, it's not even, doesn't even seem to me like super high quality. I have one mode and that's the highest quality. And so he saw that and he was like that because he liked the way, you know, that I think about streaming. It's, you know, I think he thinks about it. I think we just have that in common. Like he likes, look at how he deals with like pedals and analog and stuff sometimes, where he has this wall of pedals and he loves to fuck with the sounds. And because he loves fucking with sounds, he is able to discover, you know, sounds that nobody else is really putting out. Right. And he's finding these synth sounds that are just like, you know, incredible. So when he saw like the streaming, like I have all the dials and stuff where you can like fuck with it yourself, he was like, boom, nobody else is doing this. And he wanted to be a partner. And so now we're partners. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we can talk anytime. You probably got hit by some ads, but make sure you join my Discord. Yeah, Marcelo's here. Do you remember? Yeah, when Deadmau5 joined, it was so good. And Marcelo is my other partner in the company as well. And one thing that I think has been pretty special about my stream, at least in the past, was there was a lot of creative people because we're doing editing and stuff. So we're doing a lot of editing. We're doing video, or doing the games and everything too. But there's kind of this creative vibe, and there were a lot of musicians too, like people who were, you know, at different levels of music. You know, people producing their own EDM. Some people that were, I think there was a lot of electronic artists that were part of the stream. They were making music and they would share music. So it's always been something that we've encouraged, and it's an honor for me too. I like being around creative people. I feel like it makes me creative, and maybe other creatives understand my weird creativity. So it kind of all makes sense, I think. But Lava says, he's actually one of my idols. Him, Seven Lions, MS54, Venomy. I'm now friends with Venomy, and he's hooked me up with a few cool plugins. Oh yeah, dude, the pros have all kinds of goodies that they know about. Gave me keys for them for free, and he sees potential and pulled me into a Discord. That's good. He's taking you under his wing, and but that's what it's about. It's about being inspired. Getting good comes with time and practice, but inspiration is special because it's not something you can necessarily buy or force. It's something that comes from within. So if you're around people who motivate you to create, it's something special because it's so organic. You know, somebody can give you money and be like, okay, create, here you go, here's money. And then you're like, oh, you know, and then you're motivated, but it's not true motivation. True motivation, you can't pay for. True is when you're truly inspired by someone and someone has really, like, you know, affected you in a way, and you want to learn, and you have this motivation that you just can't otherwise get. You know, it's something deep. And I think music is like that. And creativity and creative spaces can be very much like that. Yeah, cool. Yeah, good. Good, and it's good, you know, having people that are positive too to keep you motivated going. Also, Marcelo, it's late. I don't think Marcelo's on the East Coast, so if he's awake at this time, that means he's burning the midnight oil. Oh, cool, your SoundCloud. Oh yeah, and I was gonna tell you too during the ad. I don't know if you saw it, but make sure you're in my Discord because my Discord's like really chill. There's, you know, it's pretty chill. Sometimes we're popping off in there, but not really that much, you know, but it's good to have there so we all stay connected during the during the times where I'm not streaming, or maybe you're not on Twitch even if I was streaming, but Discord's always kind of there, you know. Yeah, you can share your tunes there. Sure, yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah, you can drop your links in there. Yeah, just let me know if you have any problems dropping them in there. I think there should be a channel that put them in there. Let's collect them so we can all check them out. Yeah, that's a good idea. Marcelo, you're checking 4K 60 HDR to YouTube? HLS? You should try doing the enhanced RTMP if that works. But that's good. That's good. I need to do that test too. I would have tried doing it tonight, but I don't think it makes sense. I am streaming on YouTube, but I don't think it makes sense to dual stream HDR to YouTube and Twitch, since Twitch can't do HDR. I don't know what it would look like. I'm sure it would just look a little soft, you know, to have that HDR look to it. When you try to play HDR on an SDR player, it doesn't really make sense. I wonder if it would even work. Who knows? I guess could probably try it and see if Twitch can even take it. Oh, what if Twitch does support HDR and we just don't know because nobody does it? I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't think so. No, they can't because they don't accept HEVC. Yeah. Oh yeah, we know some secrets. Marcelo and I know some secrets I'm not going to say, but we've been talking to YouTube. Some of Marcelo's special connections brought us YouTube guys, and they told us some secrets about some things. I can't say, but based on what the guy said, I don't think Twitch is going to be supporting HDR at all. So maybe with the new HEVC thing they're doing. But funny thing about, Marcelo, you don't have to choose enhanced RTMP. It just supports it. All you do to enable enhanced RTMP in OBS is you just choose HEVC as the codec. That's it. You should be able to, once you put the RTMP address into OBS, you put it in, and then you go to your settings and you choose HEVC. And that's enhanced RTMP. That's it. It's just the pull down comes down, and you select it. Oh, now you're enhanced, right? Because regular RTMP doesn't support HEVC encoding. So, yeah, you select it and put your colors. I don't know if it'll let you put the colors with RTMP. You have to try it and see if it works. I haven't tried it. I mean, we're doing it with SRT, so we know it works there. But the question is, does that work in with enhanced RTMP? It should. I think it should. And if it doesn't, then the OBS guys are definitely going to fix it, because I know they've been working on HDR. I remember there was the lead developer for OBS. He didn't want to do HDR for a while, because it was like, look, nobody's using HDR. It's like we're not gonna, you know, we have a pretty good roadmap going. You know, HDR is on the roadmap, but we're not dropping what we're doing to work on HDR. That was many years ago. And I don't know what changed the attitude, but I think maybe large enough people wanted HDR. You know, broadcast was looking for it. Obviously, HDR monitors and TVs and stuff are coming out, so you know there was more pressure for HDR. And then finally they started putting it in, and boy, when they put it in, they really did. They put it in, and you know, the color profiles, and they're still working on it. Everybody's still working on HDR. Even you know, like I was having problems with HDR myself with Windows, just basic integration stuff. It's not all the way there. It's really kind of half there and half not there. It works on some stuff, not on other stuff. Support and adoption for it is hit or miss, but I think it's no doubt about it. It's moving fast, right? So it's coming. It's coming pretty fast. What in Cryonic Blue is here? I saw you in there. I forgot if I asked you what you're up to yet. But Lava says you can play the song anytime. Thank you, Lava, for that. I do appreciate that. And if I, you know, or when I play it, I definitely am going to give you a shout out when I do that, because I am definitely very respectful of everybody's content, and I want people to succeed. I really do. I want everyone to succeed. I want to succeed, and I want you guys to succeed as well. And in a perfect world, I imagine, you know, we all can help each other somehow to do exactly that, to succeed. Those are the people I like to be around. We're all kind of pushing each other forward. You know, we're not carrying each other. It's not there. It's not that. We're not carrying each other to success, but we're pushing each other, you know, motivating each other. We're like workout buddies, you know. We're making each other stronger in a small way. But I see a couple of more mythics on here. I did one. We couldn't time it. I did a Waycrest Manor. Everything was going fine, but one of those bosses, man, there was this one phase. Everybody just melted. So everybody needs to go back to the drawing board on that one. Motivation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we got to. I like that. That's better. I love being around positive people that motivate each other, because you know what? Not everybody's like that, right? Not everybody is comfortable with motivating each other to succeed. Some people want to tear you down. Some people want to tear each other down. Do you think that? You've seen that? People throwing each other under the bus? A little bit of thrown under the bus, a little bit out there, right? Sometimes you have to watch your step, because you one second you're doing fine, you have good momentum, you're going forward, and then the next second you're down under the bus all of a sudden, just like that, because somebody you know, has other plans, right? So I'm not saying that's always happening. I'm not saying that's happened to me, but that's happened to everybody, you know. So you got it. That's why people say it's important to be around, you know, the right people and stuff. It's so incredibly important for your creative success, personally and professionally. It's important, right? There's haters. And what people that want to see people fail, there are, like, I remember, like, in the stream, you know, in the stream is where, you know, streaming on Twitch and being a part of YouTube and stuff like that. That's where you get exposed to the most amount of people the fastest. And you get this very fast revolving door, you know, right now there's only a couple of people that are here, but, you know, when the stream is really cooking and everything's going, you know, there might be hundreds, or we might get rated, you know, and have hundreds, even thousands of people in. And so you get a lot of people very fast. And people have actually told me, I remember there's this one guy, no one's ever told me this before, but I remember at one point, a long time ago, some guy told me something like, he was like, I hope you fail. It's like I want you to stop streaming and just never stream again, and I hope your stream fails. Like something like that. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, who would ever want that from someone? Who cares if I stream? Who cares if I succeed or fail? Like, if this guy doesn't like me, why is he, like, telling me that? It's like, just turn off my stream, bro. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, please unfollow, unsubscribe, unbookmark. Like, why do you want me to fail? Just don't watch my stream. Like, who the fuck even says that? So luckily, I've, like, never had that happen. And that's why I remember that one guy, because I'm like, are you just like trying to give me a bad day, or do you really think that? Like, I don't know. What a charming person, Cryonic Blue. I know there's been a couple of charmers, I think, throughout the years, especially when you're going through, there's so many people and stuff. You never know if people are just joking or if they genuinely want you to suffer. There was one guy that, a troll, and I've told this story probably too many times already, but there was this one guy we fucked with, I remember, and it taught me never to fuck with the trolls, or at least to resist my urge to fuck with trolls. Because this one troll, he was being an asshole, and I did my standard procedure of dealing with assholes where I just fuck with them. Because when you're the streamer, one thing you got to realize is, like, as the streamer, you have full control over the chat. I can't control what you guys say, but there's other things I can do. Like, I can make fun of you all that I want. I could ban you. I could mute you. I could encourage the other viewers, the other people in chat, to give you shit. I can open up Photoshop and draw pictures of you. You know, there's so many things I could do. Like, your creativity. Streamers don't realize, when you're the streamer, you have all the control over the trolls, you know, pretty much. And some streamers that are bad at streaming, they're like, oh God, the trolls made me cry today. I'm like, no. You have to realize that you are in a place of power as the streamer. Like, you can fuck with them. So once I realized that, I was fucking with the trolls, and we would all get on, we'd all be on it together. There's a couple of guys in the chat that also like to fuck with trolls because they were trolls, you know. So once you get them going, then you can't stop them, you know. So we're fucking with the trolls, and this one guy, some people liked it, like it was fun, so we kept doing it. But there was this one guy that he was really like a sad guy. Like, we started fucking with him, and he got madder, which is normal. I mean, that's what you get if you are trying to be a troll. If you're trying to fuck with the streamer and you're trying to fuck with the community, well, you should get punished, right? And so, yeah, we made him mad. That was too bad for him. But he got really mad. He started doing death threats. He started saying very bad things about me and my family, and like some kind of dark shit. It was no longer trolling. It was from a person who was very sad, who was very dark inside, the things that they came back and said, you know. And it made me realize after that, I wasn't scared of him. I didn't feel like intimidated, or that, you know, that I lost my position of control or anything like that. It wasn't that. I just felt bad. I felt like, holy shit, like, this dude is so fucked up that I don't want to make it any worse for this guy. Like, he's already really bad. Like, he's already fucked. Like, the dude is washed. Like, I don't want to, like, I want to fuck with the other trolls, the ones that, like, you know, they don't learn their lesson, but not this guy. Like, this guy's like, there's a sicko, like, kind of a really super sad dude. So after I experienced that, I realized that you actually shouldn't fuck with all the trolls. Just ban them. We already knew that. Chinglish and all of the streamers that I learned from, that I looked up to, doesn't fuck with them. He just bans them. Like, they're gone. You don't even know that he's getting trolled because he bans them before it even comes up. Like, they're banned. So that's kind of probably what we should do. But it is fun to fuck with them once in a while, though. You know, you got to have some fun. It depends on the troll. You got to be careful. Sometimes you can make content out of trolls. We did, right. That's what we did. It did. It became part of the content. And it was fun, too. It was like, you know, when you're streaming every day, you're kind of into it. Like, you're in shape. You know, like an athlete that's playing basketball every day. You know, you're just like, you're just pumping, you know. And that's what, at some point, my stream was like that. We were just pumping. So when a troll came along, it was like, oh, that's how delightful. Please come step into my office. Let me show you around. You know, it's like we have a someone. How did I say it? Someone got lost, took a wrong turn on the internet, and ended up in my chat. And they seem to be unpleased with my content. So let's show them around. Let's let them know how things work around here, a little bit. You know. And so you got to watch out for those guys taking the wrong turn. Oh, what is this? What is my What is my OBS doing right now? Oh, I guess it's fine. I thought my OBS was freaking out for a second, but it was just my my YouTube preview is being weird. Yeah. Oh, I missed the trolls. If no one trolled me, I would feel very lonely. I'd feel very left out. I mean, that doesn't mean I'm inviting you to troll me. I'm just saying, like, you know, the trolls are part of the gig, pretty much. Ooh, there's a 24 Atal Dazar. Is that how you say it? AD. I'll just say AD in case I can't say these names, but that's got a, oh, that guy's main is a 3750? Fuck, I'm signing up for this. We're all gonna die. Hope they don't invite me. Do you ever do that with Mythic Pluses where you like you see a group that you want to join and you're like, oh god, I hope they don't invite me, because you know you're just gonna wipe them and bust their key up? That's how I feel about this 24. Let's do it. I don't want to bust their key up. I'm gonna try as hard as I can, but that I'll probably run into a spider or something. I actually usually don't run into spiders except for when it's like a 24. Oh, they didn't invite me yet, which means that guy knows what he's doing. You know what I mean? It's like if I get invited like instantly, it's like an insta invite. And I'm like, oh, this guy's just trying to, you know, they're just filling the group, you know, that's fine. That's fine. I'll go in and play. But when I like, you know, now I'm in queue, that means they know what they're doing. They're looking me up. They know better than to just invite me. You're going to be like, oh, that's Druid? Oh, shit. Yeah, let's invite the Druid. Oh, wait, it's Psynaps. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's wait a little while, see if we get a bit better healer. And if we don't get a better one, then we'll invite Psynaps and we'll let him play and have fun. And then there's a Everbloom 24. Fuck that one. You know why? Because that one boss with the fire. Oh, dude, the fire just eats me alive. It's so hard to heal. It's I did a I might have actually done that one on 24 already, but maybe last week. But that fire boss kept wiping us. Then I got this one group where it was fine. Like it was no problem at all. I healed it just fine and we got through it and we timed it. And it's like night and day. Like it was wiping everybody, group after group after group. That when the pyro and the arcane shit started coming out, everybody was dying. And then I went in with a group and it was fine because all of them were popping their defensives at that exact right time. Like they knew the fight. They were sick of wiping and they weren't going to wait for me to just heal up all of their damage and, you know, try to carry them. They were being good. They were being gamers and they were, you know, doing defensives and stuff. And that's all we needed to pass. Then I could keep up with the healing. I didn't feel like I was getting behind. I wasn't like panic healing some asshole who was, you know, about to die because they weren't using any defensives. Because that can take away from the whole group. Like if there's one person that just like their health is always low because they're not popping anything, their RNG is picking them every time, and they're standing in fire and everything else. It's like I'm just like my mana is going down as I'm just pumping heals into these assholes, right? That affects the whole group. Then that's a heal that, you know, the rest of the group who are doing their defensives, who are being gamers, you know, they don't get that heal because that heal is going to the asshole. So you get a whole group of assholes like that, and it's just a wipe fest. But when everybody does their job, it's just like I can actually have time to DPS then. So those are the groups I'm looking for, and those are really hard to find. I wonder if I can do it 23. Let me see if it'll give me any points. Pretty much what I'm doing is ready to fuck some keys up. Cool. Psynaps the backup. I'm the backup plan. Right. When all the rest of the gamers go to sleep, then maybe they'll invite me in. No, I don't. It's not really like that. Like, I usually get an insta invite because my IO looks good. I'm a druid, and my item level and everything is it's okay for this level for 23s and 24s. They'll invite me, but the guys that are 3700, they probably don't have time for any bullshit. They're gonna be on the ball, and so I would actually like to run with them because I'd like to learn from guys that are playing at 3700 right now. I've never played that high. I don't even know what the fuck they're. They might not like my spec. Like, I might not be spec for 3700 because I don't even know. I haven't been there, so I might need to like actually look at my talents and do something different for 27. And you wouldn't know that unless you're playing 3700, Mythic, right? Actually, I did go to Raider.io and I did look at the leaderboards for some of like the top 10 healing druids, and their spec is different. I actually did change my spec a little bit for higher Mythics recently. I was doing something wrong. I was looking at a couple of things here. I think I was looking at budding leaves. I think I had a couple of points in there still. And that really, like, if you look up common specs for Resto Druid, they are putting points into budding leaves, but I think that comes from last season. Where, last season the talents were different. Like this season we got new abilities. We got Groove Guardians and a couple of new things here to put points in. So I was kind of holding on to the old thinking of using Rejuvenation and also, Life Bloom and Rejuve. But it's a little bit different now. Like, some end Mythic Plus raiders are saying Rejuve is not like that important, and they're taking Rejuve points out here, and they're not focusing on that. And even taking points out of Budding Leaves, which is for Life Bloom. So I wouldn't have like thought that myself. Like, I wouldn't have did that. So I actually had to go to Raider.io and look at what some of the top 10 druids were doing before I realized what they were doing. And I looked up some guides, and the guys were talking about, Rejuve is like, useless now. And I'm like, what? Why? How? It's not. But if you say so, okay, I'll try this new spec. And sure enough, it helped. Like, I wasn't even using Reforestation at first because I thought, oh no, I'll put points into this other stuff like budding leaves and stuff. And I didn't realize that, that wasn't what people were thinking. I mean, I probably, if I played more, maybe I would like come to some of those theories on my own. But because I just come in for a short time, play some mythics, get some points, push up my rating a little bit, as much as I can in the amount of time I have to play, which is not very much. I wasn't catching some of those trends, and you're not going to see them on the internet too. Like, even on Icy Veins recommended specs for Resto Druids are pretty basic. I don't think they're tailored for 3,000 plus mythics. I think they're tuned for like 2,000 or less. I think it's like Icy Veins, like it's too generic. It's good to start with. Like, I'll start the season, I'll see if anything's changed on Icy Veins, and I'll read it. But what I found is like what they say and what Mythic Plus players are actually doing are very different. Like, the site needs to be updated or something. I don't know. Well, that's weird. Like, my YouTube preview got behind like 30 minutes or so. I wonder why that is. I don't know, but it's still live. I'm doing the dual streaming. I was streaming to Kick, Twitch, and YouTube because I do have the restreaming platform. I do have those global ingests, which are capable of restreaming. So I integrated that into the platform. And so now all the people that use the Psynaps platform have restreaming. But I took Kick off, and every time I stream, I just test it because now we're allowed to. And then Twitch announced that partners can stream now to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. The only limitation was that Twitch has to be your main stream, so you can't like show YouTube chat on your Twitch stream, something like that. There was definitely a statement about the chat in there and how there was limitations on what you're allowed to show on your screen in terms of like, you know, on-screen chat and stuff like that. So it has to be clear that, you know, Twitch is like your main feed. And then in that case, it's cool if you go ahead and restream that to YouTube, which it wasn't cool before. Some people would do it anyway. And it was also said that no one had ever gotten banned for dual streaming on YouTube and Twitch, you know, so they weren't really enforcing that policy. But it was in writing, you know, and for the partners too. It says in the partner agreement, you know, there's some exclusivity. You know, at least historically, there was exclusivity where you're not allowed to stream at least gaming content or even IRL content for some partners on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So all of that changed. Now you can stream on all of them. I put in my platforms. So now when I stream, I just do it because, you know, it's kind of like I'm showing my platform in a way. And I'm also testing my platform. If I'm streaming, I should be streaming on my tech, you know, to put it through the stress. But I don't need to because there's so many people that stream on my platform that I don't need to test it, really. It's like everybody else is testing it all day, every day. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year for many years now. My system never goes offline and it never has any downtime. There's somebody always live on it all the time, and it's always been that way. I'll stream to Kick, but nothing happens on Kick. Like, I don't understand that platform. And today is the first time that I didn't stream to Kick. I just took it off my restream list in the Psynaps control panel, and I just put Twitch and YouTube for today. And why not also stream to Kick? Well, all the times I was streaming to Kick, you know, it was like just very dead. Like, it was like crickets there. Like, nothing was really happening. It was almost like, even on Twitch, like some weirdo will just like come into the chat and be like, you know, who the fuck are you? Or why am I here? You know, somebody will say something like, you know, somebody will take a wrong turn on the internet and end up here. But on Kick, that was not happening. Like, you know, maybe there'd be like one or two chatters, and I couldn't even tell if they were even real or not. And I was like, this is weird. Even on YouTube, people will be like, why the fuck am I still subscribed to you? Like, somebody literally told me that on my YouTube live stream the other day. And I was like, oh, it's because of graphics and stuff. You know, he didn't recognize me. He's like, it's because of the 3D graphics. And he's like, oh yeah, I remember. And then we started talking about that. And I was like, it seems rude if somebody says, why am I still subscribed to you? But I didn't think about it as rude. I thought about it like, thank you, actually, for saying that. Because some other asshole would probably just unsubscribe me if they can't remember why they ever subscribed me in the first place. They just unsubscribe and leave, you know, and they're done. You know, they go on to some other piece of shit content on YouTube. But this guy didn't. He actually asked me, why am I still subscribed to you? And I was like, thank you for asking and not just pressing the unsubscribe button. I don't know why you subscribed to me. I told him, I don't know. But it was probably with like the 3D rendering and the editing, you know, back in the day with World of Warcraft, Minecraft, and all that stuff. And he was like, oh yeah, I remember. Now I remember you. And then he didn't unsubscribe. So you see, it's like, thank you. And I kept a subscriber there. I didn't think it was rude at all. Like, why the fuck am I subscribed to you? I know. I don't know why anyone subscribes to me. Y'all crazy. What about a 23 fall? Think I pull off a 23 fall? Some hardcore shit. This guy's 2845. Let me see. Do I even gain anything from a 23 fall? If I complete a 23 fall, I'll get 5 points. So that's why I'm trying to do the 24s, which are damn hard. But if I complete any of the 24s, it's like if I do a 23, I'll get like between 2 and 5 points. So the 23s are not really, you know, like, it's hard to like go in there and bang your head on the wall for 30 minutes for 5 points. It's a little more appealing to do a 24, which shouldn't be that much harder, but you get a ton more points. So if I were like shooting for like, you know, rank 1 or whatever, then I probably would need to be completing the 24s and wouldn't even be thinking about the 23s. So yeah, I don't know. Should I do it? I'll just do it anyway. 24 Everbloom. The tank is 32. Dude. I need like a cup of coffee and earlier in the day probably to pull some rabbit out of a hat for that 24, I think. So I might just chill. I'll check some of the lower ones just for points. Just for vault. So if I go in here, do like some 21, 22s, won't be so bad. And those should go into my vault, right? What's the lowest? Probably 20 is probably the lowest you can do for the maximum vault reward. You know how like in the vault, it'll say you're already at the max. Like it doesn't matter if you go any higher, you're already at the max. And I think 20 is probably going to be the max, possibly. So let's see if there's any of those. And I also have this little add-on that sorts it for me so that, see if this fixed it. What is it? What is it, Lava? I haven't checked anything yet. But, a +2. Wait a minute. Why does it say +2, 3200 alt? I mean, like, oh, is it a 20 maybe? But he says +2. I don't know. Throne of the Tides. I'm not going to click it because it looks like a +2. I don't want to do a +2. Oh, your Twitch is breaking? Oh yeah, let me know. Like, it looks okay for me right now. I mean, as far as I can tell, my stream is okay. My ISP is not very good. Oh, guess what? Guys, later today, I get fiber installed finally. I live in a place where there's no fiber, so let's say it like this. Where I live, I'm like right outside the city. In the city, they barely have fiber. They do have fiber in the city, but New Mexico is like, I thought New Mexico was like 5 years behind like California, for example, like West Coast technology. I thought we were about 5 years behind. We're about like 10 or 15 years behind, at least when it comes to fiber. I mean, back in the day when I was streaming, like my friends actually moved to different cities just for fiber, you know, and then fiber kind of spread out. But for some reason, it took a long time. Now, that's not the same for like academic internet and stuff. Like there is fast internet. We have like government and research and like military funded stuff in New Mexico. We've had since probably before most of the country, some of the thickest pipes. Even Facebook, you know, has a data center that's on some of those pipes. But the thing about the state is there's these pipes, but it's not spreading out to like urban areas and stuff. It's not expanding. ISPs are not expanding like they are in places like Texas or California or other places in the country. So anyway, finally, I worked with our mayor So Lava says, dude, that's huge. It's on another level. But I ended up working with our mayor, whose one of his main objectives was to get us better internet, because he was, you know, he was campaigning on like infrastructure and internet and stuff. And he was also like, he's a Republican, but you know, it didn't matter. I didn't care if it was Democrat or Republican, really. I just, you know, he was a businessman. He was trying to get shit done. And one of the things he was running on was the internet. So I was like, hey, this mayor's pretty cool. Let's get to know him. And I called him up and I told him my problems. I said, hey, look, I'm a business owner. I run businesses. I do streaming. I want to bring my business here a little more. I want to bring more of my business in-house, but I can't because the internet sucks. And now I have to pay AWS or, by the way, I don't use too much AWS. I'm just using them as an example because everybody knows what AWS is, but I try not to use them because I don't agree with their model for the most part. And their internet's not that great. Their servers aren't that great. So, you know, like them, you know, my money is going out to state because I'm paying all of these different providers and I can't really do much here. And I need to interface with all of my other infrastructure. And in a perfect world, I would like to bring some of that infrastructure in, you know, and maybe invest in myself, invest in my company, stop sending money out to everybody else. And I told him my story and he's like, yeah, he's like, that's exactly right. And I've been trying to get Comcast and some of the other guys to come and put some fiber in this city. And it's an ongoing thing. And I said, okay, well, let me help. And he says, sure, like help as much as you can. So I called Comcast and I was like, everybody wants fiber. Like, what can we do? They're like, oh, well, we'll bring you some fiber for like 150 grand. You know, that's what they were going to charge me individually. Like 150 grand. I mean, that's $150,000 to run a fiber line, you know, to my house. And then they would charge me like $3 grand a month on top of that, you know, for the 500 over 500 symmetrical or something like that. And I said, okay. Normally you might be thinking, whoa, fuck off. I don't want to pay 150 grand. So I did the opposite of what you think I would do. And I said, okay, let's do that. Because everybody wants fiber here. And I'm not going to pay 150 grand. I don't have 150 grand to give to anyone to dig a hole. I'll fucking dig the hole myself if that for 150 grand, right? But let's, you know, the mayor wants to do it, so let's do it. So, you know, that's kind of how it started. And then fast forward like about a year or two, and Comcast invested like $500 million or something in digging up our neighborhood, and they did it like in 2 months, like in weeks practically. It was a couple of months, but it felt like weeks. They just came in, fucking laid fiber everywhere. They dug up everybody's yard was a fucking pile of rocks. They came in fast. They just like punched some fiber into the ground and then left. And then the other day, Comcast left a little flyer on my door and said, check it out. Check it out. And I said, okay, I'll check it out. So I called the Comcast people and I called the number on the flyer, and the person on the flyer is like just right outside. There's like a sales team. Like they just like scoured the whole neighborhood. They're just like sitting outside our doors waiting to like schedule a time with us. I mean, they fucking came in hot. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars in weeks. They punched it in and then they just had people outside waiting for us to call. And I called them and I was like, okay, I want, you know, what do you got? Like, can you do better than what I have right now? Because what I have right now sucks, but it's not bad. It's good cable. It's pretty good cable when it's working. And then it'll fuck up out of nowhere. But I was like, okay, do you got fiber? And they're like, yeah, it's like direct to your door fiber. I was like, bullshit. I was like, what's the upload? And they're like, the upload is symmetrical. It's 1,000 over 1,000. It's like, bullshit. When can you install it? And then they're like, we'll install it on Saturday. And I was like, bullshit. All right, see you then. So when they get here, guess what I'm going to tell them? I'm gonna be like, bullshit. So I was excited about it, obviously, but I don't believe it. I'll believe it when I see 1,000 over 1,000. All right. What I think could happen, the reason I was saying bullshit was normally when I talk to ISP sales people, they don't know the difference between upload and download. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'll call tech support. Okay. People who are getting paid to help you fix your internet don't know the difference between upload and download. It has been my experience. Whoa, that's a cool mount. What is this mount? I've never seen that mount before. That's fucking, dude, where do you get that? That is kind of sick because it glows. Fucking shit, I want that. It's probably impossible to get or you gotta pay for it, motherfucker. But anyway, long story short, I didn't believe that the person selling me the internet knew what they were talking about. So when they come to me and they tell me fiber, direct fiber, I'm not convinced that they even know what that is, because there's different kinds of fiber. There's like the fiber they bring to your door, and then there's just the fiber they bring to the closest node, and then they give you coax cable, right? But they still call it fiber, and they market it and sell it as fiber, but it's still coax. And requires like a, you know, traditional DOCSIS modem. So she's telling me direct fiber. I'm like, well, we'll see about that, right? And I'm like, what's the upload? And then she's like, you know, it's symmetrical 1,000 over 1,000. Well, 1,000 over 1,000 symmetrical typically costs hundreds to thousands of dollars a month. And she was going to give me that for like less than $100 a month. So I was like, it sounds too good to be true. We'll see about that. So maybe they do. Maybe they hook me up. We'll see. The upload is the info that is pre-padded. Download is the full insertion. Giggity. What? But Chattanooga is named Gig City because of it. I get 1,000 over 1,000 for $43 a month. Been on since 2017. Are you serious? Lava, are you serious? Where do you live? Are you in like California? Because I do have some friends that have good fiber, like 1,000 over 1,000. You know, for like $50. Like you said, oh, you live there. Okay, I see. It always makes me super jelly and mad because over that amount of time since 2017, I've literally been suffering with internet. It doesn't affect my business because I run my business on the cloud. I run my business at data centers. So, you know, I can still, you know, fully run my company at the highest quality of streaming and bit rates without having very good internet myself. Just having, you know, blah cable, you know, it's 1,000. It's like my internet right now, for example, is 1,000 over 50. And there was a point in time, let's put it this way. In 2017, I think I was paying about $300 a month for like 300 over 30, I think. It was about $300 a month. And then it went to like 300 over 40, and it went to like 500 over 40 or something. And then I started looking at residential internet instead of business internet, and then went up to like 1,000 over 50 for like, I don't know, $150 a month for 1,000 over 50. So as you can imagine, my life has been hell, living hell, for all of these years in terms of like my upload speed. So if I want to upload a big file to the internet, nope.com, that'll take about like hours to upload. You know, I feel like I'm in fucking 1999, you know, we're trying to download to LimeWire or something, you know, to like a dial-up speeds is what it feels like, because at the data centers, everything's 10 gig, 25 gig, 100 gig, and those are the pipes that for all the servers that I use on the cloud. I don't need 100 gig, I don't lease 100 gig for a streaming server. I mean, I can do like 1 gig is good, and 10 gigs is nice for, just basic streaming nodes, for edge nodes or whatever. They'll get cooking if we're doing like, wide distribution like HLS and stuff, but we don't do that. Usually it's just my company is doing, one stream in, one stream out. Or if somebody's cooking, maybe they've got 2 or 3 streams. Maybe they've got a couple of feeds. Maybe it's an esports event. Maybe it's 20 feeds. But that's still not going to saturate like a 10 gig pipe. So I got all the bandwidth in the world on the cloud. So 50 meg up to me is like pretty much dial up, but at least I can operate. So that's good. Yeah. Oh, you get the business. Right. Oh, so you can do 10 gig for 300 a month? Oh, dude. And is it good? Is it shared? Like, if you have 1,000 over 1,000 for $50, do you feel like the shared gig is falling short of performance? Or do you feel like everybody's pretty happy, like it's not oversold? Chronic Blue, oh, you have the cheapest internet, so now it's a competition who has the cheapest internet. Well, I'm definitely not going to win that competition. I was like, I'll flex on my cloud stuff, but I'm not going to win anything on home ISP stuff, that's for sure. You can download World of Warcraft in 4 minutes. Hacks. Reported for hacking. But I'm curious about that 10 gig, man. I would easily and love to pay $300 a month for a 10 gig connection if I could stream on it. If it was streamable, just because it's a gig or 10 gig doesn't mean you can stream on it. But if you can, I would definitely do that. I would definitely do for sure. Because I could do so much cool stuff with that. I could run services off of it. I could build my own data center pretty much. Not that that's a good idea. I think I would want to do it just because I'm a nerd. Not that it would be like cost effective way to do it, but it would be cool. And the MVMEs, that's a good point, because somebody said earlier, I think it was Amp, he was like asking the question. I don't know if he was serious or not. I think he was just having fun, but I think he was asking if the new MVMEs could saturate a 10 gig network. And I was like, yeah, like many times over. Like the new MVMEs will saturate like a 50 gig plus network, on just a single MVME. I've got the new MVMEs on my system right now. I've got because I bought the newest Intel. That's what I'm streaming on, and I think I probably mentioned a little bit last time, but I'll show you what my task manager looks like if I can do it. But whoa, that's bright. Oh, I also got a new monitor, so I'm still trying to get the contrast just right. When a white window comes out, it's like fucking HDR power in my face. But so this is kind of cool what it's doing. It's these are the P cores. This is the new i9 14900K, and so you see those ones at the top, those boxes at the top. Those are the P cores, and the ones at the bottom are the E cores. So like when you're playing a game or doing OBS, it'll overclock those P cores, and you get that single threaded performance. So it's running at 5.23 gigahertz, and I underclocked it too. Like I turned down the power. I had to, because it was like flatlining at 100 Celsius, and I've got I've got the 360 AIO water cooler. It's like I've got a big water cooler on this thing, and it'll just flatline at 100 instantly. Just 100C, just stay there. Like it's designed to do that. I've never seen a CPU do that before. Like Intel doesn't care. They just build them that way. So I put down the power, underclocked the frequency. So now it'll still almost get up to 6 gigahertz. It won't get up to 6. It'll stay at like 5 or just above 5. And it won't deliver the full wattage to the CPU too, because I capped the temperature and I also capped the wattage. So it's underpowered and underclocked, but and it'll still I set the temperature at 90 degrees Celsius, and that's the limit, and it'll just flatline at 90. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like it's like fully cooled, underclocked, and it just like goes straight to 90 and just stays there. I'm like, God damn, I've never seen anything like this before. But it's pretty fast, and it's doing okay on the benchmarks. When it throttles itself, when it hits the max temperature, the benchmarks are okay. They would be better, I think, if it wasn't going into throttle mode. You don't want it to do that, and it doesn't. For most things, it doesn't. But when you give a CPU to me, I take it to the max. When I render, it's like all cores full power. But I think just for like some casual gaming, that's how Intel designed these. It when underclocked, it doesn't hit 90. It'll approach 90, but the benchmarks still look pretty good. Instant throttle, yeah, like faster than I've ever seen. Like I've never seen that. Like I'm gonna reseat the CPU and maybe put a little block. Like they got the little temperature block things that kind of fit over it to help even, so that the cooler sits better. Those might only be for like copper coolers. I'm not sure I think people also use those for water coolers too. But I was thinking of just getting put one of those little things on there, which I usually don't do. Reseat it, apply the thermal paste, and maybe add a little extra or something, and see if I can get it down. I'm sure I can get it down a little bit. I think when you're hitting temperatures like that, I think you should probably do something about it. You should look at it, make sure that everything is even, and put a little more. Maybe I'll buy a different tube or something. I think it's fine. I don't think that's going to change things a lot, but obviously you can always bring it down a little bit if you give it a little bit of love. And so I think I can definitely improve on there, but I think this is just a cooker, man. It's a cooker. And it could also be, some people say that you can win like the CPU lottery. Sometimes people will get one that's really high on benchmarks, but it's running relatively cool. Maybe I didn't hit the CPU lottery. Maybe I just got a little cooker, or maybe they're all like that. Maybe my CPU's fine. They're just all cookers. So that's 10 nanometer tech for you. If it was 7.5 or 5, you'd have less surface diffusion. So there's like a size issue there where it's coming down to like physical heat dissipation based on the nanometer size. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, something's gonna have to change if they want to go even smaller. But I know that all of these run hot. My last AMD ran pretty hot. Everybody was like, "Oh man, this thing runs hot." Thing doesn't run as hot as this. Like, this is hot. This fucker's like, at least that one, the AMD, I've got it back there on that table. Back there is the I think it's like a 3950. Wait. It's like a Ryzen 9 3950 or 3950X, I think. So it's a couple of gens back, right? That thing's about 6 years old, about at least 6 or 7 years old. No, it's 6. I think it was like 5 or 6 years old, which is pretty old in computer terms, but that thing is still holding benchmarks. I can't really tell the difference between the two just on everyday stuff. I have to run benchmarks before I actually can tell the difference. Some things are pretty zippy too, because the other thing we were talking about were the NVMEs. So that one had like first or second gen NVMEs, which were like 2,000 to 3,000 megabit per second. You know, that's more than 10 gig. That's more than a 10 gig network speed, right? A couple of times more than that. Those NVMEs are fast, and they still are very fast. They're faster than spinning disks and faster than SSDs. Those are the old gen NVMEs. The new gens are like 5,000 to 7,000, I think between like 5 and 8,000 megabit per second. So I think they're in like the 7 or 8,000s, the new gen. And that's what I have here on my boot drive. The boot drive is the Western Digital Black 850X. So you can look that up. They're actually a really good price. Like I was surprised, because usually Western Digital Black, usually those are more pricey. They kind of mark up the price on those. I felt like, at least in the spinning disc. So I never tried a Western Digital Black NVMe, but they seem to be pretty popular on Amazon when I was building this. A lot of reviews, great price. They're under $100. I think it was like 70 or 80 bucks. I was like, holy shit. It's like way cheaper than the last gen, the previous gen NVMEs. And the speed is like way faster. We're talking like 7,000 or whatever. So I said, okay, let's put one of those in there. So I put one of those in there. And these new motherboards, by the way, have 4 slots for NVMEs. It was hard to get 2 slots 5 years ago when I built that last AMD. I had one of the only motherboards that was supporting dual NVMe slots, and it kind of sucks some juice out of your PCI lanes. But it was nice to have 2 NVMEs. And now they're coming with 4. And the pipes, are looking pretty good. And so I looked at this motherboard and I was like, and I looked at reviews and I was looking at the PCI lanes. And so this one looked pretty good. It's got, I think that main NVMe is, on the CPU pipe. And then the other ones are going through, the other PCI lanes. But the C drive is the fast one. And then I got this other one, which is a Western Digital Black. Same brand for the NVMe, but it's one gen back. It's the 770. Still is like 5,000 megabits per second. It's still like twice the speed of my previous gen NVMe. My previous gen was this one, which is the Samsung 970 Evo. Those were expensive. That thing, those were like 150 bucks or something when I bought that one, right? Now they're a fraction of the price, but almost 5 to 10 times faster. So I'm really happy with how NVMEs are going. And then the fact that you can put more of them on the motherboard, that's good. For video editing, gamers like NVMEs because it makes your games load faster. Your games are like feeling very zippy. When you're transitioning between things, it goes faster. But fucking video editing, guys. IO, like, what would you say? Like, IO limits are like really rough when it comes to like really editing high resolution video or working with like large data sets. People that are developers that are doing like AI and stuff like that are definitely going to benefit from these NVMEs. The standard user is never going to notice. Your Windows machine is going to boot fast and you're going to feel like you have a zippy computer. You're never really going to reach those high speeds unless you are uploading and downloading like large files or a bunch of small files and stuff like that. And I do all of that. So super happy with that. And you said, did I tell you about the graphics card that I got? Oh, you hit a Silicon lottery? That's right. The Silicon lottery is what it's called. You got a 6650 XT. It's supposed to only go to 2700. And the one I got goes up to 32 and it blows the cards that's supposed to be the next 2 stages above it out of the water. True phenomenon. Nice. Well, congratulations. You got your card for $300. And you've been offered, oh really? So people want to take it off your hands for $1,000 because it's so rare. That's interesting. I mean, you gonna let it go? You're gonna hold on to that rare phenomenon. You can let it go for $1,000 and then buy a more expensive card. No, you're gonna stick with that one since it's a good one. Yeah, I probably would too. I'm not into really selling cards. Like when I buy one, I just keep it. I just run it till it dies. That's how I do computer hardware. Like, and I have kids too. Like I have a family, so if I get a new computer, I've got the old one back there. I'm gonna give I'm giving that one to my son. I just have to reformat it and fix it up for him to use. But I'm gonna let him use it. I'm gonna let him have it. I could turn it into a server and stuff, and I can dev on it. There's no doubt about that. In fact, I really wish I would turn it into a server. But what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna give it to my kids like I always do, so they can have a badass computer. Because I hope that they grow up, smarter and more tech savvy than me. Even though I am kind of a super nerd, I want to give them room to grow, and so I don't want them to have any bottlenecks for their system. Or in other words, I'm not going to give them a shitty computer just because they're kids. I'd rather give them a nice computer and let them grow into it. Hopefully, kids don't always do what you want them to do. The idea is that they'll grow into it, but who knows if they will or not, right? But I think it's working because I'll catch Future Inc. 1. I'll catch him doing some video editing once in a while. He'll make silly little movies, or he'll be deving in like Roblox Studio or something like that, and he's just like, nothing's holding him back. He's just jamming out on the computer, doing some dev or some editing. And I'm like, you kids have no idea what kind of computers you have. I literally did streaming, built an entire community, and did a render farm, and did graphics and videos and stuff on the computers that my kids are using. They don't even know. But it's pretty cool, I think. You can play 4K, 120 hertz on a lot of games. That's pretty sick. You're good at killing cards. My last graphics card died in black smoke. Oh, so you do the black smoke method on yours. That's pretty good. I have had some problems with graphics cards failing. I had one that I guess it was overheating. I don't know what it was doing, but it was old. It was in one of my kids' computers, and it just like every time they would go into a video game, it would just die. It was just black screen. It would just like turn off. And I'm like, holy shit, what the hell's going on with this card? I replaced it, and then it got better. Then it was fine. And I had another card that had 2 fans, and one of the fans just stopped working. Perfectly good card. Nothing was wrong with the card. Just the fan broke, and the fan wasn't replaceable. It would have taken it would have taken a little bit of shopping, I think, to get that fixed. It wasn't an easy fix, so I was like, why invest on fixing this old card? I'll just get a new card, and that's what I did. And I thought about it. I was like weighing the pros and cons. Like, do I like break this thing down, try to find a replacement fan? I looked it up. The replacement fans weren't really that available, and it didn't really make sense to fix. And it wasn't like your card where you had like a silicon lottery. It was just a regular card, and it was old anyway. And the fan died, so I was like, okay, bye this card. Hello, new card. But other than that, I try to hold on to all my hardware because I'll hand it down, and I'll always save hardware, instead of trying to sell it, because I'll end up putting it in something. I'll put in a server. I'll be testing something new. An old GPU might work just for getting a monitor on a server or something. I'll just throw like an old GPU in there, get something going. Being a computer builder, I think computer builders have old parts that they just have. They never got rid of, and you kind of use them until one day they become paperweights or boat anchors. You use them until then, Yeah. Keep it in the family. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fun for me too. It's fun. It's fun to have a little LAN. I've got quite a little LAN going on here with my 10 gigabit network. all these computers. When I was streaming all the time and I was doing video editing, I got a new computer every year because I needed to, because there's just no computer that was even fast enough to do it, to keep up with video editing. So, building a computer and it lasting for 5 years just wasn't even something that wasn't a good idea for me. I had to do a new computer every year, for a couple of years while everything was cooking. And then I got the AMD, which lasted 4 or 5 years. And it was fine. Like, I wasn't editing as much anymore. I was deving more. I was doing more coding. So I didn't feel like the computer was getting old. It was plenty fast. It was way more fast than I need for the dev I was doing. And it could also video edit, and it could also stream. So that one ended up lasting 5 years. I did upgrade GPUs a couple of times during that 5 years, but the CPU is still fine. That thing's still a great computer. It's putting up some pretty good benchmarks as well. It's falling behind a little bit compared to the newest CPUs. Obviously, it's already a couple of gens back, but for basic work, it's still pulling the numbers anyone would need to produce work. Yeah, the NVMEs, that's exciting. So I think that drive speed has probably been one of the single most significantly noticeable differences in computer speed, right? Think about when the first SSDs came out and we were switching from the spinning disk to SSD speeds, which was like, 150 megabits, 150 to 200 megabits. Okay, maybe you have a super fast spinning disk and it's like 250, but I think most spinning disks were like at about 150, 200 if you got a good one. Then SSDs come out doing 300 to 500, and it was a noticeable difference. It was like, that was like swept me off my feet, going to SSDs. Windows booted fast. Everything felt much zippier. And we only went up by like double, maybe triple read-write speeds. SSDs did other cool stuff too, like just the way they handle files. They were zippier in a lot of different ways. Maybe you had more of an increase with small files, I don't remember. But with big files, just the max speeds, like 300 to 500, that was huge. And so like, whoa. Then NVMEs come out. In the first gen ones, we're doing like, already done 1,000, 2,000. So that was even a bigger jump. So at some point, I think what's going on now is that the speeds are picking up so much that you can't really even notice the difference anymore. So we did notice the difference between spinning disk and SSD. That was like changed everything. And that was huge and it was noticeable. Sometimes you don't notice upgrades so much, but with a disk you did. You could just feel it. And then SSD to NVMe, I felt like was a little bit less noticeable. Yes, Windows loaded almost instantly. So there's that. That was the noticeable thing. But other stuff you didn't notice too much. Maybe games loaded faster and stuff. But you didn't notice unless you're really measuring it. Because it's already so fast. And then now going from like Gen 1 or 2 NVMEs to like now Gen 5 NVMEs, I don't even see the difference. I can't tell the difference. If you measure the difference, you can see significant difference. It's obviously way faster, but the brain doesn't it's not like, whoa, these new NVMEs are so fast. Like I can't hardly tell the difference between this computer and my old one, just doing everyday stuff. Although this new one obviously is like juiced compared to that one, obviously, But the point I'm making is kind of like as we go faster and faster and faster, we're going to notice the difference less and less and less. And now we're into the speeds where it's only measurable and no longer perceptible, which is fascinating. Did I say perceivable? Perceptible? You know what I mean. You're up to 8 or 10G. Well, the NVMEs are going to be faster than 10G because 1 gigabit. So, a 1 gig Ethernet, which should be the same as like your 1,000 over 1,000. That's a gig. That's 100 MB, like capital MB. That's like about 115 MB. And that would be like your disk. Your disk is capable of like a spinning disk is capable of like 150, at least a slow, like a blue or a green 4 terabyte drive would have like 150 megabit per second, where a 1 gig connection can go up to 115 MB. So those are like the disk transfer rate comparison. So 10 gigabit would be 1,000 MB, and that would be like your NVMe speeds. Like even the Gen 1, Gen 2 NVMe speeds are like a couple of thousand MB. So that's your 10 gig right there. And then now with the fast NVMe, now you're at 25 or 50 gig for network. That's that should be the comparison. So now you can pump 50, and you can buy 50 gig. You can buy 25, 50 gig switches. Those are getting to be more popular now. I think Ubiquiti and MikroTik, the major, and any of the other major switch builders will have 25 gig, 50 gig. Before, you would only see that kind of stuff in data centers, and you still do. Those are data center speeds, but you can buy those for your home network now. Those are consumer-facing products. What nerd doesn't have a 25 gig switch by now? Me, I don't have one. All my stuff is 10 gig. I just barely switched everything over to 10 gig over the pandemic, just a couple of years ago. I'm not even at 25 yet. I don't think I even use 25. I think my servers are pretty happy with 10. I think there's very rare scenarios where I'm saturating 10. I'll send big files over, but over the NVMEs, I'll saturate the 10 gig. But it's very rare that I'm going NVMe to NVMe. Usually I'm doing something like NVMe to a big RAID, to a big, spinning disk RAID. And so I'll get, sometimes it will saturate the 10 gigs, sometimes not. Sometimes it only will saturate half, even on like a big file transfer. So I'm still good with 10. 10 doesn't frustrate me. There was a point in time where, for a long time actually, I was very unhappy with 1 gig speeds. And it was before I built the 10 gig network. 10 gig network at that time, like pre-pandemic, everything is like pre-pandemic, post-pandemic now, by the way, like telling time. It's like, I don't know what year it was. It was either before or after, who knows what fucking year it was. But sometime pre-pandemic, I was getting very, very frustrated with 1 gig speeds. I was saturating 1 gig all the time. And it was slowing me down. I wanted to do render farm. I wanted to transfer files. But I did not want to pay tons and tons of money on 10 gig. That wasn't my budget. My budget for computers was I needed a new CPU. My computers weren't fast enough. And I was, whatever my computer budget was, I was buying CPUs and GPUs and stuff like that. I did not want to overpay for expensive, overpriced 10 gig stuff. And a lot of nerds were having that problem. So what you did if you wanted to get 10 gig stuff, and you can still do this now if you're building your 10 gig network, is you can look at eBay and you can get some older devices. In fact, I think in this computer I was just kind of joking earlier about my Ethernet adapter. It's got to click one down. It's a Mellanox Connect X3. So these are old. I don't know how many years old those are, but it's an old 10 gig adapter, but they're cheap. You can find them on eBay for like, I don't know, $30 or something. And that's your cheapest entry into 10 gig. I'm sure I could get a nicer 10 gig adapter, but the fucking adapter does 10 gig just fine. So why am I gonna spend 10 times that on a nice adapter when that satisfies my needs? So I'm sure I'm missing something there, but if you want, so that's the strategy. And once I figured that out, I was like, okay, how are these nerds building their 10 gig networks? They're going to eBay, buying these used adapters. They might be pulled out of like a data center machine or something, and they work just fine. I did that combined with some Microtech switches, and then bam, like I was 10 gig just like that, and all the file servers and stuff. I just had to fill out those 10 gig NICs, and that's how you build a cheap 10 gig network for your home lab. And then I mean the sky is the limit on how crazy you want to get with your network. There's some very nice adapters and very expensive adapters. If you want to do 25 gig, if you think you're, maybe you have some massive fucking RAID, or you got a bunch of NVMEs and you're like, oh, 10 gigabit so slow. Oh, I have to wait forever to transfer a file over to my 10 gigabit network. If that's happening, then fix it. Get a 25, start patching your network, start putting some 25 gigabit links in there and fix whatever the bottleneck is. I simply don't have that bottleneck yet, but I'm sure it's not far away. People were I would complain to my friends about being frustrated with 1 gig, and they're like, what are you talking about, bro? 1 gig Ethernet is fine. Yeah, if you're checking your email. I'm over here trying to push big files and stuff, and I'm just waiting. 1 gigabit, it's going, now it's done. I'm like, fuck this. I'm dying over here. We don't live forever. I'm dying with 1 gig speeds over here. When I watch the bar go by when a file is transferring, I'm like, the fucking cells are metabolizing over here. I don't have forever. Why do I want to wait for slow 1 gig transfers? Fuck off. Let's upgrade to 10 gig, and then boom, now we're fine. I'm not dying as fast anymore. So your board came with a 10 gig? What board do you have? I was going to get a board. I was going to get a 10 gig motherboard. Even this brand new motherboard that I got, this brand new, it's not an Asus. I was going to get the Asus, but I ended up getting the Gigabyte Aurora. I think Auroras or something like that. But something about the PCI lanes in this Gigabit were looking a little better than the comparable Asus boards. And then there was also the Asus ProArt. The ProArt series. Asus has a ProArt series of all kinds of stuff. They have a ProArt monitor, ProArt GPU, and a ProArt motherboard. All of them are pretty pricey and very, very pretty too. They're designer. They're made for creators, so they got extra Thunderbolt and some extra shit on them that's supposed to be good for creators. But even the PCI lanes and stuff on the ProArt was whatever, but it did have 10 gig, a 10 gig port on it. And I was like, well, I should just do that. Why waste a PCI slot on a 10 gig network adapter? Just get it built in. Well, I don't think it works that way. I think you've only got so many lanes anyway. So if you've got a 10 gig port on there, it's going to be eating up some amount of lanes, I think, in the end anyway. So I ended up, everything looked good on this board. The only problem was it had a 2.5 gigabit adapter. That's okay. I've got a bunch of those little Mellanox. I threw the Mellanox in there. I could use the 2.5 or the 10 or both at the same time. No problem. Oh, you got the Asus Aurora. Wait, why did I think Gigabyte Aurora? What the fucking motherboard do I have? Do I have an Asus? I swear to God I got a Gigabyte. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look, but in any case, I think they're all good. I don't think any of the Asus or Gigabyte boards are bad, especially for this particular chipset. I think they're all they all have a ton of NVMEs and stuff in them. So I think I've built enough computers where I've tried. I do have more Asus boards than anything else. I only once in a while have gone to MSI, and MSI boards are really good too. Like I've never had a problem with an MSI. The MSIs, I think they're great. To be honest, I do think the Asus are a little higher quality. I think they're tough. In fact, Asus has the tough line, and those are actually really good motherboards. I think that one behind me is an Asus tough. I almost got the Asus tough for this one. I was this close, but something about this Gigabyte had something a little better than the tough did. At least I thought. I think they're both fine though. Maybe I should have just got an Asus. It doesn't matter though. This one's fine. And then the Gigabyte, every once in a while I'll do a Gigabyte depending on what the market looks like for that chipset at that point in time. I think they kind of flip-flop, right? Because every company they'll build their board for the upcoming CPUs, and the feature sets and everything is kind of all predetermined ahead of time. So by the time they launch, their firmwares are already out of date. You notice that with motherboards? Like I always wondered why when you buy a motherboard they have like piece of shit outdated firmware and you have to update the BIOS. I mean, you have to update the BIOS on these things. Why don't they just come with the right BIOS in the first place? And the reason is, I think, because they start building them really early, and the BIOS doesn't even fucking exist when they package these things or something. I don't know. But you got. I love my AMD processor. Oh, the Ryzen 5600, the Ryzen 5600, what you're using right now? I do those Ryzens, all of those Ryzens, the Ryzen 5, 7, and then there's the 9s, right? But those Ryzen 5 and 7s, those are like a really, really good value. Like they're good processors. I have some of those in my garage. And they're inexpensive too, compared to like, the flagship CPUs, like the one I bought. The one I bought's kind of expensive, but not that expensive. It's not like it's a Threadripper or something, there's still like, consumer prices, just a little bit on the higher side. But that's not the case with the AMDs. The AMDs are actually very affordable, and they pack quite a punch. They make amazing servers. I got one for one of my main servers because I needed a nice Ryzen in there. I gave my nice computers to the kids, so I was like, oh shoot, one of those would have made a really good server. So I just built one. I built a couple actually. So I got a couple of those AMDs, but I think they might be I don't know if they're the 5000s or the 3000s. I gotta look. But they're right. They're really good. And they're very fast. And they're perfectly good for any kind of dev. And also for gaming. I think that they start to slow down with like some heavier rendering workloads. But every computer does. Every computer's slow for rendering. There's no computer that just instantly renders stuff. It's like, even if you had a Threadripper, it's like, if you have a Threadripper now, you're just going to want to edit everything at 4K or 8K. You're going to be waiting just as long. You're just going to have more pixels probably. And by the way, the new Threadrippers are nuts. They are so fast. So many cores. So many computes. Please send me a few Threadrippers, AMD. I think the Threadripper CPUs are like $4 or $5 grand. Just the CPU by itself, aren't they? They're like more than that. Maybe they're like $8 grand or something. I don't know. I think Linus built a Threadripper on his show because he wanted to compare to a Mac Pro or whatever the the big Mac, the big ones, not the mini ones. The big Macs are like 10 grand if you buy from Apple. And he did a video where he compared a PC to Apple. And I was Linus, right? Or was it one of his goons? I think it was Linus, but they ended up put a Threadripper chip in there to compare the price. So they wanted to see like what a $10,000 PC as fast as you could build it would be if it was faster than the $10,000 Mac. And what they found was that they didn't even have to spend $10,000, and the Threadripper was way faster than the Mac. It was like just blew it out of the water. Those Threadrippers are crazy, but you're gonna have to spend 10 grand to build one of those. I'm sure you could build a Threadripper for like 5 or 6 grand. I'm sure, maybe. But that's how, that's the CPU is 5 grand just by itself. You want the quantum processor? We're good. We're headed, dude. When the quantum hits, it's gonna hit. It's gonna be like the SSDs and the NVMEs, where all of a sudden it's like they're cheap and ubiquitous. Everybody's got one. Quantum computers are gonna be that way. When they hit, it's gonna be like they're gonna be cheap. Everybody's gonna have one, and I think it's gonna happen fast. Hopefully. We won't get him? Why? Why aren't we going to get him? Who's going to take him? Dad? Is Dad going to take all the quantum computers and not give us any? Oh, they're going to save him for the AI soldiers? Interesting. Well, I don't know when that's going to happen or exactly how that's going to go. But I do agree with you that if people can fuck something up, they will. So there's that. And when it comes to quantum computers, someone's going to fuck it up for all the rest of us, I'm sure, the first chance they get. So saving all the quantum computers for the soldiers sounds like a typical fuck up. So I buy it. Elon already spilling the beans? Yeah, but Elon doesn't know shit, though. That's the thing about Elon. If Elon says it, then we're safe, because he just makes up shit left and right. That guy's... If there's somebody in this world that's full of shit, it's Elon. I'm sorry. I want to believe in the Elon, but the more I hear him talk, the more I hear a baby, essentially, talking. Like, he's like a total man child. One of the things you got to learn growing up is to not tell stories, to not make up stuff you don't know. When you don't know something, there is an art to bullshitting, but when you're serious and there's adults in the room, the adults can tell when you're bullshitting, and they can tell when you're making stuff up. All kids do it. All kids go through a phase, and even college kids. I remember when I was a grad student, we were training the undergrads in the discipline of academia and science. There's a lot of things to know, and when kids are up on stage and they don't know all the answers, the brain, it's like a natural human like reaction or what's a good word for it? Like reflex. It's almost like a reflex to kind of try to make something up when you don't know the answer. You have to train that out of yourself. You have to train before you start making up shit. You got to bullshit out of it a different way. You got to find a clever way to say, I don't know. Or you got to, politicians are really good at this, where they'll just like change the subject when they don't want to talk about something. There's all of these little things you can do to get out of making up bullshit so that everyone else doesn't think that you're just making up shit. Elon Musk hasn't figured this out yet because of his problems with his social. I think it's just his like issues with social behavior and maybe communication and stuff like this. Elon will do what the kids do, and he'll just make up a bunch of shit, and sometimes it sounds romantic. Sometimes it'll be, romantic stuff about the future, about cool things that might be happening, maybe some idealistic type stuff. I'll call it like an idealistic romance kind of stuff. But he's making up shit that he doesn't know. He's not the brilliant guy that some people want him to be, although he's done some amazing things, which I don't understand. I don't understand how he pulled off, the electric cars and stuff was amazing, but he took it a step further with SpaceX. He did some pretty crazy shit with satellites. And so the stuff he's doing is pretty catchy. And then he's got Neuralink and stuff. So it's really kind of this collage of kind of interesting stuff that he does. And I think you would have to be a pretty smart person, I think, to do any one of those things, more or less all of those various things, right? And then also be in the running for the richest man in the world. So he's no moron. But when it comes to like the future and philosophy and stuff, he does sound like a moron to me. He sounds like a little kid when he talks. So sorry, Elon, because Elon and I, we're going to work together. I basically have the solution for connecting all of his endeavors, all of his enterprises. I have some ideas on how to like connect all of them together and bring us into the future in a reasonable way that doesn't involve making up stuff, in like a real structured way. So there's a good chance I may work with Elon. So when I say a bunch of funny stuff about him, well, he's just going to have to get to know me and get to know my personality. And I'll tell him like I told the stream earlier. I'll tell anybody this, and I'll tell him what my one of my most inspirational professors told me, about expectations. And I'm gonna have higher expectations for everyone around me, and for some people that will hurt their feelings, and for other people it will motivate and inspire them. So I hope it's the latter for him. But Lava says, I think he's a villain. Elon's the one that's funding all of it. Oh, you mean like the AI super soldiers? He does have a fascinating fear of the future, I think. And nobody told me that. I just got that sense when he was doing the Mars thing. We wanted to send people to Mars. Because I think he was honest about it. I think he came out and said that he is afraid of the future, and he wants to colonize Mars just in case Earth blows up or something like that. So his Mars thing kind of pointed towards his personal anxiety about humanity, maybe more in like a literal existential kind of way. But if he really is afraid of AI, maybe he will be the guy that builds the AI to fight the AI or something. I don't know. Like, sure. I think that could happen. Oh, the truck. Oh, do you mean like the Cybertruck? Do you like the Cybertruck? I kind of at first I wanted to buy one, but now I don't think I would. But then I really flip-flop about the Cybertruck. So the Cybertruck, it seemed interesting. I like concept type cars. I don't like all cars to me, they all fucking look the same and they're all fucking ugly. I don't know why car manufacturers just keep making the same ugly fucking cars all the time when they could be making cool looking cars. So I do like different looking cars, and the truck is very obviously different. And I thought, oh, that's kind of different and cool and like the ugliest thing I've ever seen, but it would be funny to drive one because of that, be like, lol, it's the ugliest thing on the entire road, but it's also kind of cool because it's a Cybertruck. So I think I'm a nerd enough to actually have some appeal to that. And then I decided, no, that's lame, because you're just going to look like a tool if you're driving around. Driving around a concept car is one thing, but a Cybertruck is different. That's a whole level of I'm afraid I would get harassed in the parking lot or something. I'd be afraid I couldn't go anywhere in that truck because of the attention it would get. So then I decided, no, I don't want to get a Cybertruck. I don't like that. It's a little too much. But then they talked about the stainless steel design, where it's just like a bunch of stainless steel slabs just like slapped on there. It's not even smooth. It's almost unfinished. And apparently they're dangerous because people are afraid of what'll happen if a Cybertruck hits another car. Apparently it'll just like destroy and demolish and disintegrate and dissolve another vehicle if it were to collide with it, because it's so like metal and heavy. And then I was like, ooh, I think I like the Cybertruck again. I would feel safe in that motherfucking thing. It's like everyone else around me would die, but I would probably live, you know. So then it started getting a little more appeal to it after that. But I don't think I would. No, I don't think I could. But it'd be funny though. Hey, check it out. Cyanide says, haven't seen you in a while. How are you? You look great. Well, thank you. Of course, immediately I'm happy to see you because, and I think everyone else in the chat should take notes from Cyanide. It's like, why didn't the rest of them tell me that I looked great? Now, I feel very complimented. So thank you for that. And you're looking great too. Like that purple Cyanide DK is looking very, very sharp. I'm glad you're here. I love it when other highly intelligent, good-looking people join the chat. But you said that you're a fan of Elon and his fight for free speech, even though he still censors, right? But the Cybertruck isn't a good-looking truck. It is the ugliest fucking thing out there, which is part of the appeal, I believe. It's very fascinating what he does. Bviously, it's a complete, failure of a thing, but I like the kind of the artisticness of it. It's got like the weirdest features. It's like partially bulletproof. It's got that weird unfinished metallic thing going on. It's got the space back, the bed, and then apparently it's also very powerful. Just like the electric cars, they have all this torque and stuff. When you do that with a truck, it's like apparently could be a good utility truck, and it can tow some pretty heavy shit. So that's all of that stuff is pretty interesting. But would you actually go, and fork out the dough for one? I think it would be tough in a way, unless you just wanted to piss off all your friends. You have money to buy a Cybertruck, you can get one, and you just want to piss off everyone. I think it would be perfect for that, and that's kind of why I don't want to get one. Like I thought, oh, I could do it. I'm brave enough to drive that ugly truck and not care. I think I have the bravado to do such a thing. But then I realized that I'm not that much of a troll. I feel like I would have to level up or down my troll in order to do it, I feel. But I see Ivo is there. Yo, Ivo, what's up? The Cybertruck could be cool if he did like a double batter setup where one was charged up by the movement of the truck, while the other, double battery setup where one was charged by the movement and the other on a train cycle. It doesn't do some of that stuff. I like the autisticness of it too. Yeah, maybe that's the right word for it. I don't know. I'm trying to use words in English language to describe my feelings, but hopefully you know what I mean by that. Maybe that's a good way. But yeah, the autistic. No, that is actually a good word. That is lava. I think that actually does describe some of the very awkward, maybe slightly out of touch features. The way it looks, the materials it's built with. But it is, but also it's also fascinating. It also has an eccentric kind of expression to it. So I think it really goes either way, and it's hard to figure out which one it is. I think on one day it's one, and the other day it's the other. It's too much of a gamble for some, I'm sure. They're also extremely heavy. They're heavy. they're heavy. That's what one of the newest complaints was. Like I was just saying, like they're heavy with the there was some safety concerns about the heaviness and I guess density or something like that. I mean, it's like a tank, I guess. I mean, to be frank, I feel that the road is a pretty dangerous place, you know, because of the people that are on the road. You know, everybody thinks they're a great driver when in fact it's a miracle, I think, to survive getting from one destination to the other. I don't know where you guys live or what traffic is like, but you know, first responders are scooping people off the road all the time, left and right. You know, drunk drivers, drivers with health problems, just asshole drivers, you know, texting and driving, just behaving very poorly out there on the road. People driving faster than they should be, thinking they have control when in fact they're completely out of control. You know, just people. I'm just talking about general people. Now, there's a whole bunch of people who are good drivers and, you know, that I would feel safe sharing the road with, you know, responsible drivers. Even if they're not that great of drivers, they're trying to be at least good drivers. They don't want to crash. They don't want to kill themselves and everyone around them. But then there's the other part of the population who are like a risk to all of us. Like they're literally like maniacs out there who don't give a shit about themselves or other people. They'll get in a crash and bitch, you know, and they're actually maniacs, you know, asking to get in a crash, you know, and then they'll bitch about it after it actually happens. So people are dying all the time. So anyway, long story short, in that case, sometimes you want to drive a tank. If someone said, here, drive this tank, you'd be like, well, that's safer, at least, even if it's ugly and slow. But think about the Cybertruck, is it might be ugly, but it's not slow. That thing is a rocket ship, you know. So you basically got a tank. You got like a juiced up mini tank with that thing, and I could see some safety appeal to it, right? Yo, 008 is here. What's up? Safe for you if you're the driver, but not safe for everybody else. Anything you hit will, you know, get destroyed apparently. Oh, you got some whiskey? I haven't had anything to drink. Lava, I wanna have one cheers with you guys. Do you guys want to have a toast? Usually I only do a toast like, you know, if there's a subscriber, if somebody wants to like toast or whatever, but you know, I think we should have a toast. I'm feeling pretty good. And it's early Saturday morning, and I'm supposed to get new fiber, actual fiber installed, to the door fiber installed for the first time. It hasn't been offered where I live, other than like, you know, super expensive custom fiber, you know, to your door. That's like super expensive, where they like actually have to dig a hole and you have to pay for it. Other than that, there's been no like, you know, residential fiber available to me. And then some guys told me the other day they installed new fiber all in our neighborhood, and then they were saying, you know, this is 1,000 over 1,000 symmetrical, and I was like, you don't say. I was like, how about you come by Saturday and you know, let's take a look at that. So today's Saturday and it's time. So a little bit later today, I'll be hustling the fiber guy, and by hustling I mean I'm not gonna let him come in my house unless he's bringing the good shit. I'm gonna make sure he's gonna be standing out there and be like, "What do you got? Show me. You're not gonna step one foot in here till I see what you've got. That's a good modem. That's a shit modem. Give me a better one." I'll be telling him some stuff like that. I'll be looking him up and down. I'll be like, I'm a fucking nerd. You know what that means, pal? I'm not letting you off the hook. I'll just give him a bunch of shit. Oh, you got a head cold? Oh, you've been sick for a week? Well, 008, you're a survivor. All of you guys are survivors. Look at us. Look at us. Look at us. We're still here. I'm proud of you guys. But I would also recommend you quit fucking spreading COVID and colds out there. I want you. Can you guys do that for me? Nobody else wants to do that. I talked to a guy today. He's like, "Oh, I'm just getting better from COVID." I'm like, "Oh, you're still spreading COVID, huh? Great, good. So we can all keep having it." COVID is a disappointment to me, but it's not just COVID. It's everything. It's all of it. Colds, RSV, flu. Ugh, when's the last time you had flu? Or you remember flu? How can you forget flu? Fuck flu. Fuck them all. Can we just please stop spreading this shit? Okay, to you guys. To some amazing, brilliant, and very strong and fast people. I don't know if anybody's told you how strong and fast you are, but I think you are. And good job to you. Cheers. Ooh. Oh, spicy water. China started COVID? Yeah, I heard the China story, but you know what? You know where I think COVID started? Florida. Yeah. You know what? If you think about it, that makes sense. No one ever blamed Florida for COVID, and obviously that's where it started. You know, if you think about it. Sure, let's blame the Chinese. They're easy to blame. They have wet markets. They're like way across the sea. They don't really talk to anybody else. And besides, unless you speak Mandarin or something, you won't understand them. Anyway, so yeah, I get it. Let's blame China. Maybe it came from there. But if you know Florida, probably far more likely to come from there, don't you think? Sorry if you are in Florida, but if you are in Florida, you can probably agree with me. It was leaked by accident. Well, Zyna, you know, I told the story. Oh, the lab in China run by Fauci. Oh, come on. Look, I love conspiracy theories. I love creative thinking. But look, my theory is more likely than that. Okay. Fauci and Obama being involved in the China COVID incident or something. I mean, look, listen to me. It probably came from Florida is probably more likely than all of that. Like, listen to the voice of reason. Just when you're thinking about things, think, what would Psynaps say? Because I'm probably right, because I usually am right. But there's a mountain of evidence. Is it still a conspiracy? Yeah. The fun thing about evidence is that, I mean, if you're asking seriously, I know it's just joking, but interpretation is the key to evidence. I could hold up a glass of whiskey or vodka and be like, this is evidence for something, and then you'd be like, oh, see, he's got evidence. You have to, like, the evidence has to be, it has to be, like, scrutinizable. There has to be something to it. It has to be systematic. It has to be, yeah. Evidence doesn't suggest truth. But COVID is a canine virus. It started around 2002. Oh, wow, we're really getting into it here now. That's good. I like that. I like you guys. I heard it was from bats. Probably is. I'm a man of probabilities. I like to think of the world in terms of more likely or less likely. The bat thing checks out. Okay, here's a story I want to tell you, but I'll tell you after this ad, because I know some people will get the ad and some people don't. I'll tell you a story about when I worked in the lab, because it's related to like the whole China started in a lab thing. I worked in a lab. I actually made viruses. But hold on, let's talk about something, you know, until the ads end, and then I'll tell you about the COVID. Not COVID, but making viruses. We didn't make COVID, but we made other viruses. And I don't run ad removers. I support my streamers all I can. Oh, like, look, if you have an ad blocker that can block Twitch ads, please tell me what it is. Like, I'll promote it on the stream. Yep. Yeah. Yep. At least, Twitch tells me it is, it's running ads on my dashboard. But, yeah, is it over? Tell me when it's over. So anyway, so about the story. Okay. Yeah, the coronavirus, COVID, the Chinese knew about it for a long time. You know what's really interesting about that? I'll tell you about when I made viruses and how easy they are to make and why I thought, my first thought when COVID hit and everybody was worried, you know how like when it first came out, everybody was like, oh, what's going on? Nobody really knew. And then there was like quarantines and isolation and stuff like that. And then everybody was like freaking out and then buying toilet paper. I don't know, kind of all hell kind of broke loose after that. And then all the conspiracy theories started happening. And then people were pissed. People were like, oh, you can't close it down. We don't want to wear masks. And then all of the shit went down. So anyway, before all that happened, China was actually publishing scientific literature. And I know this because I went on to the WHO, because when all that happened and we were kind of in isolation, I was like, hey, what's going on here? I want to kind of figure it out. Everybody wanted to figure it out, but there wasn't much information. And the CDC was, don't even get me started. They were pushing a bunch of false shit. They were saying, no, it's not in the air. It's not spreading that way. It's by droplets. And we were like, what? Like, no, it's airborne. Like, everybody knows it's airborne. The WHO knew it was airborne. China knew it was airborne. Everybody knew it was airborne, except in the US, it was like, oh, guess what? It's not airborne. I mean, it's like everything that was coming out was opposite of the truth, because I guess we were trying to sweep it under the rug or something. I don't know what people are trying to do, but anyway, there was published literature already coming out of China from the, because they were studying the earlier versions of COVID. They were already familiar, and they had labs that were like specifically studying that. And I think that was one of the reasons people thought it came out of Chinese labs too, because, they were talking about it. Like, it was all the literature was literally coming out of Chinese labs. So probably it was COVID too. Well, they knew already that it was airborne. They already had data on where it was like collecting. It's collecting in your shit. When they go into the bathrooms of patients with COVID, it's all over the fucking place in the bathroom. They found it in the vents, because hospitals and medical facilities will typically have like positive pressure systems built into the building's HVAC systems, and that's how you circulate air in large buildings. Well, hospitals will typically have very specific kind of positive pressure, negative pressure system so that airflow is good. And it's for spread of disease, but it's also just like normal building airflow stuff. And so they already had the data. Like, they went and swabbed the air vents and the ducts and different places. The people that came in the suits to treat patients that had, disease and stuff, they would swipe the suits. And they found that COVID was on everything. It was on everything. There was more of it in the vents. There was more of it in the bathrooms. It was coming off, shedding off of suits, like the space contamination suits. If you swab the suit, you don't see it much, but then when you put the suit away, you see it kind of spread all over the place. So that kind of suggests that it'll land on stuff, and then it'll be pushed back into the air when you move the suits around and stuff. They knew everything about COVID already. In 2019, this stuff was all published, and it was published on the WHO website for anyone. Just a guy like me going into the internet could read all of this stuff. And what happened in 2020? Everybody said the opposite. Like, the president was like, no, it's just a cold. No, there's no airborne. CDC was like, no, it's droplets. Just stay 6 feet away. like all this stuff. And I'm sitting here like, everyone in the world knows how COVID works. And we're just waiting for the CDC to say. And then like a year or so later, the CDC was like, we think it's airborne. What is this? Is this world? Is this real? Is it like, am I still alive, or did I die and like transport to like a different universe or like something? Like what happened? Like, why is this happening? Like this can't be real, right? We can't have everybody like denying this. Like for real? Is this like April Fools? Like April started in February or March of 2020, and it's still like April Fools like 4 years later or something. Like what the fuck is this? Anyway, don't even get me started on that, because everything I said is true. It's real. Like I went on, and so here's another. Okay, I am a scientist, and I did publish papers as a first author, as a PhD, and as when I was training to get my PhD in biomedical sciences. So I can tell you that the Chinese labs are not like Chinese manufacturers. In a way, I'm sure some labs are, where it's not like a bunch of cheap, electronics that are not that good of quality. The Chinese labs are publishing papers in international peer-reviewed scientific journals, and in US peer-reviewed scientific journals, there are Chinese labs that publish. It's kind of like, think about like the journals like sports or like the Olympics. It's like every country kind of has their top athletes and stuff, and they all come together and compete. The Chinese science is fine. There's like amazing scientists, and the Chinese scientists will come to the US, and they'll actually publish papers in US labs. They'll get US citizenship and stuff, and they'll publish here. Like there's nothing wrong with China's science as a whole. So they're not like making this stuff up. They're publishing in journals that are reviewed by the international scientific community and stuff like that. So that's one thing. So it's like, if you don't want to believe, what China says, if you think they have their own agenda, which their government does, every nation is nationalistic and has their own nation's interests at heart, right? So the Chinese government is going to do what they see fit, what's best. And it may not be the best for everyone. It's just the best for them. It's not that in science. It's not like, I never really had that impression that it was. Like, I don't think they're like making shit up. So there's that. There's the fact that we knew everything. And then my first thought, though, was we made viruses in the lab, and it was easy. I could teach undergrads to make viruses. We cloned viruses genetically as just an everyday thing in our lab. We took viral genomes, manipulated them to our needs, which was typically for studying biology. We would put markers in them, biological, genetic markers, biochemical markers, various things we would clone into the genetic, into the gene, into the plasmid of these viruses. And then we would deliver the viruses into various kinds of cells, including mammalian cells, and even rodents, and stuff like that. And we were just pumping out virus like crazy. And I was good at it. I was so good at making viruses that I published papers in journals and got the cover images published. Like my microscope images of my viral results were the cover of the journal. So not only was I like publishing first author papers, but I was also, applying for and getting the journal covers. And it was all like that, the art of making viruses. And it wasn't hard. Like I told you, we could train, and it wasn't expensive. We could train anyone to do it, including just undergrads, kids that would come and rotate in the lab for a grade. We taught them how to make viruses. I didn't want to make all the virus. I could get them to make it. So being how easy and available it was, that's another reason I don't think it was a conspiracy by the Chinese government. Anyone could make these viruses. Elon Musk could have made the virus. You want a new conspiracy theory? Here's one. What's the guy? Who's the guy? The former CEO of Amazon? Rich guy, bald guy. What's his name? You know the guy. Hey, Cornelius Swagler is here. What's up, man? Baldos, right? Bezos, Jeff Bezos. How could I forget that? It's a household name. Can't forget Bezos. Must be getting tired. I should drink more alcohol. Anyway, Bezos, right? Here's a conspiracy theory. All the Chinese stuff, that's lots of fun because people like to make fun of the Chinese. I don't know why. I like the Chinese fine. My boss was Chinese. My whole lab was full of Chinese people. I love them and respect them. Very smart people. But my conspiracy theory number one is Florida, because obviously COVID came from Florida. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. But here's another fun one. Jeff Bezos. Because remember my story about how easy it is to make virus, and it's not that expensive. Anyone could do it. Who profited most off of COVID? Was it Amazon? Jeff Bezos, one of the richest people in the world, would he have the resources to do such a thing? Is he that evil? Could he possibly have the means to do it? The means, yes. The motivation, yes. Delivery, because everybody's cooped up. I don't think you have to be a detective to figure out, to put all the pieces together on this one, right? And then here we are. It's like this huge confusion at the beginning of the pandemic where everybody's like, oh, it's not airborne. Or is it? Does it live on plastic? And all this, like, do masks work? We're kicking the can down the road here and pointing fingers at everybody except for who's most likely to do it. I'm a man of probabilities, remember? I think it's either more likely or less likely. China do it? For what reason? What do they gain? What'd they get out of all this? They get something? Their economy boom by making the rest of the world suffer? Or was it Jeff Bezos? Look. You want to understand truth? Just come to me. I understand the truth. Cyanide says, I think China was only evolved because of the locations. I believe COVID was made with the help from Fauci and the CIA. Wait a minute, Cyanide, do you really think that Fauci had anything to do with this? Speaking of probabilities here, is there a probability that Fauci is a what did they call him? He was a infectious disease expert and had experience in infectious disease. Do you think there's a probability that Fauci had our best interests at heart and he was willing to let us suffer for the greater good of humanity? Right? That paints Fauci in a more positive light. But what do you think the probability is that is? I think there's some chance that that's what it was, only because of his history. Like he didn't have really a history of like conning, deceiving people and doing evil. He was actually just a pretty nerdy academic who also wanted to climb the bureaucratic ladder and become a high-ranking infectious disease person for the CDC. None. Okay, no chance. Look, I know people were mad at Fauci, but like, the dude is like he's closer to a politician, I think, because of the roles that he's accepted. He's closer to a politician than at the end than to a doctor, you know, or a researcher, but he started as a researcher. Like he did science and studied human disease and started doing CDC stuff. Look, when you cross that line into working with the CDC and stuff, like that is a whole different thing. It's a whole different way of like thinking about human health and stuff like that. Some of the stuff the CDC does is completely ridiculous, but it's supposed to be for, you know, protecting the population. It doesn't really have individual interests in mind. Like, it's not an individual kind of thing. It's more of like a mass of people for the greater good of the nation kind of thing. And sometimes that does not match with individual interests at all. And so younger people are usually like, you know, fuck all that stuff. Like, I don't care about everybody else. It's every man for themselves. But now that's how the CDC is supposed to work. It doesn't mean that's how it really works. It doesn't mean, you know, that it actually comes out that way. But I watched Fauci and the stuff he said. I never thought he was fucking with us. The only thing I felt like Fauci was fucking with us a little bit on was because I watched him talk, and I was like, please, bro, Fauci, like, tell us something useful this time instead of like the same garbage all the time. I was just hoping he would tell us something that we could use. So I listened to him, but he never really said anything we use. I actually thought he wasn't tough enough. I actually thought his bullshit was not anything other than he was being a little weak. Like, he would tell people, yeah, go hang out for Thanksgiving. Should be fine. When I thought he should have said, all of you guys going to Thanksgiving are a bunch of fucking spreaders. That's what I wanted him to say. Like, I actually thought he was soft. like he was soft because he wanted to please everyone. He wanted to like be nice guy Fauci. You know, we're going to let you go see your family for Thanksgiving this year, you know, because it's probably okay, when it wasn't okay at all. But anyway. But no, for reals, like the politicians, look, the people in power, they fucked up. They really did. I don't think it's like conspiracy theory, like it was a bigger plan or anything. I just think they weren't, like, nobody knew what they were doing, and it shows. Everybody pretends like they know what they're doing, but they don't. When shit hits the fan, they didn't know any more than everybody else knew, and they were trying to sweep everything under the rug. That's what I saw. That's what the conspiracies were, I think, is just cover up so that a business could take place as usual. I still don't know what the right answer is on that. Like, I when I say something and I tell you something is true, I know I'm right. But one thing I never figured out that I can't be right on, and I don't think anybody has ever figured out, and I don't think anyone can ever be right on, is what the fuck you're supposed to do when you're faced with this kind of challenge. You know how everybody was fighting over, okay, let's open the doors, let's let business run. And then the other side of the aisle was like, no, you got to close business down. You got to do masks and all this. And there was kind of like a tug of war between, it became a political tug of war and just like a personal beliefs kind of tug of war, personal feelings kind of thing. But there was never any real explanation of what you should do. You know, it's like, should you, like, let's say all those isolations and things, was that the right thing to do? Well, it is right to try to help people. That part was right. People having a good heart and trying to say, okay, we don't want to get people sick. That part is good. But did we like do it right? That part I can't figure out. And then some people say, no, you can't stop the world from turning. You just keep going. God will figure it out, that all the weak people will die, and, you know, that's up to God, you know, don't worry about it. You know, it's like, oh, okay, we're done. I mean, it's like, okay, that's easy. Let's do it that way. You know, it's like, you just took a complex situation and really simplified it there. Now it's all fine. Now let's go out there, and if we die, it's meant to be. That's fine, right? The strong will survive. But was that the right thing to do? I don't know. Like, really, honestly, it's a good story. It's a romantic story, and that's how people have lived forever. If you're a fucking animal, if you're like a zebra in Africa, every day you wake up, you might die. A tiger might eat you, but that's just the way it goes because those are animals. They don't have brains. They can't think ahead. They don't understand, can't really reason. They're just live and die by fate and just luck, right? Humans are different though. We have a brain. We have language. We can think about things. We just choose not to. So that is a little too simple for me. Like if you use animal biology to like convince humans of what they should do, I think you might be oversimplifying too much. We are a little more complex. Well, let's put it this way. If you don't want to be compared to a fucking animal, then use your head, right? If you don't want to use your head, then just go be a fucking animal. It's that easy. That's taking a complex situation and simplifying it. How does that sound? So I think it's just a little bit complicated and it's too tough. It's too hard. Some people, when you get a tough question, they dig into it. They're like, ooh, I want to make sense of this tough question. I want to take a swing at it. And I want to really answer this. And they're motivated to really answer it. They go for it. Other people, there's other kind of people, when they face a tough question, they don't want anything to do with it. They're like, I'm moving on from it. And COVID was like that. It's like you had a tough situation. People dug in. They're like, okay, we're going to get down to the bottom of this. We're going to find out what COVID is. We're going to dissect this fucker. We're going to make a vaccine. We're going to solve this problem. And humans, everybody's going to come together. We're all faced with a common enemy and we're going to fight together. So a bunch of people did that. There's a whole bunch of other people that were like, nope.com. I want nothing to do with this. It doesn't exist. I'm living my life. I'm doing whatever the fuck I want. No COVID or anybody else is going to slow me down. I am free as a bird. And you can take you can do COVID if you want, but I'm not doing COVID, And so the people were like that. So which one is the right one to do? I gravitate towards, I'm more of a problem solver, so I gravitate more towards, let's solve it. I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to figure this shit out, and I'm going to make you live longer. I'm going to give you more life. I'm going to breathe life into your lifeless body because no one's going to do it for you. So I'm more like that. I'm like, I want to help solve and fix. And also, you know what? I found? You know what COVID taught me? I hate viruses. I want them to all die. Yeah. Oh, the ad go away? Well, it says like 30 seconds left, so somebody's probably going to have to like, I figured. I've seen so many people shut off their brains during lockdown, and it hasn't turned on since. That's right. You know what's funny is few more seconds and then the ads will be off. Like 5 seconds, and that's what it says. Psynaps says people making diseases in labs trying to fix different animal species. I think that's how humanity dies. It could be. I did that stuff. Like I didn't like it. I'm not like I had to leave the working with mammals because I was actually doing that, working on the mammals and stuff. And it was very like humane. There were veterinarians that oversaw the humane treatment of animals and stuff, and we would give them pain medication and make them comfortable and give them the right temperature and feed them all the food that they wanted. So it was kind of like a little mouse and rat paradise, but except for the fact that we were experimenting on them as well, so that was kind of tough. But it's supposed to be for the greater good of human health, and that's why scientists justify working on animals, because it's about curing human disease. It's not about torturing animals. It's about helping people that are in pain and people that are suffering, and making the animals feel very comfortable while we learn about disease and stuff like that. So it was tough. That was tough for me. It wasn't tough at first when I was young. I was like, oh yeah, like I'll do animals. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm going to save lives. You know, it's for the greater good. But then as I was doing it more and more and more, I was like, you know, the connection to humans got further and further away. I felt more of a disconnect. And as that happened, I decided, no, I'm not working on animals anymore. So we did genetics in like Drosophila, and I thought that was going to help me to solve the issue. But Drosophila is a fucking backwards genetic. All the classical genetics love Drosophila, geneticists, they love Drosophila genetics, and it's fucking space stuff. You know, it's like, what are you doing? They're trying to make connections to humans that is just way too far-fetched. So that was kind of a bummer too. But now I'm here. You know, I do stream technology. I don't do that anymore. But I think it's funny when Cyanide said a lot of people shut off their brains during lockdown and hasn't turned on yet. Yeah. I think everybody just has long COVID. I think COVID like just fucked everybody's brains up. I think COVID is actually the dominant species on planet Earth. And we're just basically like being controlled by the virus pretty much. If you think about it, hey, there's another cool conspiracy theory because, again, I'm right about this. You can disagree with me, but it doesn't make me any less right. We kind of, and this applies to a lot of viruses, the virus kind of like, it thrives when we congregate, when we, you know, like, I don't know. That's why I say it probably came from Florida. Cause like, you know, just think of like Miami. Everybody's just like, you know, at a club, you know, drinking. And this is everywhere. It's not just Miami. I'm just, you know, just coming back to Florida, you know, for fun. But okay, you've got these clubs. Everybody's like, you know, everybody's like all sweaty. There's like people packed into clubs, packed in the beach. Everybody's partying, just like going continuously, having fun. Like what I'm describing is like, hey, like the biggest party in the fucking world, right? And Florida's like perfect temperature, like summer temperature all year long. And so it's like a party all year long. And so we're spreading. So the virus, like, it loves that. It's almost like it controls us. It's like almost like when we try to kill the virus, when we say, okay, now you have to isolate and wear a mask, everyone gets pissed off because the virus is pissed off. So the virus tells us to be pissed off and to reject common sense or any attempt to kill the virus. We fight back and we fight for the virus. Like we're on the virus. Like imagine a scenario where we're being controlled by it subconsciously, but we don't know that because it's part of our genes. Like viruses over all of these years during human evolution has, and this part is true. This is real science. Scientists, geneticists believe that much of our DNA, there's a bunch of like DNA that doesn't express itself. It's non-active DNA. Some people call it quote unquote junk DNA. It's part of our gene. And scientists don't know what it is, so they think that we've evolved, you know, that viruses have inserted their genetic information into our DNA over many years. And our body has repressed that DNA and kind of packed it away in our genome, but it's still there. And so what I'm thinking is the virus is actually the dominant and more intelligent species on Earth. And we basically are just like doing work for it. We're just living so that the virus can continue infecting us, right? Kind of like the Matrix, where like the AI used humans as like their food, you know. So like there's an idea for you, right? So long COVID and kind of how COVID affects the central nervous system and the brain and stuff. I think it all falls into that crazy conspiracy theory. Do you like the one? Oh, Wolfric is here. Oh shit. What are you doing, Wolfric? What are you wearing? Where are you right now? Tell me more. You love animals. You can never experiment on them. Yeah, I would never do it again. It kind of fucked me up. Like I was really good with animals. Like I was I treated them really good. I was really good at the procedures. I was really, really good at what I did with the animals. And now I can't even see blood without getting like lightheaded. I can't see human blood or animal blood. And it didn't used to be like that. Like I could take blood and whatever, but after working with the animals and basically, preparing the brains and stuff, I literally can't see blood anymore. If I see blood, I'll turn pale. Like one time, and I learned this, it happened very suddenly because, blood never bothered me. But one time a nurse was taking blood from my arm and I was just looking at it. I was like, oh, that's cool. I want to see how she does it. Like phlebotomy is a thing, I wanted to see if she got the vein right. And, I wanted to see myself bleed essentially because I'm weird. And so I was doing that. And the nurse was like, whoa, dude, you don't look so good. And I'm like, what? What do you mean I don't look so good? And I was like all pale. I was about to faint. And I was like, she's like, you better sit there for a while. And I'm like, what just happened? And now every time I see blood, that happens. So it's a psychological thing. It's completely psychological. It's all in my head. But my whatever happened to me, I guess from doing so many surgeries and like seeing so much blood, I got sensitized to it. Somehow, I guess, not in a positive way, in like not a positive way. And so now psychologically, for some reason, like my blood pressure goes down like when I see it. Isn't that weird? I'm sure I could train myself to not do that, but I think it's from doing the animal research fucked me up a little bit, is what I think. I think it was too much. I was too good at it. I did it for too many years. But do you believe a lot of it was to hold us afraid and in control? No, I do not think that the COVID lockdowns and stuff was to make us afraid. I don't think that at all. I think that people are morons. I think that the government does have incentive to manipulate us and to trick us and to do that. Yeah, to fuck with us for, their own interest. Not they as a whole. I just mean just individual politicians have incentive to fuck with us. Like it's just people to maintain control. Yes, all that's true. I believe that 100%. And I think if we were in government, I think we would know the playbook. I think we would be playing by the playbook that's already there, and we'd just be doing it, just pumping out manipulation left and right to stay into power, just like politicians do. All of that is correct, but the disconnect, the dissociation, I think, with the whole COVID thing is that stuff was like some kind of conspiracy, by the government to do that kind of stuff. Look, I want to tell you something that's going to make you feel a lot better about this. It's not going to make you feel better, but it's going to make you feel better. Guys, the government's not that smart. They're not smart enough to do that kind of stuff to us. If you think the government is doing that kind of shit to control and intimidate us, that's fucking hilarious. They're not that smart. They're not that good. You got to really, I really do truly feel that the whole COVID thing, it fucked everybody up. Like no one knew what to do. Okay, they were scrambling because they had no idea what was going on. They didn't plan anything. It was the opposite. They had no idea what to do about it. No one knew what to do. Nobody knew where to find the truth. We looked to the government to tell us what the truth is because they're experts and stuff, and they had no idea. Fauci had no idea what was going to happen. And the sad thing about that was there were many experts, like expert scientists and stuff. And I really do feel like that. No, the CIA, they're not that. No, they're not. Look, I could go work for the CIA. I'd probably be smarter than a lot of those guys. They're not that good. They're not that powerful. They're not that smart. And they don't have that many resources that you think they do. It's much weaker than you think. And COVID proved that to us. It didn't prove that the government was strong, that they could control and manipulate us. COVID was not a position of strength for our government. If you think that they were fooling us to intimidate us and stuff like that. You're giving them way too much credit. I don't think they have the resources or the ability to pull off anything like that. And I think only a moron would fall victim to that kind of influence. No, not at all. Now, if you're thinking down those lines, the Jeff Bezos conspiracy that I suggested, I think you'll like that one better, because I think that a private company would probably be able to pull something like that off more than a government, better than a government would be able to. I really do think that. But they're still arresting people and journalists on J6. Sure, yeah, all of that. Yeah. Sure, but that kind of stuff doesn't take much smarts and stuff. I think that planning like COVID was a worldwide thing, and it's definitely not like that. I do think, I want to know, I still do have some questions, even though I did molecular biology and I cloned the viruses and I made viruses in the lab and all that stuff. One thing I'm not clear on, and I would like to talk to like an expert molecular biologist, because molecular biology was not. I did molecular biology and genetics, and I performed these methods, and I understood the methods, and I could explain them and defend my position to other molecular biologists and stuff. But what I wasn't clear on in terms of the molecular biology was, if someone did create the virus, COVID, if it was man-made, whether it was in Florida or China or wherever, or in your backyard, in your basement. I mean, kids can clone stuff. There's a whole culture. About the, what are they called? The biohackers? There's a bunch of kids that are like cloning their own genes, right? Anyone, anywhere can be doing this. But here's my question and my confusion is, if someone did, because anyone can, it's not just a government, any person can do it, would we be able to tell if it was man-made? Like in the molecular biology method, if you were to be a forensic scientist and you were going to look at COVID and say, hey, was this man-made or not? Where did it come from? Many of the forensic scientists have gone and tried to figure out where the origin is. It's in China, it was from bats, and all the whatever. If it was man-made, would there be any indication? Could you make a virus and it not be detectable by forensics? That I wasn't sure about. So I think it would take an expert forensic molecular biologist, I think, to answer that. Or maybe there's a clear answer. Maybe it's like, oh yeah, you would be able to tell because it would have the markers and the inserts in there, and you'd be able to tell it was cloned. And maybe there's a simple answer like, oh yeah, so yeah, it wasn't man-made, because you'd be able to see it. Or, what if it would be like, I don't know, if it maybe was able to evolve a certain amount of times, then maybe it wouldn't be detectable or something. So that's a question like that's a little bit more expert than even what I was performing in the lab. So that'd be a good one to kind of investigate. But I do look, I love the conspiracy theories, and I'll make up a lot too, but the difference between a scientist and a Looney Tune is a Looney Tune will just believe the conspiracy theories, with minimal evidence, maybe a little breadcrumbs here and there, and they just think, oh, well, that's enough evidence. A real scientist won't believe the conspiracy theories. A real scientist would, or a detective would be looking for a very clear amount of proof, and not just any proof. I mean real proof. So that's kind of the difference in the general lay person's thinking and a more structured person's thinking is we've got a lot of lay people that think, oh, there's tons and mountains and mountains of evidence, they'll say. And then experts will come in and be like, there's no good evidence here. There's a mountain of stuff, but it's not actually evidence. It's just stuff. So interpretation is really important for these kinds of investigations too. I love the conspiracy theories. I would love somebody to tell me that the earth is flat and actually come with some good reasons other than they just think it's flat because they can see it to the horizon or whatever. Like, I want to see some math that shows that if you look at space and time a different way mathematically, you could imagine or visualize the earth as being flat. Like some philosophical physics that involves like some abstract thinking, and it'd be like, oh, well, that's very interesting. If you think about it in that perspective, the earth could be thought of as flat. And then I would be like, okay, now that's interesting science. Now we're talking about math and science and stuff. Not that I think the earth is flat. I just mean that if you think about it in this way and you do 2 + 2 over carried by whatever, and then you divide by the fourth dimension and calculate time dilation due to the gravity of the sun or whatever, you could imagine abstractly in terms of like numbers that the earth could be a flat plane or something. I'll be like, oh, well, that sounds fun. You could publish a paper on that because it has some good science in there. But that's not what the flat earthers are talking about. They're talking about something completely different. Same with the COVID conspiracies and the government conspiracy, the government wanting to control us and stuff like that. Yeah, that stuff is very true, but I don't think that's what happened with COVID at all. Government, don't give them so much credit. They're not that smart and don't have that much resources. You gotta look at stuff like, I don't know, like look at our power grid, for example. It's like when you want to see like how strong like our country is and how well thought out everything is, a drunk driver can crash into a telephone pole and knock out the power to like half or more than a city for a really long time. Just a guy that just ran off the road. You don't need, so people are like thinking that you need like a nuclear bombs and that governments are going to come in and like, you know, like destroy our infrastructure. You really don't. You just need one guy to take down a single telephone pole. You don't need nuclear bombs. One person with a pair of scissors, utility scissors, could probably do just as much damage as an entire country's nuclear arsenal. That's how weak our country really is. Don't give us so much credit because they really don't deserve it. I do like conspiracy theories though, because I think it's critical thinking and it's thinking outside the box. You just can't believe the conspiracy theories. If you believe the conspiracy theories, then you're just a nut. But if you can make conspiracy theories, then you're a critical thinker. And that's smart. I really respect people that do conspiracy theories until they go off the deep end and start like connecting dots that don't really exist. It's like, now we're having fun. But if you believe in your own conspiracies, then you got to watch out. You got to stay, what's the word? You got to stay vigilant. Okay. Don't just believe. Always be like skeptical. But like not just like skeptical and just doubt everything, but you got to be like, you got to have healthy skepticism, and that's good. Yeah, don't just like believe whatever people tell you. You know, some guy says, oh, it's all a government conspiracy. Be like, yeah, you know, because that's fun. You want to get jazzed up. You want to be like, yeah, let's fight the man. That's fun. Don't actually believe the conspiracy. Just know that you like to fight the man, that you want to not let the government do whatever they want, that you want to hold them accountable. All of those things are correct. You know, until it gets nutty and until, you know, then people start being wrong. But if you want to like hold the government to a higher standard, that's correct and that's smart. But thinking that the government has the power to like fuck with us with COVID and stuff, dude, that's Jeff Bezos level stuff there, not government level stuff. If you can see the sky is blue and it's been blue all your life, and suddenly the TV says it's orange, and you say it's blue, you're crazy and a conspiracy theorist. Then what? Well, yeah, using color, the color of the sky. Yeah, people can tell you crazy. So that one, that gets into social, like a social, what's the word? Like when we all agree on something in a social way. So kind of social trends can change. So everybody might think the sky is blue for a while, and then there'll be a different style of thinking. Somebody will come and say, oh, well, guess what? It's orange. Now, if everyone agrees with that and everyone says, you know what? By golly, you're right. Now it's orange. And we thought it was blue before, but that's old people thought. Now the new thought is orange. That does happen all the time. And that's part of the study of sociology. You know, that's psychology and sociology. We do change our beliefs based on social norms. And that is a fact, Jack. And all you need to do to uncover those kinds of things is study history. There's the history of psychology. There's the history of biology. The history of psychiatry. I even referenced the DSM-4 earlier, you know, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Psychiatric Disorders. You know, psychopathology is the wrong word to call it is being crazy, right? You're not supposed to call crazy people crazy, but let's just use that keyword just to get people heated. And the point is that, you know, there are things that have been in the DSM that have been considered psychopathology, or AKA being crazy, that were just social stuff, like social norms that have changed over time. The DSM changes based on what we agree with. Some stuff used to be autism. Now it's no longer autism. Some stuff that didn't used to be autism is now autism. Homosexuality, for example, used to be considered a psychiatric disorder for a long time, until they decided, no, it's not a psychiatric disorder. People just like to be gay sometimes. Or some people just can't help being gay, but there's been gay people a long time, and it's not a mental disorder. It's just being gay. And that kind of stuff has changed, just to give you perspective on how social norms can change our perception of, you know, stuff. So that's right, on the colors, right? Look, why is it blue? We decided one day it was blue, and then it's blue. Like, why can't it be orange? You know, it's like, it is. It has orange in it, right? But it has more blue than orange, because the blue doesn't penetrate the atmosphere as much, but the red does. So I don't know. You can swap it. We can swap it at any time. That's philosophy. You're getting philosophical. Don't trust anyone. Not the conspiracy theorists. Look at the evidence and make up your own opinion. That's what I believe. Well, sure, you can look at the evidence, but how are you going to interpret the evidence? That would be my challenge to you. That would be my way of telling all of us to have a higher standard. How do you think you're going to interpret the evidence? You think you're just going to know what the evidence means? You think you're going to be able to like digest it and understand it and come to a conclusion from it? That's another interesting thing that people don't know. Is a little secret I learned in science. Interpretation of data is where we become human. And what that means is, and I'm telling the truth, I'm not joking here. You know, I'll make jokes about conspiracy theories and stuff, but this is an interesting thing I learned from years of science. And remember, science is not about making opinions and looking at data and coming to some conclusion. Science is supposed to be about a systematic scientific approach, about the scientific method which has rules for eliminating bias and trying to really get down to the truth. Like scientists are really, whether you like scientists or not, like some people are like, oh, fucking scientists are changing their minds all the time. And, there's complaints about scientists, but science is trying to make the best effort to find the truth without the interference of our human impulses and our human reactions, our human reflex to be biased. There's a lot of human things we do, interesting things you learn in psychology that humans do that are really interesting, like little behaviors that we do that prevent us from knowing the truth. We're very biased. We have confirmation biases and all the fun terms that you learn in like intro to psychology and stuff. And they're all true. You can watch everybody do it. That's the funnest part about like when you start psychology as an undergrad, is you notice all your friends and your family, you start like diagnosing them, because when they teach you about these things, you start to see it in other people. It's just human nature. Like there's nothing wrong with it. There's confirmation bias and all the biases and stuff. It's just normal human stuff. Anyway, scientists you're supposed to be trained to kind of identify those things and eliminate those things, because those things have no place in scientific knowledge and scientific method. We don't want our human instincts and reflexes and knee-jerk reactions and stuff to be contaminating our scientific pursuit of the truth, the actual truth. Well, it turns out, I'm getting to the point. The fascinating thing is scientists are in fact really good at the scientific method and doing all the methods and stuff, until there's one part of the scientific method that we can't get past, because our human nature, our basic psychology instincts, like our raw human instincts take over, and that is interpretation of the data. You can show multiple people and scientists the same fucking data, and by data I mean evidence. You can show, let's just make it simple. You can show two people the same evidence, and those two people will have wildly different interpretations of what that evidence means. They'll completely see it differently. One person will see the sky as blue, another person will see the sky as orange, even though you're showing them the same sky. That fucks me up, because it also applies to experts, to scientists who are the leading scientists in the field, who are peer reviewers, who are trained their whole life to eliminate bias and to review scientific work and let it pass on to publication. Even they will disagree on what the same data means. They'll see the same stuff. They'll be experts trained to eliminate bias, and yet they'll see two different things when they look at it. Interpretation of data is where scientists become human. Same applies to detectives or whatever. So you can't, the whole kind of point of the story is, you can't simply just say, I'll look at the evidence and then I'll decide. Yes, you look at the evidence and then you'll decide. But what are you going to decide? Just your opinion? Like, are you going to try to be an expert? Are you going to dig? And I'm just being tough. I'm being a tough guy here. And most people don't, because we don't have time. We don't have time to follow every string of evidence. You might have like a piece of evidence, but to follow up and validate that evidence, you got to go back and you got to look at what led up to that evidence. You got to check this, you got to check that source, you got to check another source. You got to check so many sources that you're going to be chasing this evidence forever. You're going to need a whole team of people, and you're only going to get a partial glimpse of what the evidence really means, because you got to keep going back. See, people, they won't go back. They don't want to go back. They'll look at a headline and make their whole life opinion based on a one-liner, and they won't dig anymore. Some people will go into the article and they'll look, hey, who's the editor? Is this an editorial? Is this an opinion piece? Where's the sources? And they'll say, oh, there's sources. We're done. It's true. It's true evidence because they're sources. But that's not where you're supposed to stop. You're supposed to go check the sources, Go back to the source, see where the sources got their information. Keep going back. That's what real detectives do. You know, detectives that are investigating, they go back and back. That's what scientists do. They keep going back. It's very tedious, very boring, and there's very few people willing to do it. And the question is, here's a question for everybody. Are you willing to go back all the way and check the evidence and check every source and validate the source? Most people are not. They will make up their opinion of the world without checking any sources. So that's kind of like a gut check. It's like, let's go back to that one meme, you know, with Jack Nicholson or whatever. He's like, you want the truth? He's like, you can't handle the truth. It's so true. It is so fucking true. It's like, you want the truth? No, you don't. No, you don't want the truth. You thought you wanted the truth, but you don't fucking want the truth because you're not willing to do what it takes to find it. I'm not saying you. I'm not pointing fingers at you. I'm just talking about like the general person. It's hard, man. It is so hard. It is so hard to find the truth because I think as humans, we just not capable of it. Like, we want the truth. We want it. We're motivated, but not that motivated. We're not that interested in the truth, I assure you. We're just not. We don't want the truth. We want anything other than the truth. The truth is a romantic idea, but then when you start digging, you realize you get tired of digging really fast, and then you decide, and then you realize, nope, I'm out. I'm not going to check the sources. I'm just going to believe what my friends say. I'm just going to believe what my expert, the person I think is an expert, says. I'll just listen to what Elon Musk says, and that'll be my truth. You know, we get tired and exhausted. We're not willing to find the real truth. And again, I'm right. I'm absolutely right about that. It's just one of those things where you just can't say I'm wrong. And then also, a lot of people think of the truth as just what their gut tells them. It's like, hey, I know it in my gut 100%. I'm putting my foot down. I know what's right. I know what's wrong. I know the sky's blue. End of discussion. If you do that, then that's okay. But you're not going to teach me anything. You're not going to teach anyone about truth. Your gut drives you through this world. That's okay. That's how everybody lives. Just don't talk about facts or truth. Say, hey, it's my opinion. I do what I want, right? It's an okay way to live. Most people like that. They're like, this is what I believe. Fuck off if you believe something different. It's that easy. We can make it simple. 10 out of 10 paid scientists agree. I see what you said. Yeah, the the kind of the politics and stuff like that. I'm not even going to get into that because that's just asking for trouble. I don't even know if we'd learn anything from those discussions. Talking about that's an interesting sociology though, talking about different groups, different movements and how they behave and how different movements interact with other different movements. That's sociology. You know, you're talking about LGB and BLM and stuff like that. I'm not even getting into that because that's I don't have any strong opinions on that kind of stuff. I have opinion on that people should be allowed to be creative and to create. But I'm a humanist, so I don't like when people step on each other's toes. Like freedom is expensive and freedom of speech is expensive. It goes both ways. And so it's like when you don't agree with something, you don't want freedom of speech. You want them to shut up because you don't agree with it. But then when you do agree with something, you want to be able to say whatever you want. You want to you know what I mean? That's another part of human bias. So those kinds of freedoms and stuff and how people kind of disagree, different movements disagree with each other. That stuff is just here's a gut check. Just ask yourself, are you being an asshole or not? And just stop being an asshole. The other guys are assholes. They got to ask themselves that question. Here's a pill that's hard to swallow that I notice really hurts people's brains. I'll give you a tough one here. I try to boil everything down to its bits, you know, like a chef will, what's it called when you reduce? I like to reduce. Okay. I like to boil off all the bullshit. Okay. So I'm going to boil off some bullshit here for you. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how to say it. How to say it. What pisses people off so much. But maybe I shouldn't go too deep into that kind of stuff, just so people don't like get upset. But let me see what you're saying in the chat, because I haven't read the whole thing. Now Trump and Biden have come into the discussion too. All right. Good. I don't think Trump has ever been to my stream, which it's okay if he comes. Like Trump can and Biden can come into my stream. I think Biden would do it. Biden was on what's his name? One of the late night Seth Meyers, right? Seth Meyers. Biden was on Seth Meyers the other night. So that's fun. Seth Meyers, you know, he's a completely ridiculous comedian. I think he used to be like Saturday Night Live or something. But and I know Biden would come to the stream, but I wonder if Trump would come to the stream. Kim Jong-un has come to my stream. I think even Putin has been on the Psynaps stream, but I don't recall that Trump has been here, unless he has and I've just forgotten. But he can come in and we can have a discussion. You know, I would love that. Well, I don't think it's really Trump's style to like have intellectual discussions, though. He'll probably just talk about like his book or something like that. He's not really that much of a interviewee. Do people want the true answer? No. The answer is no. Oh, so here's an easy way to describe what pisses people off. People don't like hard truths. Like people, there's a thing. Some people call it like cognitive dissonance. I don't know what that is. Cognitive dissonance is kind of a hard thing to explain, and it's a hard thing to understand. But our mind kind of has a view of our reality, and anything different than how we see the world, how our reality is kind of built, it is conflicting to us. So we get nervous and we feel anxiety and we kind of get upset. You know, like if you really sternly believed one thing and then some asshole came in and told you something different, that no, you're wrong, it's actually this way, and you're like, fuck you, and then you get in a fight. So there's like these cognitive things that we have a tough time. Like once we decide what the truth is and we make up our mind, like that's it. And people get really like pissed off, I think, if you present a different view of stuff. For me, I kind of welcome it. I'm like, hey, try me. Like, give me a reason to believe you. I respond to reason. Like, I won't get mad. I might like think you're a real asshole, and I might make fun of you and call you an asshole and call you names and think you're a dummy and stuff. But you know what? I will really respect you, and I will change your mind. I will change my mind about you if you can give me like real good reason for it. I want to learn from you. You can now be my sensei. I can think of you as an asshole, and then if you talk to me the right way and use the right words, you will go from an asshole to my sensei, just like that. So that's, I think, a healthy way to think about stuff. But I say stop being assholes. Let people do what they want until they step on your toes. All right. This is my boxing territory. You come into my boxing territory, you know what happens. You have to box me. Right. So have a boundary and let people have their boundaries. Do not go into other people's boundaries. If you can do that, I think you can live peacefully. The problem with people is they come straight into your boundaries. Like they're like, oh, like you like the color blue? It's like, I'm coming over, bro. I'm going to teach you about the color red. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm coming over. No, stay in your space. like red. It's okay. Don't step on my toes. Don't fuck with my blue. I won't fuck with your red. It's really easy. I would never destroy or burn down cities or force kids to read porn or transition to a different gender. Well, luckily no one else does that either, so that would be terrible. Definitely anybody try to do that, we would have to stop. But I don't think anybody's doing that kind of stuff. I have heard, though, that there are some accusations that people are doing that stuff, but it doesn't actually happen. That's kind of the good news, I think, for a lot of people. A lot of people that think that porn is being pushed on kids, and you know, I think with like the transgender issues, I don't think any of those issues exist, really. They're not real issues, so that's a relief. And the opinion of what the TV tells you, that you're not a thinking person. That's true, but it's human. It's human stuff. Humans have, like what I was talking about before, we have these like kind of built-in kind of things. Like the TV, if your favorite channel tells you something, you just go with it, you know, without stopping to think yourself. That was one of the first things that I learned, I think, in psychology. One of the professors was really big on media. And the professor wanted to teach the students how to digest information. And it's well known that one of the ways people will digest information is if they read a headline in the news or see a short news report. You know, the news says such and such, X, Y, and Z, whatever it is. It might be political stuff, or it might just be, could even be like scientific stuff or whatever. Just a quick one, right? And the professor was like, that's just not enough information to like actually have an opinion. So, you know, you can't just look at the world through a bunch of like headlines and stuff. And there's a bunch of reasons for that. I mean, one of the reasons is, you know, that's not enough information to really have a full opinion. That's one thing. But the other thing, it gets deeper than that. It's, where's the headline coming from? Who is saying the headline? You know, for example, if you're getting your headlines from Fox News, for example, and we don't have to say Fox News. We could use a different, you know, like news agency. It could be CNN, or it could be like a right-wing, left-wing media channels. And you know those exist, like on YouTube. Like I actually work, I do a YouTube, I work with some YouTubers who have a pretty strong right, conservative show. And it's very conservative. Like it's really speaking to kind of a particular right-wing conservative person. There's no middle ground here. It's very conservative, right? And then you also have like, you can call them liberals or progressives, you know, that also they're pushing the other side like very hard. It's like, nobody's looking for middle ground here. There's no interest in being a moderate. It's like one way or the other. And they're, you know, they go very far to their different poles. And if you get your headlines, just the headline from there, and don't get me wrong, there's plenty of good journalists that do, you know, conservative shows. Like these guys that I work with that do the conservative show, like they're pretty good. They're good journalists. Like they dig up stuff, like they're busy, but the stuff they're digging on is just conservative views. I mean, it's like there's no challenging their views. It's like they're digging in one direction and they're not looking back. It's conservative stuff, right? That's not good. I mean, it's good entertainment. It's a good show. It's a very amazing show. Tons of people watch it. Very popular, huge show. And I work on that show. Well, I provide streaming services for it. I don't provide journalism or anything like that for it. I just do the tech. If you were to just get your headlines from that, they would be extremely, extremely biased. They would only say one side of the story. Same with the other side. If you only got your headlines from, I'm talking about political news outlets that are very one-sided, right? That's just for entertainment. To me, those things are just for fun. It's because you have conservative views. You like that stuff. You like to get around with your buddies and say, hey, fuck those progressives. Or the progressives are like, oh, those conservatives are morons. You know, it's the same thing forever. And it's not just in the US, it's every country. They're all the same. It's fun. We drink beer and make fun of the other guys. But there's no truth or any substance to it. It's really just emotional. It's about how it makes you feel. You know, it's not, the conservatives are not unearthing anything about the progressives, and the progressives are not discovering anything new about the conservatives. It's completely just what team you're rooting for. It's like, are you for the Chiefs or are you for the 49ers? If you're for the Chiefs, fuck those 49ers. Those guys are bastards. Did you see what they did? They're fucking cheating. If you're a 49ers fans, look at the Chiefs, these hard-headed motherfuckers. I saw what they're doing. The refs are in on it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like the same shit. And none of it's real. It's just what team you're rooting for. It's not real stuff. Oh, Tucker Carlson has been on my servers. So Tucker Carlson started popping up on my stream servers not long ago. Tucker Carlson is brilliant in his way. He is incredible in his control and command over language. He's so easy to listen to. His voice is mesmerizing in some kind of way that I cannot explain. It's just because he's so good with words and how he talks. He's inspired so many people. However, unfortunately for Tucker Carlson, he is absolutely batshit crazy. Now, I thought at first, when Tucker Carlson was still at Fox News, I was under the impression that it was a ruse, like he understood his audience, just like streamers out there really understand their followers and stuff like that. And streamers who are good at understanding their followers can get a lot of subscribers and a lot of followers and a lot of really dedicated, grow a really good community. And so I thought, okay, this guy's a master at this and he's fucking with everybody. But then after he got fired from Fox, he was kind of still going on and on about some things. And it kind of led me to the conclusion that this is not for entertainment, that he actually believes some of the entertainment stories that he was telling and stuff. So I'm a little bit concerned that Tucker Carlson is like incredible at what he does. Probably one of the best in the world, but probably not. There's a lot of people that are out there that are really good like him, but he did well, and he did well for himself. But I don't think he's all right completely in the head for a couple of reasons. Even if he's bullshitting just for entertainment purposes, that's still a little nutty. But I think he actually believes some of the conspiracy theories that he says. And so I think he might be a little bit full nutty. But he has been on my servers. I do know that he has a lot of fans out there. And I know a lot of people who really like him and are big fans. But he's definitely he's definitely gone too far. He's gone too far in the way that it's less trustworthy. So I think he's really discredited himself a little bit. But he sticks to his guns. I mean, he has opinions, and it speaks to a lot of people. He's speaking on the frequency. He's on the channel. Everybody, that a lot of people share. And it's music. It's music to me. It's like some people like one kind of music, other people like another. You can't teach someone to love your favorite music. They just like it. It just sings to them or it doesn't. Tucker Carlson is that way. He's a music genre, a very powerful genre. But it's just music. It's creative. We're not getting any. Tucker Carlson's not making us any smarter, unfortunately. I don't think we're not. He's not a person you go to learn from. And people will disagree with me on that. And I invite people to disagree with me. I'd be like, please tell me how Tucker Carlson is like enlightened and made your life better. Like, I want to know, because I want to know what I'm missing. You know what I mean? But he's inspiring different ways. Like, he inspires me to be such an amazing speaker. It's like, that's what I look up to him for. He is like an Olympic athlete of speaking. And if you think about athletes, it's an analogy, because sometimes Olympic athletes, they train and work very hard, but it's also their biology. Like, some athletes just have a different muscle fiber, or a different proportion of muscle fibers that give them a real edge in their athletic performance. Tucker Carlson is this way with speech and language. He's gifted. The problem is the things that come out of his mouth. I love to listen to him talk, but it's like half of it's garbage, you know, some of it. And I'm just holding people to a higher standard. I'm not talking shit about it. I'm just being like, look, if we're holding each other to a high standard, that's what's going to happen. That's where Tucker Carlson's going to get. That's where he's going to get criticized, you know. If you don't have a high standard and you're just like, hey, let's have fun, then all the positive things I said are positive, and just take out the negatives, then he's amazing. You know, but if we're going to hold each other to a higher standard, you're going to have the positives, and you're also going to see the negatives, and it's just to make each other better. It's just to make him better. Like, he could be a better person, I think, if he didn't regurgitate some of the crap that he regurgitates. Even if he really believes it, even if he truly believes with all his heart, he should just fucking knock some of that shit off. Anyway, just my opinion. Just one man, just like Tucker Carlson is another man. I am just super reasonable in comparison. News should be neutral. Exactly. I love that. I know I'm behind on the chat, but you know who I think is neutral, who I like? And I want someone to disagree with me on this, but no one really cares to. What's his name? The dude on I can't even fuck, it's too late. I'm not gonna be able to think. The long face guy. His face is kind of long and he's like a robot. He literally has zero emotion. The dude's a fucking robot. The news he does is so neutral, it's almost boring. I love it. I love the news from this guy. Dave Muir. He doesn't have any opinions. Like, nothing is opinion. He's like a robot. He sits like this on his desk. He has this weird arm thing he does. He's like, and he starts the news every time the same way. He's like, and this just in, breaking news. Something. Just go straight into the news. The dude is a fucking robot. Like, there's no emotion. He's not human. And for some reason, I like the news from that because what do you got? You got Tucker Carlson on one side. You know, he's more of a conservative guy, and then you've got like what's the white-haired guy on CNN? You know, who's you know, very liberal. You know, that guy. You know, and you have these like polar extremities. Let's go to the middle. Let's go to like the dude who's just a robot and literally just says the news. Like, his has no personality whatsoever. The dude is a news machine. Dave Muir, that's the guy. Oh, Mark Zuckerberg? No, Zuckerberg's a real robot. That guy's like an android. That guy's like a robot in a whole different way. Like, Dave Muir is like Mark Zuckerberg's like scary robot. Dave Muir is just like neutral news robot. Like, it's okay. One is gonna like destroy the world. The other is just gonna report the news. Two very different robots. Yeah, Dave Muir. Check him out if you haven't seen it. You'll recognize him. The dude does the news the same for like forever. He's gonna be like the old famous news guy that's just like fucking doing the news. He's gonna be doing the news till his last breath, I think. Guy's a robot. The bike version of Tony Hawk. No, not Mira. It's Dave Muir. He's like, I don't know if he's ABC or CBS or whatever. It's like, how do you spell his name? Is it Muir? Yeah, it's Dave Muir. Muir. David Muir. ABC. He's an ABC News journalist. I mean, it doesn't matter if you care about ABC. Like, ABC is the one that does like 2020. I'm looking at his Instagram here just to see like a picture of him. Yeah, I'll link his. Oh shit. Ms. Kiff is messaging me. Oh shit. All right, Mizzy wants to talk about something. I'll check on that in a second, but I'm like it's way too late for me to be able to think about that kind of shit. They should ask me earlier. But Dave Muir, this is the one. If you believe the government is telling the truth, you haven't been following history. No, I don't feel like there's a whole lot of truth going around. I think the truth does happen, but how would we know? You know, it's hard to know. So I would say stay as frosty as you can. Stay vigilant. Don't believe everything you say. And also don't just think everything is a lie too. Don't think everything's a conspiracy. You know, just because the government lies to you 9 out of 10 times. It's likely the next time it could be a lie, but it doesn't mean it is. Understanding people's agendas, understanding why sometimes the government puts out the statements that they do, doesn't mean that it's okay. It doesn't mean it's justified. Not defending them. It's just understanding why it happens, like what leads to it. Why are people lying to your face? Like, what's the reason? Try to understand why that is. Doesn't mean you forgive them or you accept it. Doesn't mean that at all. It just means don't just like turn off. Just don't just like tune out. Like, if you really want to know what's going on, then figure out what's going on. That's how I was with COVID. I was like, I really wanted to know what was going on, like for reals, because I felt like people's lives were in danger. And also I'm very disgusted by viruses. I hate flu, cold, everything. Like I'm always like, why do people just keep spreading it? Like, why do we like my boss, for example, when you go to work, it's just like, if you have a cold, who fucking cares? You're just going to work. It's just like the attitude. It's like, if people think you're a pussy, if you like just want to stay out of the office for a little while, even if you're working at home, like if you just want to not come to the office because you don't want to spread disease, people will be like, oh, you're a pussy and you're making that shit up. You just want a sick day off. I don't believe you. You're lying. And it could be because you just don't want to spread disease because you're like not into that because you hate viruses. Maybe you just don't want to spread disease. Maybe you're not making that up. So a lot has to change with people's minds. Anyway, the point is I was actually trying to find the truth with the COVID stuff, and I found all kinds of stuff. And all the doctors in the interviews, doctors would be, you know, like there was Fauci, and then doctors would be on the news and they'd be saying stuff. One interesting thing I observed was there were very few doctors that were like saying the truth, like the unhappy truth about COVID. Like some of the more like medical, maybe more technical stuff that was coming from publications and kind of bad news about COVID. There was no good news. There's never any good news when it comes to COVID. It's always bad. It mutated. Now it's getting worse. Like it was bad news after bad news after bad news. Anyway, what I noticed was on the news, they were letting the doctors who were optimistic and more kind of sweeping it under the rug a little bit, more optimistic and more upbeat. You know, more those guys were getting airtime. The doctors who were saying kind of the more negative stuff, like trying to get into the what was really going on with COVID and stuff, they would cut them off the air. Like I would literally see the shows interrupt some of the doctors when the interview was like taking a more negative turn. They would cut them off. And I only saw that happen maybe twice, maybe 2 or 3 times. It was very rare. They'd have an expert come on and they'd cut him off. And I was like, what are they doing? It didn't seem like a government conspiracy where like the government was coming to be like, yeah, you're off the air. It just seemed like popular media. It just seemed like, hey, this guy's not telling people they can go home for Thanksgiving. He's saying the opposite. Get him out of here. It's like, bring back the doctor who says we're all getting together for Christmas. You know, it's like, put that guy on. It was more of a thing like that. And I was like, wait, hold on. Not everybody is trying to ignore this. Some people want to hear the other doctor too. I want to hear both doctors. I want to hear why this doctor thinks everything's fine, everything's going back to normal, and I want to hear why this doctor thinks it's not fine, why this doctor thinks it's getting worse or whatever. Like, not because I believe one or the other, it's because I want to hear the tough truth too, like the truth that maybe other people don't want to hear. I want to hear that one just so that's in my pocket, so I have that one, you know. But anyway, I better bounce out of here pretty soon because if I spend too much time streaming, so I've done 7 hours so far, it's about 6 a.m. I've got some appointments in a couple of hours, and some of the guys are gearing up. I mean, I don't know if you watch Mizkif and Canute. I think they're doing like a big MMA fight or something. They looks like they might want to, they need some help. They want to make sure their stream works. And so I don't know if I'm, it's a little bit late for them to like tell me on the day of, especially when I've been up all night, you know, on a stream bender. But hey, check it out. Anu just sent a raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. I'm actually like, I'm getting off now because I've been live for so long. But I appreciate that raid, and I have so much more to say. I could stream for another 8 hours, I know for sure. But I better go do some work. It's really funny because my stream actually only like gets started, I feel like, at this time in the morning. So I really should start now, except I'm usually not awake. I'm usually like, you know, probably going to sleep around this time anyway. After only a 7-hour stream, I don't know how that works, Cryonic Blue, because I don't stream that often, so there's no reason why I should even have the endurance to stream that long, but it's so easy for me to just like ramble on forever. I did play some games though. I just logged out of WoW. We did knock down some mythics. I timed one of them, but the one I really needed for points, like my progression mythics, I didn't time. But we had a good start to one. I kind of realized some things where I was doing 24 keys. What was the one I did? The Mainer or whatever. So that one was tough. And we were doing really, really good. And one of the bosses just nuked us. Just melted. One of the phases, nobody knew what to do during the phase, and we all just got melted. So I got to go back and make sure we know what we're doing there. But the kids are good. Everything's good here. Business is good. Family is good. And everything's chill. And when I'm live, that means everything's good. I love going live when I'm in a good mood. And I love sharing that with everybody. So that's what we've been doing for the last couple of hours. And I hope you guys have a good rest of the day. And maybe I'll see you later. I got to test out my fiber. So I'm going to be streaming, whether I'm live on Twitch or just live to my own ingest and platform and stuff. I will definitely be live later today testing out the new internet and stuff and really stress testing it, you know, doing some super high bitrate stuff. We're gonna blow that shit up and see how far we can take it. But new wallpapers, yeah, you're not the first one who's asked about the wallpapers tonight. So yes, and if you got an ad, then I'll type it out. Yes, would love to do more wallpapers. So a lot of my wallpaper stuff was is kind of packed away. It's not deleted, but it is kind of packed up. So I got to pull out some of that stuff, or we could just make some new ones. I'll be a little bit rusty probably in Cinema 4D and After Effects and stuff like that. But all we need to get that started is a good idea. What do we need for our next round of wallpapers, so I can at least start thinking about it and start planning it out a little bit on how we can make that dream come true. All right, I will see you guys next time. Cheers, and thank you for hanging out. Thank you to the subs too. There's a couple of subs today. You guys that endured all of my rants, and then thank you guys for being patient with me. And yeah, bedtime for Psynaps. So see you guys later.